755. Before leaving the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, Qin Pingon brought Pei Qian to Huang Heji and took the initiative to visit Yi Yunyun. Qin Pingon put on the skin of a middle-aged man with a jade hairpin on his head. He wore a green robe and kept his saber and blade strengthening gourd. There was only a fasting tablet hanging on his waist. Pei Qian wore a clean and neat black robe. It was actually a Taoist robe that was used to slightly conceal his fist intent. She tied her ponytail into a bun, revealing her high forehead. It was very refreshing. Cui Dongshan followed Jiang Shangzhen to stroll around. It was unknown where he was busy with something, so Qin Pingon did not call him. With the fasting tablet hanging on his waist, he ignored the restriction of the mountains and rivers. He used his mind to inspect the surrounding cultivators in a tall building. After confirming that the tablet was correct, he did not continue to look at the two people. Qin Pingon brought Pei Qian to Huang Heji, where the snail shell was used as a training ground. The wide streets and continuous tall mansions made Qin Pingon absent-minded for a moment. After finding Yi Yunyun's residence, Qin Pingon picked up the beast mask ring and lightly knocked 3 times. A talisman beauty with graceful features and clear eyes opened the door. She curtsied to the 2 guests and said softly, "Immortal masters, please follow me." She received Yi Yunyun's instructions and led the master and disciple through the corridors and aisles. Every step they took, they changed the scenery. In addition to the beautiful scenery, they were actually immortal money. In the big and small mansions of Huang Heji, there were more than 300 talisman puppet beauties. They all came from Yuji Gang. It was said that Yuji Gang had once made a lot of money from this business. Yuji Gang had encountered that disaster and had completely cut off the family line. Therefore, the secret talisman beauties of Yuji Gang's Shuyi Pavilion were lost. The fox skin beauties of the Su family of the Aquarius continent's Qingfeng City also seemed to have disappeared inexplicably. Qingfeng City was announced to the outside world as the Fox Country and needed to be sealed for 100 years. This caused many immortal sects to feel pity, especially the mountain forces of the Aquarius continent that were proficient in the way of merchants. Otherwise, they would have sold it to the Tongyi continent at a high price and made a huge profit. Pei Qian frowned slightly and sent a telepathic message. "Master, Huang Yiyun is putting on airs." If it was his own Luopa mountain, he would never treat a guest so half-heartedly. Qin Pingon joked, "I think you're quite arrogant." Pei Qian said gloomily, "If I knock on the door alone, it doesn't matter if you don't open the door. However, since Master had personally come, Yi Yunyun should at least show her face. As a martial artist of the limitless realm, you are really narrow-minded." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "When you're outside, the sky is high and the earth is wide. Don't think too highly of yourself." Pei Qian stood up for her master and ended up being reprimanded. She was actually quite happy. The talisman beauty brought the master and disciple to a quiet courtyard. Inside the moon cave, the shadows of bamboos danced. She smiled and said, "We're here." Qin Pingon thanked her and tore off his mask to show his real face. After walking through the bamboo forest path, their vision suddenly opened up. There was a building with 9 rooms, covered with dark green glazed tiles. However, it couldn't be compared to the glazed tiles that Qin Pingon picked up in the North Continent. Later in the small paradise of the Dragon Palace, Qin Pingon used those glazed tiles to make a deal with Fire Dragon Jinren. He gave a 50% discount, and it seemed that Fire Dragon Jinren wanted to sell it to the White Emperor City's glazed pavilion. Therefore, it was said that the fate of the elders did not fall from the sky. The courtyard was huge and could be used as a martial arts practice field. Xuehuai was sparring with Guobaimu. Xuehuai was in the far travel state, so he suppressed his state. Guobaimu was in his 20s and had just entered the golden body state. However, he had entered the 6th and 7th realms as the strongest. Therefore, there was no bullying between the two of them. Yi Yunyun stood under the eaves and was guiding the two of them. Yi Xuanji, a young female cultivator from the Yi clan of Mount Pu, stood at the side. She wore a dragon fairy dress and a pearl on her wrist made from a string of pearls from the Lushui pit. No wonder Jiang Shangzhen had a good relationship with the cloud cottage of Mount Pu. Qin Pingon stopped at the entrance of the courtyard and cupped his fists in greeting. Yi Yunyun cupped her fists in return. Qin Pingon did not go around the two people who were practicing martial arts in the courtyard and went under the eaves. Instead, he stopped and gently extended his palm after he withdrew his fist, indicating for Yi Yunyun to continue teaching the two juniors. Yi Yunyun nodded and did not stand on ceremony with Chao Mo. As for whether the two martial artists from other continents who were more of an outsider than Guobaimu, Yi Yunyun would not underestimate Chao Mo. Pei Qian did not look carefully at the two sparring. His gaze was more focused on the scenery. Qin Pingon did not deliberately avoid the two of them. It was a rare opportunity and he could roughly judge the principles behind the martial Saint Wu Qiao and the Cloud Cottage. However, this was still due to his high cultivation level. Otherwise, when Qin Pingon was only at the 3rd to 5th level, as long as the other party did not mind, Qin Pingon could have asked them to slow down their punches. Otherwise, he would not be able to see clearly. Therefore, what Qin Pingon paid attention to was not the moves of the two, but the little bit of meaning of the martial artists. This little bit of meaning could be divided into two types. One was the divine intent of the martial artist, where the source of the flowing water came from. The other was the martial artist's temperament. It was like a piece of heart that determined how much fist intent a martial artist could carry, the width of the martial path he walked, and how high his martial arts attainments were. As for other than this little bit of meaning, it was nothing more than the toughness of the martial artist's body. Whether or not he was made of paper, he would know the answer after taking a punch. Qin Pingon said mentally to Pei Qian, "Martial artists under the heavens learn the martial arts. It is but one matter of hitting others and one being hit. The ultimate goal is nothing more than I can hit you with one more punch." Pei Qian naturally understood. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "What if you were to suppress your cultivation level and exchange punches with that Guobaimu?" Pei Qian said honestly, "I will knock him down with one punch. The prerequisite is that the deity drum beating stance is equivalent to one punch. If it were other moves, it would probably take 2 or 3 punches." Qin Pingon was just about to speak when Pei Qian hurriedly added, "Master, I said that I would suppress my cultivation level at the 6th level. I did not say that I would look down on that martial saint's direct disciple and suppress my cultivation level at the 5th level just because I let my guard down." Qin Pingon smiled faintly, pretending to be calm. Actually, what he meant just now was for Pei Qian to suppress his cultivation level at the golden body stage and spar with Guobaimu at the same level. Hard to talk to. Feed a hammer-like punch. Previously at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, one of the things that the hidden official had been thinking about the most if he could return home was to properly suppress his cultivation level and feed his first disciple a round of punches on the 2nd floor of the bamboo house. Crawl back up from where you fell. From the looks of it now, it seemed that as long as he dared to suppress his cultivation level and feed his punches, he would fall back down from where he stood up. How could this be? Pei Qian sighed, "I am not master. Suppressing my cultivation level and fighting against an enemy is something I cannot do well." Qin Pingon maintained his smile, saying, "Then continue to work hard. Otherwise, what would be the point of having a master? You do not have to purposely not look at the punches. That would only make it seem like you are trying to hide something. Just look at it openly. Yunyun would not mind. Perhaps in the future, Guobaimu will come to Luopa Mountain of his own accord and look for Xianxia to learn the punches." Pei Qian scratched his head. The fist techniques of Mount Pushun's Cloud Grass Hall were extremely mysterious. They focused on the path of a stance fist. Studying this fist technique was like cultivating. Mount Pushun's ancestral master hall had more than 10 formation diagrams. Many fist stances and fist techniques were evolved from the immortal diagrams. When one attacked, the fist had to hit the crouching cow and victory would be decided within 10 feet. When one fought with an enemy, one had to quickly attack and take the enemy's place. The Pushun martial artist's steps were few and fast. His fist techniques were concise and powerful. Any beginner fist stance or fist technique would require the Pushun martial artist to repeatedly practice tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times. After accumulating for a long time, the fist intent would stack. Therefore, once one attacked, it was almost instinctive. It was easy to gain the upper hand by striking first. Moreover, they were good at exchanging punches with the enemy. They would only need to throw out 2 or 3 punches in exchange for one punch from the enemy. This was the unique way of treating guests of the Cloud Grass Hall. If it was a life and death battle between martial artists of the same level, the Pushun martial artist would be known as deciding life and death with one punch. This was also the reason why Jiang Shangzhen had asked Yi Yunyun not to easily spar with the martial saint Wu Guang. Wu Guang's fists were so heavy that there was almost no martial virtue to speak of. Yi Yunyun's fists were also not light and were extremely ruthless. The king of martial artists of the North Continent had once said that Pei Xiang of the Thunder God Temple fought like a woman while Yi Yunyun of the Cloud Grass Hall fought like a man. It was a pity that Xiang did not marry Huang Yiyun. Pei Qian was slightly more attentive. After watching the Q-seeking fist, he endured it. He endured it again and again. In the end he could not endure it and whispered to his master, Guobaimu's fists are beautiful and he is also experienced in fighting. However, he really cannot take a heavy punch. According to master, he has only learned half of the fist technique. If he encounters a life-and-death battle where he is at a slight disadvantage, Guobaimu will be in big trouble. However, this Xue Huai's fists are too rigid. Even when it comes to suppressing the enemy, he is so weak that his fist intent is stagnant. Master, did the martial Saint Wu Guang and Huang Yiyun not teach him properly? Qin Pingon said helplessly, watch more and speak less. Pei Qian said, oh. Guobaimu was Wu Guang's first disciple and most likely his last disciple. Therefore he had learned all of Wu Guang's fist techniques. Xue Huai was also a direct disciple who was highly regarded by Yi Yunyun. In a Q-seeking fist that took half an hour, the two of them only had 3 chances to fight. Moreover, their fists were simple and unadorned. There were almost no obvious stances. In short, they did not look like martial artists of Jianghu. They did not jump and wander around randomly, did not open their bodies randomly and did not make any noise. In the eyes of the spectators, there was naturally nothing to see. If they only learned 2 fist techniques and did not meet their expectations, then opening a martial arts club in Jianghu would definitely not have any business. They would be so poor that they would not be able to eat. Yi Yunyun said, let's all rest for half an hour. Later, Xue Huai does not need to suppress the enemy. Xue Huai and Guobaimu took a step back at the same time and saluted each other with clasped fists. After entering the main hall of the mansion, the host and the guest took their seats. Xue Huai and Guobaimu remained outside. Yi Xuanji had prepared tea. It was the most famous rotten rope tea in Cloud Water Fairy. The name of the tea was not pleasant, but it tasted good. It was one of the top 10 famous teas in Tongya Island. Pei Qian had wanted to stand behind her master, but Qin Pingon asked her to sit down. Qin Pingon glanced at Pei Qian, who was sitting upright and still. Many years ago, Pei Qian was still a little girl who would not sit if she could lie down, and would not stand if she could sit. Every time she traveled far to rest, as long as she saw a table or stool, she would run like crazy and quickly grab the seat. But at that time she was young and often sat on the chair with her feet unable to step on the ground. Qin Pingon collected his thoughts and looked at Yi Yunyun opposite him. He said, I am familiar with old immortal Lu of the Green Tiger Palace. This time I should pass by Mount Qingjing and Mount Tianke. When the time comes, I will ask for a few forgetting pills on behalf of Mount Pushan as an apology to you. Yi Yunyun shook her head and said, that's too much. Mr. Chao, you don't have to be so polite. Seeing that Chao Mo was dressed in a long green robe like a scholar, Yi Yunyun simply called him Mr., since it was inappropriate for her to call him by his name. The old nascent soul of the Green Tiger Palace, Lu Yong, was now a famous alchemy grandmaster. Especially the forgetting pills of the Green Tiger Palace, which were one of Lu Yong's special skills in alchemy. This pill could help cultivators to calm their mind, nourish their heart acupoints and remove the hidden dangers of cultivators. However, the forgetting pills were extremely difficult to make. In addition to consuming a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it also had high requirements for the right time and geographical location. The key was that it needed to consume the unique spiritual qi of Mount Qingjing. Therefore, in the past, the Hall of Ancestors of the Tongye sect would often reward earth immortals with a few forgetting pills. It was not that pure martial artists could not take this pill, but it was too wasteful. In the words of Lu Yong and a certain young Master Qin, giving the forgetting pills to a reckless man who had lost his way was like a cow chewing on a peony. It was too much of a waste. For the cloud cottage of Mount Pushan, where the boundary between martial artists and cultivators was not so clear, a furnace of forgetting pills, no matter how many there were, was a great tonic. Therefore Chaomo really knew how to conduct herself. If it were not for the shallow relationship between the two sides, Yi Yunyun would not have been so careless. The forgetting pills were rare on the mountain. One could buy it at a high price. No matter how high the price, the more the better. Mount Pushan was willing to buy as many as the Green Tiger Palace had. However, back then the Green Tiger Palace dominated the north. They would only take the forgetting pills to the top sects like the Tongya sect in the Taiping Mountain as a favor. It was not Mount Pushun's turn. Moreover, among the earth immortals of the continent, Lu Yong was recognized as the one who looked down on pure martial artists the most. Qin Pingon lowered his head and drank a mouthful of tea. Holding the teacup in his hand, he looked up and smiled. Senior, you may have misunderstood. It's my fault for not making it clear. I can only guarantee that old immortal Lu will sell it to the Cloud Cottage at a fair price, that the Green Tiger Palace will not make any profit or loss. I can't even be sure that the Green Tiger Palace has the forgetting pills now. But no matter what, as long as the pills are produced, old immortal Lu will immediately inform Mount Pushun. As for whether the Cloud Cottage is willing to buy it or not, it will depend on the Cloud Cottage's decision. Yi Xuanji's eyes lit up. If not for the strict rules of the Pushun Yi family, she would have hurriedly persuaded her grandmaster to agree. Pei Qian seemed to be in a trance while sitting on the chair, but he had been paying attention to his master's expression and words. Sure enough, his master was experienced in doing things. His plan was flawless and watertight. If Yi Yunyun had agreed from the start, his master would have gone with the flow and given the forgetting pills to Mount Pushun for free. However, since Yi Yunyun was being polite, his master had his own way to remedy the situation. Each had their own way to go. It was his master, Mount Pushun, and the Green Tiger Palace. The three parties had some ties with each other, so it was still a relatively commercial transaction. Taking 10,000 steps back, if Yi Yunyun could not bring herself to do this and still refused to agree, then his master could take the initiative to apologize and stop here. Yi Yunyun thought for a while and nodded with a smile. Then I'll thank you in advance, Mr. Chow. Qin Pingon seemed to say casually, if the Green Tiger Palace does not have ready-made forgetting pills for the time being, I will also ask old immortal Lu to send a letter to Mount Pushun to explain the situation roughly. Yi Yunyun looked at the man opposite her and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Chow. Please thank immortal Lu for me. If you don't have the forgetfulness elixir for the time being, please inform Pushun first when the Cyan Tiger Palace refines this elixir in the future. I will personally go to Qingjing Mountain to get the elixir and protect immortal Lu in Qingjing Mountain. If Jiang Shangzhen had not explained it earlier, Yi Yunyun would have really thought that this guy was talking nonsense. The current Lu Yong of the Heavenly Fault Peak could not be regarded as an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. In the territory of a continent except for the Jade Gui sect and the Thousand Jade sect, Lu Yong could not give face to the Golden Peak Temple at all, let alone the Cloud Herb Hall and the White Dragon Cave. Qin Pingon stood up and Pei Qian immediately followed suit. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and said, then I won't disturb senior's teaching. Yi Yunyun stood up, looked at Jing Qian, and asked with a smile, why don't you let Jing Qian and Xue Huai spar? Qin Pingon looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian's meaning was very clear. Master had the final say on whether to spar or not. If they really wanted to spar, Xue Huai would be knocked down with one punch or several punches. Master could just say it. She knew how to control the number of punches and the weight of her punches. Qin Pingon shook his head with a smile. Let's forget about it today. We can talk about it when we have the chance to visit Mount Pushun in the future. Yi Yunyun stood up to see them off. This time she walked them all the way to the Moon Cave Gate. It was Chao Emo who politely refused to see her off. Otherwise, Yi Yunyun would have walked all the way to the gate of the mansion. Yi Xuanji walked with Yi Yunyun on the bamboo forest path and said in her mind, Grandmaster Grandma, this Mr. Chao has a good temper. When I helped to refill the tea, he didn't forget to nod to me to thank me. If Zhou Fei's gaze made women feel that they were wearing too little clothes, then this Mr. Chao's gaze would make Yi Xuanji feel that even if he accidentally saw a picture of a beauty coming out of the bath, he would not look at it. Yi Yunyun said calmly, he's indeed a gentleman. Actually, she only said half a sentence. The other half was not suitable to be said to a junior of the family. Chaomo was too smart. Yi Xuanji still could not believe it. She asked doubtfully, can he really help us buy a furnace of Tianke Peak's forgetfulness pills? This is not a small favor. Old Palace Master Lu of the Green Tiger Palace is very disgusted with all the martial artists at the foot of the mountain because of that old grudge. The most mysterious thing about this pill was that it could make a cultivator's heart guard. It was like the two door gods at the gate of the people at the foot of the mountain to ward off evil and filth. It could help cultivators to guard their hearts. Every time a chi refinement warrior entered a state of forgetfulness, his mind would be immersed in a small world. It could even make an earth immortal's aurous core and nascent soul look as if they were wearing a feather robe. Therefore, the forgetfulness pill that was specially made by the Green Tiger Palace had always been known as the Feather Robe Pill, on Tonggishao Mountain. A Taoist perfected being of the Green Tiger Palace once went down the mountain to protect his disciple. He was seriously injured by a martial artist of the distant travel state. His aurous core was shattered and his Tao was cut off. As for the 8th realm martial artist who injured him, his master was later seriously injured by the martial sage Wuxia. He needed several elixirs to keep his life. The forgetfulness pill of the Green Tiger Palace was one of them. The distant travel state martial artist personally went to the Green Tiger Palace to ask for the elixir. Lu Yong did not care how the other party humbly apologized and refused to visit. In the end, the martial artist of the distant travel state passed away after 10 years. Otherwise, with a few furnaces of forgetfulness pills, it would not be a big problem for him to live for another 5 or 6 years. Therefore, it was too easy to turn the tables on grudges on the mountain. It was enough to be secretly happy when watching others make a fool of themselves, even if they could not help but laugh out loud. Yi Yunyun nodded and said, "Since Chao Imo has asked, Lu Yong will most likely agree." Yi Xuanji smiled sweetly and said in a low voice, "Mr. Chao looks like he comes from a wealthy family. His actions and words are very romantic." It was rare for Yi Yunyun to smile in front of the younger generation of Mount Pu. For the first time she joked, "What? You've only gone down the mountain for a few days and you've already forgotten the flowers and willows on the mountain under the moonlight?" Although Yi Yunyun usually did not smile, she was still the master of a mountain. She was also not some martial arts fanatic who only knew how to learn martial arts. Otherwise, Mount Pu would not have such a grand occasion today. Yi Xuanji's pretty face turned red. She asked tentatively, "Grandmaster Grandmother, have you never met a man who made your heart beat in your life?" Yi Yunyun shook her head. "The love between a man and a woman is meaningless. It's better to learn martial arts and stand at the top of the mountain." After Qin Pingon left this mansion, he did not leave Huangheji and return to Yunming Peak. Instead, he cast a camouflage spell for himself and Pei Qian. Spiritual qi rippled around them, making their figures and faces unreal. Then he took Pei Qian to another immortal mansion on the same street. Before leaving Yi Yunyun's mansion, Qin Pingon had already covered his face again. At this moment, it was still a beautiful talisman who opened the door. Qin Pingon asked if this was the place where Reed Eagle was worshipped in the Golden Peak Temple. The beautiful talisman was not angry. She just smiled and did not speak because it was against the rules. Qin Pingon told her his name and background. Chao Imo, Jiang family's worshipper. As soon as she heard that Chao Imo was Jiang family's worshipper and had the first-class fasting tablet hanging on his waist, the beautiful talisman immediately said that she would go and report this matter. "Could Chao Imo please wait for a moment?" Although the beautiful talisman was a puppet, the Shi Lu on Yuji Mound used the method of haunted house. The beauty's skin refined by the talisman was like an inn. Female ghosts or souls were allowed to reside in it, so that every beautiful talisman was no different from an ordinary person in terms of appearance or intelligence. However, the reason why the beautiful talisman of the Shi Lu could be the best in a continent was because of the 2 masters of painting who were responsible for drawing the talisman. One of them could draw a woman's unique charm on the talisman paper, so that every beautiful talisman of the Shi Lu was different. Their eyes were bright and beautiful and they were not rigid. The other master of painting could add the finishing touch, so that every beautiful talisman was like a rare and unique book in a collection. Unfortunately, the great demon's attack was unstoppable and its methods were brutal. In the end, Yuji Mound was destroyed and Shui Tower collapsed. As Taoist companions on the mountain, the 2 great artists chose to burn all of their talismans and self-destruct their Jin Dan to die for love. While waiting at the door, Qin Pingon asked in his mind, "What are you thinking about?" Pei Qian said, "It seems to be harder to give a favor than to receive a favor." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I didn't go to Jianghu in vain." Pei Qian asked curiously, "Master, why are you looking for this Reed Eagle?" Qin Pingon said, "To confirm with my own eyes the style of the Golden Summit Monastery." Pei Qian said, "Golden Summit Monastery? Yin Miaofing and Xiao Yuanran?" Qin Pingon nodded. "Those 2 great consecrators can be considered old acquaintances of ours." Reed Eagle slowly walked to the door and made a Taoist bow. the chief reverend of the Golden Summit Monastery, Reed Eagle. Qin Pingon also made a Taoist bow. Second-class reverend of the Jiang clan of the Cloud Cave, second-class honored guest of the Jui Peak of the Jade Grey sect, second-class honored guest of the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Divine Seal Peak. Chao Mo, Pei Qian kept a straight face and tried not to laugh. What was wrong with his master? He made up a series of titles. Was he purposely showing off his identity, or was he purposely showing off his cowardice? Reed Eagle endured the discomfort in his heart and said with a kind expression, "I wonder why honored guest Chao is here today?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "There was a misunderstanding earlier, so I had to pay a special visit to apologize to the Reverend." Reed Eagle asked, "Is it about White Dragon Cave's Yu Qi sparring with someone?" Dragon Gate Cultivator Yu Qi and Cave Abode Cultivator Ma Linshi. They were all top cultivation geniuses on the mountain, especially Lin Qi, who had an extremely high seniority in White Dragon Cave. He had the potential to become an Earth Immortal and had the potential to become a resurgence ancestor in White Dragon Cave's history. Although it was destined to be difficult for him to reach the upper 5 realms, there was still hope. Many cultivators and so-called young talents did not even dare to dream of becoming an Earth Immortal. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "That's right." Reed Eagle smiled and said, "Honored guest Chao, did you knock on the wrong door? I'm from the Golden Summit Monastery and not some White Dragon Cave cultivator. The reason why I left the Taoist temple was to protect those children. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Since the misunderstanding is with White Dragon Cave, we should resolve the misunderstanding with White Dragon Cave as soon as possible. Guest Elder Chao, don't you agree? I have nothing to talk about with a mere Dragon Gate cultivator from White Dragon Cave." Qin Pingon said with a slightly mocking expression, "You're a highly respected senior on Tongya Island. I've heard a lot about you. If I don't come here, where should I go? Even if the 2 ancestors of White Dragon Cave are guests at Huang Heji today, I'll just pretend I didn't see them. As for whether it's a misunderstanding, to be honest, I don't really care. It's still hard to say who should apologize to who and who should pay a visit." Reed Eagle stroked his beard and smiled. He nodded and sighed. Honored guest Chao is a sentimental person. So it was another person who came for his Golden Summit Monastery title. Along the way, Reed Eagle had seen a lot. There were immortal scribes on the mountain, emperors and generals at the foot of the mountain, martial artists and heroes in the pugilistic world. There were as many of them as carps crossing the river. Generally speaking, everything went according to his wishes. Wu Kuang's direct disciple Guo Baimu, and the martial artists and cultivators of Cloud Herb Hall all knew their place. It was just that White Dragon Cave was restless. That was good, as it gave Reed Eagle more chances to show his face. For example, in Great Spring Mirage City, Ma Linshi, the little troublemaker, had provoked a relative of the royal family. A sloppy man with a crippled leg and a broken arm was drinking with a group of rough men in a restaurant. He was so carefree that he seemed to have the smell of horse dung. Who would have thought that such a person was the younger brother of the Great Spring Empress? Then, in this Cloud Cave blessed land with strict rules, it was Ma Linshi who caused Yu Qi to be beaten unconscious by a little fatty who called himself the Invincible Little Divine Fist. After losing face, Yu Qi had been making a fuss about returning to his sect while secretly sending a message to White Dragon Cave with his flying sword. Reed Eagle treated it as watching a show to relieve his boredom. At this moment, the reason why Reed Eagle was so patient and was willing to spend his time with the last of the Jade Grey sect. In the records on the mountain, the more scattered guest elders were not as good as the consecrators. This guy who called himself the last of the Jade Grey sect really made Reed Eagle unable to find any interest in making friends with him. On the other hand, the white-clothed youth who was squatting on the railing at that time, although he looked sloppy and full of nonsense, he was most likely an Earth Immortal with the word sect in his name. He didn't reveal anything. His methods were even more wild than Reed Eagle's. He actually dared to use the fixed body technique on Yu Qi in Xianxia's Cloud Cave blessed land just because of his cultivation level. Of course, there was also Zhou Fei, who Reed Eagle already bore a grudge against. Reed Eagle didn't dare to act rashly. The current Tong Yi continent was filled with muddy waters. There were too many dragons crossing the river. For example, the father and daughter from the Thousand Jade sect of the Three Mountains blessed land. The immortal Han Yushu and the jade unpolished realm Han Jianshu were extremely fearful of them. To be honest, as long as they weren't cultivators from other continents, Reed Eagle really didn't think much of the native cultivators of his own Tongyi continent. For example, the guy in front of him had 3 titles, but none of them were truly important. Reed Eagle gradually lost his patience. He didn't expect that person to have the face to shift his gaze and look inside the door. He was probably hinting at his consecrator. Why didn't he bring them in for a chat? Reed Eagle sneered in his heart. In an instant he tried to use the great powers of a nascent soul cultivator to see through the mountain river ripple concealment technique. Reed Eagle didn't care if this action was taboo or not. He wanted to use this to determine guest Elder Chao's worth. Chao Mo immediately cast another mountain river ripple concealment technique, his face faintly showing anger. Reed Eagle's heart settled. He was indeed a decent Jindan cultivator from the mountain. Chao Mo flung his sleeves and walked down the stairs. Suddenly he turned his head and said, "In the future, if the consecrator wants to bring people down the mountain for training, it's best to choose to leave at noon." Reed Eagle still stood in the same place. He was confused by what he heard, mistaking it for a mysterious saying from a cultivator on the mountain. Pei Qian said indifferently, "Because something will happen sooner or later." Reed Eagle's face turned gloomy. His realm wasn't high and his status wasn't high, but his guts weren't small. As expected, he was born as an immortal scribe. He probably relied on the incense offerings accumulated in the ancestral hall to get a consecrator and a guest elder from the Cloud Cave Blessed Land and Jade Gui Sec's Dewy Peak. Reed Eagle raised his foot and stepped over the threshold for the first time. The 2 people immediately left. Among them, guest Elder Chao even intentionally or unintentionally tugged at the fasting tablet on his waist. Reed Eagle retracted his foot and sneered. He turned around and muttered to the old nascent soul cultivator behind him, "These F*King Immortal Scribe, they can't change their bad habit of eating H*T no matter where they go." On the street, Qin Pingon and Pei Qian both heard Reed Eagle's muttering. Pei Qian smiled and said, "Master, this guy is very good at quarreling. He's even fiercer when scolding himself than when scolding others. He won't lose." Qin Pingon frowned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find any clues. It was a kind of intuition that something had gone wrong. There was no reason to explain it. If there really was a reason, it would probably be this hidden official of the Great Wall of Sorchi. He always learned his lesson after being beaten. Pei Qian said, "Master, this person's Dao heart is filthy." The Golden Peak Monastery chose Reed Eagle as their chief consecrator. Their sex morals can't be good. Qin Pingon nodded. Reed Eagle teased the talisman beauty beside him for a while. After he returned to his residence, he let the beauty leave. After a while, the old nascent soul fell into a chair. His hands gripped the armrest tightly. His face was filled with disbelief. He was sweating profusely and muttered, "How is it possible? Didn't this person return to the wilderness?" Previously, Reed Eagle used a unique secret technique to see through the camouflage. He wanted to beat the grass and scare the snake. He wanted to confirm whether guest Elder Chao Mo was an Aurus Core cultivator or not and take a look at the woman's true appearance. If she was good-looking, it would be a waste not to look. This was a divine Dao technique that Reed Eagle obtained from a mystic realm. It could see a person's true appearance. However, under normal circumstances, Reed Eagle would not use it easily. Firstly, it was not very useful. The appearance of the cultivators on the mountain was not important at all. What was important was their pedigree, identity, realm, and magic treasures. Moreover, Reed Eagle's foundation of cultivation and the reason why he could reach the nascent soul stage step by step was mostly because of the opportunity from the ancient mansion in the fragmented mystic realm. That old debt was related to the tragic death of more than 10 direct disciples of the 2 sections. Therefore, even when facing the young man in white and Zhou Fei who was standing beside Huang Yiyun, Reed Eagle would pretend that he did not have this useless divine Dao technique. Who would have thought that with just one look, Lu Ying would see a calamity that could topple the heavens? Back then, in the Golden Peak Monastery, where the young Aurus Core cultivator Xiao Yuanran cultivated, Reed Eagle inadvertently saw a portrait on the table. Xiao Yuanran wrote 2 names on it: Qin Yin and Qin Pingon. At that time, Xiao Yuanran's expression changed slightly, and Reed Eagle knew that there must be a big mystery in it. In the end, after scheming against each other, Reed Eagle got a vague answer. The identity of this person was unpredictable and his origin was strange. He had once stirred up trouble in the Great Spring Dynasty. However, Xiao Yuanran only said that he could be sure that the Great Spring Mirage City was surrounded but not attacked. The reason why it could be preserved was that this person had planned to take the capital city as his own. Xiao Yuanran was ruthless enough. Not only did he not need Reed Eagle to swear, but he also made Reed Eagle more useful than swearing to keep it a secret. Because Xiao Yuanran said that this person Qin Pingon was most likely one of the 10 young people, the leader of the 100 sword immortals in the moon-bearing mountain in the wilderness Firen. Reed Eagle wiped the sweat on his forehead and exhaled a long breath. Firen. Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon. Chao Mo, the Jiang family's worshipper? The visiting professor of the Divine Seal Peak? Why did the Jade sect like the Great Spring Dynasty stand strong in the end? Was it inside here? Reed Eagle began to sweat again. He simply did not wipe it. His Tao heart was unstable. He only felt that he had walked through the gates of hell. Anyway, I didn't see anything and I don't know anything. Whether it is Chao Mo or Firen, just let them be. Even if Du Hanliang of the Golden Apex Temple hears about this, I won't say a word. Reed Eagle's movements were stiff. He slowly turned his head and looked at the door. A woman in black with her hair tied up in a bun was leaning against the door. She had her arms around her chest and seemed to be smiling. Just as Reed Eagle was about to stand up, a gentle voice behind him smiled and said, "Sit." A green-robed man stood behind the chair and gently pressed a finger against the back of the chair. Reed Eagle immediately put down the butt that he had just lifted and sat on the chair in a daze. He was like Yu Qi, who had been hit by the fixed body spell. He was an old nascent soul who had seen countless storms and waves. He did not move at all. Other than sweating, he did not dare to think casually. The person behind him folded his hands on the back of the chair and asked with a smile, "Junior came here without permission. Will the spiritual master be angry?" Reed Eagle did not dare to shake his head too much. He only dared to shake his head slightly. A wild cultivator who did not recognize his own family was like an immortal master who saw his own ancestor. He said firmly, No, Junior doesn't dare. It's impossible." After a moment, Reed Eagle's face was ashen and his lips were trembling. Because the old nascent soul who was unwilling to wait for death, he used another trump card to escape. He quietly condensed his Jindan and nascent soul on a piece of mind and suddenly disappeared. He wanted to leave the mansion and report to the only person he could trust now, Huang Yun. As for the Cloud Cave Blessed Land Jiang clan and the Jade sect's Divine Seal Peak, he did not dare to believe them. When the time came, he would pull Yi Yun and hide beside her. Then he would protect a spot of the mirror and quickly inform the Golden Peak Temple. Then he would have a chance of survival, and at most it would be a real chance of survival. If he wanted to tell the world, forget it. Not to mention whether Jiang Shangzhen would give him a chance. Even if he could, Reed Eagle would not be willing to exchange his life for merit unless he was in a situation where he would definitely die. So what if he exposed the inside story of the collusion between the Jade sect and the Wasteland? The merit of the Confucian Temple would all fall on the Golden Peak Temple's head, but he, Reed Eagle, would die and disappear completely. However, Reed Eagle did not expect that the peace of mind that could make immortals unpredictable would go round and round, as if it was a ghost going around a wall. The person behind him laughed and said, "You can't even be a fence-sitter. How can you be a nascent soul senior and old immortal?" Lu Ying sighed and said in a relatively unfamiliar manner, "Firen, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. You can kill me or cut me up as you wish." The person nodded and said 2 words, "All right." Reed Eagle's face immediately turned bitter and he no longer looked heroic. "Sword immortal Firen, let's talk again? As long as you leave me a way out, I will definitely do anything." The person stretched out a hand and grabbed Reed Eagle's neck with 5 hook-like fingers. In that instant, Reed Eagle could not even speak, let alone speak. However, the person urged, "Talk? Say something. A way out. Not to mention a nascent soul, Reed Eagle, so many people have died and left a way out for the Tongyi continent. You are the best in the world when it comes to scolding and joking." Pei Qian had nothing to do, so she sat on the doorstep. She did not care what her master said or did. Pei Qian only touched her hair and rubbed her forehead. Unknowingly, she had not put on a talisman for many years. Many years ago, when the young lady was still a little charcoal, her master would help her wash her hair and teach her how to tidy up her messy hair. There was no such thing as poor mountains, bad rivers, or evil people's hearts. The master and disciple traveled far and wide, and it seemed that everywhere was beautiful. Many years later, when she traveled the Jianghu alone, she would always hear the saying that following her master was like being reincarnated. She felt that the old saying made sense. After acknowledging her master, she was like a little girl who was reincarnated. She was reincarnated into a good family, and it was the best in the world. In fact, all these years, when her master was not by her side, Pei Qian would occasionally feel that practicing martial arts was very tough. If she did not practice martial arts back then and hid on Luopa Mountain, would it have been better? Especially after she returned with her master, Pei Qian did not even dare to pull her master's sleeves, so she felt that way even more. There was nothing good about growing up. However, when she accompanied her master to sneak into the mansion today, her master finally did not need to worry about her. He did not need to deliberately tell her what to do and what not to do, and she seemed to finally be able to do something for her master. Pei Qian felt that practicing martial arts was very good. It did not suffer much and her realm was not high enough. When Pei Qian came back to her senses, she found that her master had already moved a chair and sat opposite Reed Eagle. Qin Pingon turned his head and scolded, "How dare you be distracted in front of a powerful enemy?" Pei Qian scratched her head. "Master is here. I was just being lazy." Qin Pingon glared at her. Pei Qian hurriedly said, "I know, master. I will pay attention next time." But to be honest, even if Pei Qian stood still and took the Yuanying realm Reed Eagle's killing technique, she would still be injured and he would be beaten to death without any suspense. It was not that Pei Qian looked down on the cultivators in the world, but when it came to physique, even those in the pure jade realm were like paper. After taking one or two punches, they liked to fall straight to the ground and play dead, trying to cheat her of her money. However, Pei Qian did not dare to say such things to her master. She could ask for anything but chestnuts. Zhang Changming was an old woman, but she still had some standards in her words. Pei Qian looked around. It was a small world with dense sword qi. Her master was a sword immortal. Qin Pingon did not know what Pei Qian was thinking. He just chatted with a Yuanying realm senior who he had heard of for a long time. While listening to Reed Eagle talk about a few of Na Firen's deeds that were not widely known, he laughed and scolded, "What a shameless bastard. I don't have a grandson like him." Reed Eagle was very sad. "Why are you acting with me, Firen Sword Immortal? What's the point of it?" Qin Pingon did not mind Reed Eagle's belief that he was Na Firen. It would be best if Du Hanliang of the Golden Peak Temple also thought so. Once both sides were well aware, the situation would become very interesting. About an hour later, Lu Ying first cast the body-fixing spell on the beautiful woman who worked as the concierge of the residence. Then he sent guest elder Chao Imo to the gate alone. Although the chief consecrator of the Golden Peak Temple was amiable, his expression inevitably revealed a bit of arrogance. Obviously, he still regarded himself as a senior. After a few words of encouragement to Chao Imo, the two sides bid farewell. Jiang Shangzhen took out a snow-white cloud boat ferry. Of course, it was his private collection. The ferry was refined from the moonlight and white clouds in the Blessed Land. It traveled very fast in the night. Its quality was similar to the flipping ink dragon boat in the Luopa Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen did not take the ferry to the north. He said that he still needed to stay in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land for a few more months. After the selection of the 36 flower goddesses on the Rouge stage was over, he would leave for the heavenly Fault Peak. Bai Xian was more happy. Finally, everyone had a room. Brother Zhou Fei was a rich and loyal friend. It was worth making friends with him. Among the 9 children, Sun Chunwang did not show up. She was always detained in Cui Dongshan's heaven and earth sleeve. Cui Dongshan was very curious about how many decades this girl with dead fish eyes could endure in there. A cultivator's Dao heart was the strangest thing. It could be a piece of unpolished jade that needed to be carefully carved. It could be a piece of iron that needed to be fiercely tempered. It could be the moon in the water that was broken by external forces and returned to its original shape. It could be. Therefore, not all sword immortal embryos were suitable for tempering their Dao hearts in Cui Dongshan's heaven and earth sleeve. Other than Sun Chunwang, Bai Xian and Yu Qingzhang were more suitable. Cui Dongshan sat on the railing and took out a folding fan. He gently tapped his palm and asked, "I heard from Fatty that you were actually quite mute when you were practicing your swordsmanship in the hairpin. Other than eating, practicing and sleeping, you would at most borrow books from Yu Qingzhang to read." Your cold eyes and cold face made people feel that you were not easy to get along with. Why did you change so drastically when you saw my husband? Bai Xian sat to the side and carefully considered his words. He said timidly, "It's like entering a room of orchids. After a long time you will naturally become fragrant." Cui Dongshan twitched the corner of his mouth. "You're not sincere enough." Bai Xian drooped his head and remained silent for a long time. He raised his head and looked at the sea of clouds in the distance. The sun set over the sea of clouds and the scenery was wonderful. It was very similar to the city walls of his hometown. Cui Dongshan said, "Why did you give yourself the nickname of a lowly recluse?" Bai Xian said softly, "My master is a Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator. My master's master is only at the Golden Core realm. In fact, the three of us are very poor. In order to let me practice my swordsmanship, we became even poorer." Cui Dongshan said, "Your master is a woman?" Bai Xian grunted. "She's not good-looking and likes to scold people. When I was young I was playful. Every time I was scolded to the point of sadness I would run away from home. I would go to Grand Elephant Street and Jade Edict Street for a stroll, complaining that my master was a pauper. I thought that if I were taken in as a disciple of a rich sword immortal, I wouldn't have to suffer so much. What's the point of having money?" When he was young. In fact, Bai Xian was still a child. However, all children in the world would feel that they were no longer young. All the elderly would be afraid that they were too old. Cui Dongshan said, "Was your master seriously injured on the battlefield? Did you accompany her before she passed away?" Bai Xian fell silent for a long time before he finally nodded. He said softly, "Not all the way. I only accompanied her for a night. When she retreated from the battlefield, her intrinsic flying sword was gone. Her face was mangled by sword qi. If not for Lord Recluse's pills, she wouldn't have lasted that long. She would have died before dawn. Every time she tried her best to open her eyes as though she wanted to see me clearly, it was very scary. Every time she grinned at me, it was even scarier. I didn't dare cry out loud. I actually knew that I was a good-for-nothing back then. I even made her very sad, but there was nothing I could do. I was just afraid." Therefore Bai Xian was so afraid of the female ghost whose face was covered in blood. Bai Xian said softly, "We didn't win that battle, but we didn't lose either. Therefore I'm especially grateful to Qin Pingon. My master and my master's master didn't die in vain." Cui Dongshan asked, "It's been so long. Is there anything you wish to tell your master?" "I've never thought of it." Bai Xian shook his head and thought for a moment. He said, "I'll probably say something like, 'I'll practice my swordsmanship well. Master, don't worry.'" The child had a focused expression as he thought of his master. Cui Dongshan nodded. In an instant. The world was vast. Then Bai Xian saw a female ghost with a bloody face standing not far away. He recognized her as his master. His master was looking at him. Bai Xian suddenly realized that he had a lot to say to his master, and he didn't seem to be afraid of her anymore. Bai Xian walked over, stretched out his hand and gently grabbed her sleeve. Cui Dongshan stood far behind the master and disciple, watching this scene from afar. On the ferry, Qin Pingon was in his room carving a red seal. At the foot of the mountain, the red seal had always been more difficult than the white seal. Pei Qian sat quietly on the side. After his master finished carving the seal, he asked, "Master, are you going to give it to old immortal Lu of the Green Tiger Palace?" Lu Yong of the Green Tiger Palace on the heavenly fault peak of the Qingjing Mountain. Pei Qian had a deep impression of him. He was an old immortal who was very good at talking. His skill of being polite and giving away favors was superb. His master said that there were only a few places to rest on this trip to the north. Other than the heavenly fault peak, the ferry would only stop near the Great Spring Dynasty's buried river and Mirage City. His master wanted to meet the water goddess and old General Yao, who was said to be bedridden. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. "It's a greeting gift." The side of the seal read, "A kind heart is the best feng shui. Foundation, Qingjing." Qin Pingon took out a stack of books from the nearby objects. He bought them from the Qishan ferry market. "Go back to your room and copy the books." Pei Qian didn't move. He took out a pen and paper and copied the books on his master's side. Qin Pingon didn't stop him. He stood up and looked at Pei Qian's copy. He nodded and said, "Your handwriting is not bad. You have half of your style." Just as Pei Qian was about to say a few sincere words, his master bent his finger and gently tapped on the table, reminding him, "You have to focus on copying." Qin Pingon sat back down and picked up a book. The disciple copied the book and the master flipped the book. The northern Jin kingdom bordered the southern border of the Great Quan dynasty. The only thing that was better than the southern Qi kingdom was that it had continued its rule. After these years of recuperation, it had finally recovered some of its vitality. The capital of the southern Qi kingdom had once been the base of a military camp in the wilderness. One could imagine the fate of the country's mountains and rivers. The civil and military temples were all destroyed. As for the city god, the gods of the land and the mountains and rivers, they were all occupied by the local Yao of the Tongya continent. From the imperial court to the Jianghu, it could no longer be described as a foul atmosphere. One day Qin Pingon walked out of his room and came to the bow of the ship. Pei Qian was overlooking the mountains and rivers. Beside her were the two little girls, Nalan Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan. Qin Pingon asked, "Will we pass by the territory of the Jin Huang prefecture?" Pei Qian nodded vigorously and estimated. About 800 li. She thought that her master had forgotten about this. Thinking back, she was the only one who accompanied her master to travel the Tongya continent. For the first time, Pei Qian saw with her own eyes the beating of gongs and drums at the wedding of a mountain god. Later she was inadvertently involved in a battle between the mountain god and the water god. Before reuniting with her master, Pei Qian traveled alone along the old route of the Tongya continent. During this time she passed by the rebuilt Jin Huang prefecture, but Pei Qian had no intention of visiting. The ruler of the Jin Huang prefecture of the northern Jin kingdom had been schemed against by the third prince of the Great Quan dynasty. He had been reduced to a prisoner and detained in Mirage City. Unexpectedly, he had profited from the disaster and escaped that calamity. Pei Qian roughly told her master about the recent situation of the Jin Huang prefecture. She had previously traveled alone and heard about it at the foot of the mountain. The ghost wife that the prefect had married had now become the water god of the nearby lake. Although her realm was not high, her rank was not low. It was said that this was the work of the Great Quan Empress. It had already become a legend on the mountain. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Just in time. Back then, I had made an appointment with the mountain god prefect to visit the Jin Huang prefecture whenever I passed by and ask for a cup of wine from him." Cui Dongshan was strolling on the railing. Behind him was Bai Xian with his hands behind his back. Behind Bai Xian was Qing Chaolu, who was practicing martial arts. Cui Dongshan shouted, "Mr. and Senior Sister, just be our guests. Leave the ferry to me." Bai Xian carried a bamboo sheath and a bamboo sword on his back. Nalan Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan were excited and looked forward to it. The mountain god prefecture was such a rare place that they had never seen it before. Qin Pingon took out a talisman boat and was about to bring Pei Qian and the two young ladies to travel with the wind. Yigu and Wuxia rushed over and shouted that they wanted to go with them to broaden their horizons. Bai Xian sighed and shook his head. Childish, very childish. In the end, Cui Dongshan grabbed his head and threw him to the talisman boat. Bai Xian laughed loudly. He turned around and unsheathed his bamboo sword. Bai Xian stepped on the bamboo sword and quickly caught up with the talisman boat. He floated down and the bamboo sword returned to its sheath. Yigu and Wuxia were envious. Bai Xian was indeed in the cave realm. Nalan Yuji said in annoyance, "Master Chao said that we are not allowed to reveal our identity as sword cultivators." Bai Xian sneered and said, "Young lady, you have long hair and short knowledge. With Brother Cui around, I have nothing to worry about, no matter the mountains and rivers, no matter the wind or the clouds." Pei Qian smiled and asked, "No taboos? Did the big white goose teach you that?" Bai Xian quickly weighed the weight of big senior sister and little senior brother. He probably felt that Cui Dongshan was more powerful. He could not be a fence-sitter. He put his hands behind his back and nodded. "Of course. Brother Cui told me to be more courageous when I talk to people in the future. Brother Cui also promised to teach me a few unique fist techniques. He said that with my talent, a few days of learning fist techniques is equivalent to a few years of learning fist techniques for little fatty. When I go down the mountain alone to train, I will walk across the river and fly over the mountain on my sword. Brother Cui said that in the future on Luopa Mountain, I will be both a sword master and a master. So I am the most like his teacher." Pei Qian smiled. "Learning fist techniques is good. Bai Xian felt that something was wrong. He quickly made up for it. Sister Pei, if you want to spar in the future you have to suppress your realm. I am still young and learned fist techniques late. Pei Qian nodded. No problem. When the time comes I will suppress my realm. It is all up to you. Bai Xian laughed loudly and said, Elder Sister Pei is someone who practices martial arts. You must stick to your words. But Sister Pei does not have to worry. Although I learned fist techniques late, I learned fist techniques fast and broke through the realm faster. When the time comes, Sister Pei will not need to suppress your realm too much. Pei Qian nodded. Of course. Qin Pingon glanced at Bai Xian with pity in his eyes. This little bastard who fancied himself clever seemed to have surpassed Qin Lingjun even more than he did. Bai Xian asked telepathically, Yuji, what realm is this Pei Qian in? We are from the same hometown. You can't help an outsider and lie to me. Nalan Yuji said, Sister Pei did not say her realm. Little Yen asked at Yunming Peak for a long time. Sister Pei just smiled and did not say anything. In the end Little Yen was annoyed. Sister Pei only said that if she were to spar with Master, it would take about 100 Pei Qians to barely tie. Bai Xian glanced at the young girl. She was quite pitiful. As the first disciple of Hidden Official, her talent seemed to be very ordinary. When they were about 100 miles away from Jinhuang Mansion, the talisman boat quietly landed. The group walked towards Mountain God Mansion. Bai Xian asked, Master Chow, what are you doing? Walking with 2 legs is too tiring. Be careful that we are not given the door at Jinhuang Mansion. His Excellency sounds like a high official with his own mansion. Brother Cui told me that in the vast world, the Prime Minister's concierge is a 3rd-rank official. Very arrogant. Nalan Yuji grumbled, You talk too much. The realm of immortal abode in the tone of a sword immortal. Higu nodded. Yes. Yu Xiahui added, The title of little hidden official is not enough. Only great hidden official is worthy of our Bai Xian. Bai Xian glanced at the 3. When I start learning fist techniques I can easily reach the 5th or 6th realm. Adding the immortal abode realm, you can calculate for yourselves. Isn't that the upper 5 realms? Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. Pei Qian took out a green bamboo cane from the objects in front of her. She remembered something. It was around here that she received the first talisman in her life. A pagoda demon suppression talisman and a Yangqi lantern raising talisman. But at first, Master lent them to her to boost her courage. Later he gave them to her. Pei Qian whispered, Master, I met the talisman Zhou Xian in Jinjia continent. Qin Pingon was a little surprised. That old immortal Yu who is known as the Soul Talisman? Pei Qian smiled and nodded. She blushed and said, On the battlefield, old immortal Yu not only helped me kill an unpolished Jade Realm demon, but also gave me the unpolished Jade Realm life item. It was a half-immortal weapon. Qin Pingon sighed. Senior's immortal chi is unparalleled. Old immortal you should have merged with the Dao Galaxy and reached the 14th realm. Pei Qian nodded. For Qin Pingon and his group, the hundreds of miles of mountain road were not worth mentioning. And compared to the rugged road that Qin Pingon passed through last time, it was much wider. Qin Pingon glanced at it and knew that it was the work of the imperial court. Passing by a stone arch bridge that spanned a stream, Qin Pingon squatted at the bridge and looked at the brand new boundary marker. He frowned slightly. He was a little hesitant about whether he should pay a visit to Jinhuang Prefecture. Pei Qian asked, Master, what's wrong? Qin Pingon stood up and said, There might be trouble. After thinking for a while, Qin Pingon smiled. It's okay. I'll leave after drinking. 30 miles away from Jinhuang Prefecture, there were beautiful mountains and clear waters. The stream gurgled and there was a pavilion by the river. There was a group of armored elite soldiers sitting on the side of the road. They were gambling for fun, but their voices were not loud. This was because there was a cultivator sitting cross-legged in the pavilion with a horsetail whisk in his hand. A young general leaned against the wall of the pavilion with his arms around his chest. He closed his eyes and held his breath in concentration. Qin Pingon asked Pei Qian and the rest to stop and walked forward alone. There were 2 people inside and outside the pavilion, a sea-viewing cultivator and a 5th realm martial artist. The young general opened his eyes and said indifferently, If you are going to Jinhuang Prefecture you can go back. Now the mountains and rivers here are sealed. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked in a direction. In the deep green pool of the stream, a pale face appeared. Her hair spread out like water plants. It was a young girl wearing a pomegranate dress. Then she sat on a rock on the opposite bank. However, the embroidered shoes on her feet were still submerged in the stream. She seemed to be arguing with the young general on purpose. She smiled and said, "Sealed the mountain? How come our Jinhuang prefecture doesn't know about it? If you want to be a guest, I can lead the way." The old immortal in the pavilion snorted and waved his horsetail whisk. The stream outside the pavilion seemed to be blocked by a dam. The water level kept rising and no more water flowed into the small pool. The female ghost did not seem to mind. However, she was shorter and her legs were submerged in the water more. She seemed to remember something and said to the man in green, "Don't worry about going back the way you came. Some people will make things difficult for you. Our Jinhuang prefecture has a road that leads to Pine Needle Lake. The scenery is beautiful. If you want to go ashore, you don't have to worry about whether the ferry will be stolen by thieves. The lake monarch of Pine Needle Lake is the wife of our Jinhuang prefecture's husband." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." The old immortal who used the water spell to intercept the stream finally opened his eyes and sneered, "Little water ghost talking nonsense. Are you tired of living?" The young general seemed to have changed his mind. He waved his hand and signaled the armored soldiers to let them pass. He said to the man in green, "You'd better not stay in Jinhuang prefecture for too long. It's not a joke that the immortals will suffer when the immortals fight. As for touring Pine Needle Lake, you can do as you like." Qin Pingon cupped his hands and thanked him. The young general nodded. Qin Pingon walked on the path by the stream. The female ghost from Jinhuang prefecture walked on the water surface with her skirt in one hand. At the pavilion, the old sea-viewing cultivator named Guilwan walked to the door and sneered, "General Lu, you're easy to talk to. You let us pass just like that." The young man was called Lu Hui. He was only in his 20s and was already a 5th-grade general. Most importantly, he had the temporary identity of the Five Mountains and Rivers Patrol Officer of the Northern Jin Prefecture. In other words, in the Northern Mountain and Rivers of the Northern Jin Prefecture, he could command all the mountain and rivers deities below the Mountain Lord. Every province, county, city god, civil and military temple was under his control. Lu Hui came from a large family in the Northern Jin Prefecture. However, he became a general by virtue of his military achievements. The reason was simple. His family had been destroyed in the catastrophe that destroyed a continent. In addition, it was rumored that the young man and the new emperor of Northern Jin met in times of trouble. There were also rumors that His Majesty's younger sister, who had married into another country, actually had a story with this young general. The young general looked indifferent. "If we're not careful, we'll fall out with the Great Quan dynasty. If we fight, Immortal Guo might be easier to talk to than me." The old cultivator's face turned gloomy. He snorted and returned to the pavilion to continue cultivating. The Jinhuang prefecture's mountain and rivers register had already been moved to the Great Quan dynasty. However, Jinhuang prefecture was located in the undisputed territory of Northern Jin prefecture. Therefore, if they didn't move, they would lose their status. Even if they quarreled with the sages of the Dafu Academy, the Great Quan dynasty and Jinhuang prefecture would still be in the wrong. Currently, the more delicate matter was still the Pine Needle Lake, which had a surface of 800 miles. The ownership and division of this large lake were indeed debatable. The Emperor of Northern Jin's intention was clear. Jinhuang prefecture had to move north. It would be best if they could take over the entire Pine Needle Lake. If the Great Quan dynasty bullied them, they would go to the academy to find the sages. The bottom line for Northern Jin was to divide the Pine Needle Lake into two. The Lake Lord water residents would only occupy a quarter of the lake. In fact, the two countries had been arguing about this for several years. The Great Quan dynasty and the imperial court were extremely tough, especially some young and strong officials and generals at the border. They were already clamoring for the Northern Jin dynasty to hear the sound of horse hooves. In the stream, the female ghost turned to look at the shore and smiled. "You look unfamiliar." Qin Pingon smiled. "It's normal for you to find me unfamiliar. About 20 years ago, I passed by the Jinhuang prefecture and happened to see His Excellency's wedding procession. Later on, I was fortunate enough to meet His Excellency. Back then, I didn't get to drink a cup of orchid wine. Now that I'm passing by your place, I want to make up for it. The female ghost was taken aback and immediately became suspicious. Back then she was in the wedding procession of the mountain god. How could she not remember seeing this person? Qin Pingon actually recognized her at first glance. He smiled. Do you remember that there was a charcoal girl who accidentally violated the taboo of the mountains? Not only did you not care about it, but later on when the mountain god's wife returned to the Jinhuang prefecture, you were holding a lantern. After getting the permission of the old nanny, you even invited me to the wedding banquet. However, I was in a hurry and missed His Excellency's wedding banquet. Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick and smiled knowingly. The female ghost suddenly smiled. It's you. Back then you were still a young master. No wonder I didn't recognize you. Not everyone could meet the mountain god's wedding procession. Either he was sick with too little yang qi or he was a cultivator who had left the mountain to cultivate. The female ghost sighed faintly in her heart. The man in front of her was most likely not an expert from the mountain. Otherwise, his appearance would have changed so much in just 20 years that she couldn't recognize him at all. Currently, the Jinhuang prefecture and the Pine Needle Lake Lord's prefecture were a family. The lord of the prefecture and his wife were more like a Taoist couple than the cultivator on the mountain. However, the two prefectures were still in troubled times. Otherwise, there wouldn't be people at Xingting who said that the mountains and rivers were sealed. An old immortal at the sea-viewing realm was indeed extraordinary. However, under normal circumstances he wouldn't dare to go against the Jinhuang prefecture and the Lake Lord's prefecture. In the end it was better to lean against a big tree. His master and his wife were like that, and so was that old immortal. The problem was that his Jinhuang prefecture wasn't in the Great Quan dynasty, but in the northern Jin country. The female ghost reached out and touched her sleeve. Between her fingers she pinched a black carp that was about an inch long. She gently breathed out at the small black carp and gave it a finishing touch. Then she whispered a few words in her heart and threw it lightly. The fish swam into the water and disappeared with a wave of its tail. The black carp quickly rushed to the Jinhuang prefecture's gatehouse. The mountain spirit elder didn't dare to delay and immediately reported the news. A man wearing a golden robe was the #1 mountain god in the northern Jin dynasty under the Five Mountains Lord, the lord of the Jinhuang prefecture, Xianxia. After he received the black carp's secret letter, he immediately used a messenger flying sword given by the Great Quan dynasty to send a message to his wife, Lu Yorong, who was in charge of the Lake Lord's prefecture. If it wasn't for that passerby, a talisman and a sword would have intercepted and killed the Pine Needle Lake's perverted water god. Otherwise there would be endless trouble. However, Xianxia didn't say much about this inside story except for his wife and a few confidants. Xianxia walked to the gate today and patiently waited for the young immortal master, who had helped the Jinhuang prefecture. A lord of the prefecture revealed a rare joyful expression in recent years. On the way to the Jinhuang prefecture, Pei Qian suddenly called out "Master" while holding the mountain traveling staff. Qin Pingon turned his head. What's wrong? Pei Qian grinned and didn't say anything. 6.5 Sword Cultivators. Bai Xian and Nalan Yufan were both sword cultivators of the cave state. According to the rules of the mountain, the two children could be called Little Sword Celestials if they became sword cultivators of the middle 5 states at such a young age. To put it simply, if the old deity of the viewing sea state who held a horsetail whisk in the pavilion really wanted to fight, Bai Xian and Nalan Yufan only needed to join forces and each of them could defeat him with a flying sword. Xianxia smiled and said, I have asked the mansion to prepare food. It's all some wild game on the mountain and fresh fish from the Pine Needle Lake. In half an hour at most we can drink orchid wine with Master Chow. This His Excellency naturally racked his brains. He could never imagine that this group of guests had already made Jinhuang Fu full of sword cultivators. Qin Pingon suddenly stood up and said, My Excellency, please take me around. Xianxia was a little surprised but still followed the guest's wishes. She nodded and smiled, It's my pleasure. Pei Qian stood up from the chair and said, Master, I'll look after them. Qin Pingon reminded her in the mind, Remember to use your real name in Jinhuang Fu. Don't use Xing Qian. Pei Qian nodded. When Master Chow and the golden-robed His Excellency left the hall, Nalan Yufan jumped up and turned around. She touched the Ganoderma pattern on the back of the chair and said, "Sister Pei, what kind of wood is this chair made of? It looks expensive." Pei Qian returned to her seat and smiled. "I don't know, but it's definitely expensive. Remember not to touch the bottles and jars. They're all hundreds of years old. They're even more valuable." Nalan Yufan smiled and said, "If you accidentally break them, you can take Xiaoyan as compensation. You can stay here as a maid." Yao Xiaoyan sat obediently on the chair and said pitifully, "Sister Yufan, don't scare me." Yigu was the tallest of the 9-sword immortal embryos. He crossed his legs and swayed. "So Mountain God Fu is just like this. It's not even as good as Yunxian Peak and Huang Heji." Wuxia, who was slightly cross-eyed, slid his body and leaned against the chair. He exhaled deeply and said, "Comfortable. I'll make a few chairs like this in the future." Bai Xian was just about to take off his boots and sit cross-legged on the chair. Pei Qian said, "Sit properly." Bai Xian rolled his eyes but still dismissed the idea. Even though Sister Pei's talent was average, she was Master Chao's first disciple. Pei Qian explained patiently, "There are many taboos in the water. When you're outside you have to remember to do as the Romans do. We're guests so we can't do as we please." Bai Xian leaned on the chair and sighed, "There are so many rules. So annoying." Pei Qian placed the walking stick on her knees and ignored Bai Xian's complaints. She closed her eyes to rest. Pei Qian really didn't think Bai Xian was that annoying. Whenever she thought back to her first trip, Pei Qian would feel that Bai Xian was already very quiet and sensible. However, no matter how annoying he was, it was no reason for Bai Xian to be left out of a certain book. Based on the current situation, before they returned to Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian would probably change a new book for Master Bai. However, Pei Qian was more curious about one thing. Why did her master and little senior purposely let Bai Xian misunderstand one thing and not point it out? Bai Xian seemed to have accepted his fate. Even though he had reached the cave-dwelling realm, Bai Xian seemed to be certain that he would be the one with the lowest potential in the future. The child trained with the sword and could endure hardships, but he didn't have high aspirations. However, according to her master and the White Goose's description of the 9 children's natal flying swords and Bai Xian's talent, Pei Qian didn't dare to say that Bai Xian would have the highest potential in the future, but he definitely wouldn't be low. In fact, Bai Xian had already vaguely become the leader of the 9 children. This kind of aura, from Pei Qian's perspective, was very important on the path of cultivation. Just like when her master brought Sister Bao Ping, Li Huai and the rest to study at the Great Sui Kingdom's academy, her master was the one who naturally became everyone's protector. It was something that others would see as natural. If her master, Pei Qian and little senior were not by her side, Bai Xian would immediately stand out. He would definitely be the one who would make the final decision in the chaotic situation. Pei Qian hesitated and used telepathy to speak only to Bai Xian. "Bai Xian, when you become successful with the sword, what do you want to do the most?" Bai Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye and realized that Sister Pei was talking to him alone. He continued to lie down and languid and answered telepathically, "I don't want to do anything. The only thing I want now is to meet that person of the same age as me from White Dragon Cave. If he happens to be alone at night, I'll stab him half to death and run away. I'll teach him a lesson to come and go without a trace, to do good deeds without leaving a name." Pei Qian didn't want to continue talking. It was hard to talk to him. Perhaps this was also why her master didn't like to talk when she first took care of her. Pei Qian turned around and glanced at the 5 children. Yigu and Yuxiahui hit it off the most. They were whispering in each other's ears, saying that the female ghost sister in the pomegranate dress was quite pretty and wasn't scary at all. She was indeed prettier than Sister Pei. Nalan Yuji was staring blankly at several precious calligraphy and paintings in the lobby of Jinhuang Mansion. Yao Xiaoyan was diligently nurturing her flying swords. Having 3 flying swords that were different from ordinary people always made Yao Xiaoyan a little flustered and a little annoyed. Most importantly, Yao Xiaoyan felt that she was too stupid and timid. She had too many flying swords and they were useless. Therefore, the young lady was worried that as she walked on the path of cultivation, she would become the most useless and annoying burden. Pei Qian whispered to Yao Xiaoyan, "Xiaoyan, when you're resting you don't have to train so hard. Otherwise you'll be very tired for the rest of your life. Listen to Sister Pei. In the future when you're focused, focus on training. You can never be too focused. When you're relaxed, relax and play. Don't be afraid of others saying that you're slacking off." Yao Xiaoyan heard this and immediately gathered her thoughts. She blushed slightly and quickly nodded lightly to Sister Pei. After Pei Qian finished speaking, he laughed involuntarily. He was a little self-deprecating. Was it because he had taken in Ah Man as an unofficial disciple that he actually knew how to reason with others? He wondered if the little mute Ah Man would be able to get along with this bunch of children in the future. When Pei Qian thought of this matter, he was a little worried. After all, Ah Man's identity was there. He was born as a mountain spirit, and these sword immortal embryos came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It should be very difficult for them to get along. Forget it, there was no need to think too much. Anyway, Master was here. Bai Xian's natal flying sword was cloud travel. Once it was used, the flying sword was extremely fast. Moreover, it took the brutal path of exchanging injuries and even lives. Q-sword was like a chessboard. Bai Xian was extremely unreasonable. At the same time, it was very immortal. Nalan Yuji was the only sword immortal embryos among the 9 children who had 2 flying swords. One was Apricot Flower Sky, and the other was Flower Lantern. Yao Xiaoyan was the only sword immortal of the lower 5 realms who had 3 flying swords: Spring Shirt, Spider Web, and Rainbow Dress. The natal powers of these 3 flying swords were extremely similar. They did not focus on offense but were good at defense. Could be seen as a little girl wearing 3 magic treasure robes at the same time. Naturally, they could naturally nourish the body and the soul of the sword immortal. Logically speaking, Yao Xiaoyan was blessed by the heavens and should have broken through the realms the fastest. However, Yao Xiaoyan's personality was relatively soft. On the path of cultivation, she was held back by her acquired temperament. Higu's flying sword was Flying Peak. Wuxia's flying sword was Shattering Token. Especially Bai Xian's natal flying sword. It was actually the most suitable for catching and killing. Could even be said that it was the best natal flying sword for sword immortals in Q-sword. This was also why Bai Xian had the catchphrases of, "Please don't be left alone," and "If you have the ability to fight me one-on-one." However, ever since he entered Uzizi to practice swordsmanship until now, he was in Jin Huang Mansion in Tongyi State. Bai Xian had always thought that his talent in swordsmanship was the worst among the 9 children. It was very likely that he would be the one with the lowest achievements in the future because of his flying sword. It was not that the hidden official who had been in the Summer Palace for many years was purposely targeting a child like Bai Xian who did not even have the chance to enter the battlefield. It was just that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a battlefield. Once a sword immortal was placed in a battlefield with enemies on all sides, even if Bai Xian succeeded in one strike, he would most likely need to retreat from the battlefield immediately. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the battle was intense. The number of sword immortals and demons attacking the city was too great. Bai Xian's natal flying sword was destined to be extremely unsuitable for leaving the city to fight. It could even be said that Bai Xian was born to be unsuitable for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the former Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, in the child's hometown, the ranking of Bai Xian's flying sword was only C, according to the selection rules of the Summer Palace in the past. Moreover, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Bai Xian possessed such a flying sword. Could it really allow this child to ascend to the Aurus Core stage or even the Nascent Soul stage? Perhaps after a great battle or at most a few great battles, his flying sword would have been destroyed. He would not even be able to become a sword immortal. In fact, the children who were brought back to the vast world by sword immortals from other places were all excellent potential sword immortals. For example, the 2 sword immortal potential sword immortals, Zhou Xian and Chaomu, were brought back by the Snow Continent's sword immortal Xianxia. Zhou Xian's Thunder Lake was rated as B mid-grade by the Summer Palace. As for Chaomu's 2 flying swords, Waterfall and Rainbow, they were rated as B low and C high respectively. Other than sword immortal Wu Qingpei's Sweet Dew, there were only a handful of A-grade flying swords. In fact, B-grade and C-grade flying swords were considered excellent in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was not only Zhu Xing and Chaomu who followed Xianxia. There were also Qin Li and Gao Yuqing who were brought away by Li Kai. All the sword immortal potential sword immortals who left their hometowns earlier than Bai Xian, and the rest had B-grade and C-grade flying swords. Therefore, when Bai Xian came to the vast world from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as long as Bai Xian could reach the Aurus Core stage step by step after arriving at Luopa Mountain, he would be able to steadily increase the ranking of his flying sword. Bai Xian would be a sword immortal with great potential and killing power. Pei Qian looked forward to these children's cultivation at Luopa Mountain. Xianxia brought Qin Pingon to stroll around Jinhuang Manor. They passed by an ancient thatched pavilion. The surroundings were lush with lush green clouds and pine trees. As they chatted along the way, Qin Pingon went straight to the point. "Prefect Lord, our visit today is a little untimely." Xianxia did not hide anything and said frankly, "Immortal Master Chao, to be honest, my Jinhuang Manor is not a suitable place to receive guests. I believe you have already noticed when you passed by the pavilion. After we drink, I'll get someone to bring you on a boat tour of Pine Needle Lake. It's my duty, so it's inconvenient for me to divulge any insider information. I originally wanted to drink some wine first before saying such unpleasant words to my benefactor." Qin Pingon nodded and said with a smile, "All right. It's better to be of no help than to be a hindrance." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. That was for the best. Jinhuang Manor had no reason to involve this benefactor of theirs in the treacherous situation of the two countries. It was enough for them to drink and part on good terms. She believed that they would have another chance to drink and reminisce in the future. Qin Pingon and Xianxia entered the thatched pavilion and sat down. Qin Pingon asked, "What about the body of old General Yao?" Xianxia sighed. This was not a secret at all. Everyone knew about it. There was no taboo. Before I left Mirage City, I paid a special visit to old General Yao. At that time, old General Yao was already unable to get out of bed. He must have been holding on even harder these years. Qin Pingon added, "If I remember correctly, Xiaomu Nunnery is the #1 immortal in Great Spring. Immortal Master Su is not only good at thunder, but also a medical expert who is proficient in alchemy. The elixirs he refines seem to be able to prolong one's life. In fact, Immortal Master Su Tong of Xiaomu Nunnery had already died under the sword of Sui Yoxin. However, with the status of the Great Spring Dynasty in Tongya Continent and the identity of the Yao family, no matter who the female emperor of Great Spring asked for medicine, she would not be refused. The location of the Alliance of Peach Leaves was only a few steps away from Mirage City at the Peach Leaves Ferry. Xianxia shook her head and said, "Immortal Master Chao, you don't know that Xiaomu Nunnery is already a thing of the past in Great Spring. This immortal mansion has been passed down from generation to generation. In the early years, the previous owner, Su Tong, suddenly went into seclusion and gave the position to his son. Later, when the disaster came, Xiaomu Nunnery secretly colluded with the beasts of the monster clan and almost opened the great city protecting array for the cultivators of Xiaomu Nunnery. Therefore, the elixirs of Xiaomu Nunnery have been lost for a long time. It's not worth mentioning that the elixirs of Xiaomu Nunnery have been lost. Over the years, for the sake of old General Yao, His Majesty has asked everywhere for medicine. Not to mention the Golden Peak Temple, His Majesty even sent people to the Divine Seal Peak of the Jade sect to ask for a rare elixir from Sect Master Wei. It is said that His Majesty has even sent people to cross continents to find old Immortal Lu of the Green Tiger Palace in the Baopian continent. Xianxia saw that Chao Emo looked calm. She most likely heard about the Yao family's border cavalry when she was traveling north in Tongya continent. Xianxia was most grateful to the Yao family for the reason that Jinhuang Mansion could rise again, so she couldn't help but say a few more words. She sincerely sighed and said, "Immortal Master Chao should also understand that whether it is an ordinary person or a pure martial artist, the so-called elixirs of Immortal Mansion have limited effects and are inevitably harmful. Usually, medicinal cuisine used to strengthen one's foundation is fine, but when it comes to treating a disease and saving a life, if you are not careful, you will end up treating the symptoms and damaging the root. Therefore, for old General Yao's health, let me put it bluntly, his time is up and he is about to pass away." However, old General Yao was able to endure to this age close to 100 years old. Now that the Great Quan dynasty is flourishing, it will definitely rise to become one of the strongest dynasties in Tongya continent. Old General Yao can be considered to have died of old age, so I don't think he will have too many regrets. In fact, for a god of mountains and rivers who had lived for a long time and established a mansion, she was already used to seeing life and death in the mortal world. If it wasn't for her affection for the Yao family of the Great Quan dynasty, Xianxia wouldn't be so sad. Qin Pingon clenched his fists on his knees and gently released them. He nodded and asked, looking at the Northern Jin dynasty's posture of first erecting a monument and then blocking the road, "Are they determined to urge His Excellency to move north?" What is your great spring emperor's intention? Won't it be too difficult for His Excellency? As long as the Jin Huang residence was moved north, Xianxia wouldn't be in a difficult position. What was really difficult was that the Great Quan Imperial Court was determined to let the Jin Huang residence stay where it was. Xianxia sighed in her heart and said vaguely, regardless of what the emperor decides, it is the duty of us gods of mountains and rivers to be loyal to the emperor. We just have to do it. Qin Pingon said, it is reasonable for the Great Quan dynasty and the Northern Jin dynasty to split the Pine Needle Lake in half. Xianxia looked helpless. It would be great if both sides discussed it this way. The Northern Jin dynasty was weak and wasn't willing to give in. They insisted on moving the entire Jin Huang residence to the north of the old border of the Great Quan dynasty. As for the stronger Great Quan dynasty, they wouldn't be so easy to talk to. From the Duke Xin's residence in the capital to the generals of the Great Quan border army, everyone in the imperial court was extremely determined on this matter. Especially Sir Shao, who was in charge of this matter, felt that moving the Jin Huang residence to the north was already a big concession and giving the Northern Jin dynasty a lot of face by keeping it on a mountain at the south end of the Pine Needle Lake. Xianxia went to the Pine Needle Lake secretly a few times to accompany them to the border discussions. From what Sir Shao said, it seemed that as long as the Northern Jin dynasty was greedy and dared to push their luck, they wouldn't even have to move the Jin Huang residence, let alone part of the Pine Needle Lake. Or they could just move it to the south. The Northern Jin dynasty was originally weaker than the Great Quan dynasty. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been suppressed by the Yao family's troops. The current Northern Jin dynasty was even weaker. It was an empty shell that was pieced together. Even the 6 yamen where the country's core was located were old. They were all very old and couldn't see clearly. They couldn't even walk steadily. The younger ones were even younger, but they were promoted quickly. If the imperial court in the capital was like this, then there was no need to talk about the big and small armies. There were all kinds of people and local officials everywhere. In the beginning, Xianxia of the Jin Huang residence was naturally overjoyed when his wife was promoted to the position of the water god of the Pine Needle Lake. She built a golden body, built a temple, and became the ruler of a lake. Now it made Xianxia very worried. Indeed, she had underestimated the emperor's means of controlling people. However, it wasn't appropriate to say more about these inside stories. It didn't conform to the rules of officialdom, and there was also the suspicion of taking advantage of others. Since the Great Quan dynasty treated the Jin Huang residents so well, Xianxia had no reason to shirk away no matter what decision the emperor made. Therefore, Xianxia smiled and shook her head. I won't talk about this with my benefactor. His Excellency was still worried about implicating Chao Mo. If it was only the kind of dispute between the great Tao and the water god of the Pine Needle Lake and did not involve the imperial court and border situation of the two countries, Xianxia felt that she and this sword immortal Chao were like-minded. She really didn't mind him lending a helping hand to the Jin Huang residents. After all, if they won, they would drink and celebrate. Xianxia believed that there would be a time when the Jin Huang residents would repay the favor. Even if they lost, it wouldn't make a young sword immortal stagnate and sink into the mud. After all, this young man was the most difficult swordsman to deal with on the mountain. When seeking revenge, there was rarely any overnight feud. It was not a boast that a swordsman could break all rules with one sword. Even if he couldn't kill with one sword after 2 or 3 sword strikes, he would immediately escape with his sword and come back again. How could he guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Was it possible for an immortal sect to seal off the mountain? Not to mention the disciples going down the mountain to travel? However, if a Qi cultivator wanted to seek revenge with a swordsman, it would be very troublesome. Swordsmen rarely cultivated in the mountains. Every mountain had a deep background, and there were even more sword immortal ancestors. Qin Pingon said apologetically, I didn't go down the mountain for much experience. At most, I know the rules of the mountains. I don't know the rules of the officialdom. I shouldn't have asked. Xianxia stood up and smiled. Don't think too much. Let's drink. There's nothing in the world that can't be settled with a pot of orchid wine. Immortal Chao, drink as many pots as you can. If you can't finish 3 pots, bring a few more along for the journey. However, I think Immortal Chao doesn't look like someone who doesn't know how to drink. It's just 3 pots. It's nothing. His Excellency Jin Huang didn't know that he had met a well-deserved senior expert when it came to persuading him to drink. However, Qin Pingon suddenly said, My Excellency, I might have to leave the wine for now. I have something urgent to attend to and need to travel for 2 or 3 days. It's hard to say how long it will take. I'll rush back to Jinhuang Mansion as soon as possible. Zheng Su was stunned and didn't think too much about it. However, she wasn't sure if the children brought by Chao Mo should stay in the mansion or go to Pine Needle Lake. Of course, the latter was more appropriate and stable. However, if she did so, she would be suspected of driving them away. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "My disciple Pei Qian and a few other children can stay in the mansion. I'll try to come back as soon as possible." Zheng Su nodded in agreement. Even though it was the border between Daquan and North Jin Kingdom and there were undercurrents, the Jinhuang Mountain Mansion and the Songzhen Water Mansion were connected by mountains and rivers. There were also 2 hidden Daquan consecrators. Even if something happened, they would be able to protect a group of foreign children. After all, regardless of the disparity in power between Daquan and North Jin, they had to firmly adhere to the principle of righteousness. Otherwise, they would lose reason with the Academy of Fu. As long as they lost the support of the Academy, everything would be over. Qin Pingon walked out of the thatched pavilion and bid farewell to Zheng Su. He tiptoed and his figure rose from the ground. In a flash, he disappeared silently. Zheng Su was shocked. She was the Excellency of Earth Mountain. Not to mention the nearby ripples of spiritual qi. Even the flow of qi of mountains and rivers within 100 miles was under her control. Chao Mo's departure wasn't caused by an earth immortal. If it weren't for the dust floating on the ground outside the pavilion, Zheng Su would have mistaken it for the art of concealment of a great cultivator in the upper 5 states. Qin Pingon went to the ferry first. Cui Dongshan shook his head. The answer was simple no. Although he knew the answer, Qin Pingon still felt a little sad. Indeed, when cultivating, one had to be careful and think of what if at the same time. After asking Cui Dongshan to take care of Jinhuang Mansion, Qin Pingon stomped on the ground and left the ferry in an instant. He rode the wind and traveled to Mirage City of Great Spring alone. He was as fast as lightning, but he still concealed his astonishing aura that was supposed to be like a rainbow. Since it was the master's order, Cui Dongshan sat on the railing obediently and stared at Jinhuang Mansion and the Pine Needle Lake in the immortal's vision. Cui Dongshan took out a folding fan and looked down at the earth. He casually performed the qi observation spell. In his eyes, although it was daytime in the human world, lanterns of different sizes lit up as if they had received an edict. Some of them were swaying and were extremely blurry. Some of them were as small as mustard seeds and seemed to be extinguished by the mountain wind. Some of them were condensed and were as big as a fist. For example, the young military general of the Northern Jin Kingdom at the pavilion was unexpectedly a son of a general with martial arts fate. He also had a lot of entanglements with the Northern Jin Kingdom's emperor and the emperor of the kingdom. Therefore, as long as he didn't meet with any unexpected mishaps, he was destined to be a minister who supported the emperor of the Northern Jin Kingdom. The so-called accident was like a flood dragon entering the pond and setting off huge waves. Instead of avoiding it, it would be difficult for him to survive if he bumped into it head-on. However, judging from the young man's behavior when he met his master and senior sister, he didn't seem like a short-lived person who would die young because he cherished his fortune. On the contrary, the old immortal of the viewing sea state in the pavilion was more like a person who walked too freely and didn't want to live too long. As for His Excellency Jin Huang, who was like a golden lantern in Cui Dongshan's eyes, it was because of the golden body deity position, and the mountain deity had moved the landscape register to the Great Spring Mirage City. Therefore, he was connected to the Great Spring Kingdom's emperor. Cui Dongshan's eyes lit up. He jumped up and stood on the railing shakily. He slowly walked to the bow of the ship and squinted his eyes to look. His line of sight moved from the Jinhuang Mansion to the Pine Needle Lake and then to the border between the 2 kingdoms. Finally, it stopped at a place. Oh, what a strong dragon qi. No wonder he felt something was wrong before. There was actually a cultivator of the Jade Roar realm helping to cover it up. Nowadays, in the Tongyi continent, cultivators of the upper 5 realms were rarely seen. Most of them were little bastards of the Earth Immortal realm stirring up trouble. Could it be that the Great Spring Queen was patrolling the border? As expected, the communication between the Jinhuang Mansion and the Pine Needle Lake by flying sword was not reasonable. They should not have let a cultivator of the Jindan talisman to reply on behalf of them. It turned out that the water deity had left the territory under the order to secretly meet the emperor. As for intercepting the flying sword and peeking at the secret letter, there was no such thing. Cui Dongshan withdrew his line of sight and moved to the south because there was a group of carriages coming from afar. There was a sword cultivator of the Jindan realm in the carriage. There was also an official in the nearby carriage. There was no doubt that he came from the yamen of the Ministry of Rites of the North Jin Kingdom. If he was not a talented and outstanding scholar, he should be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites. If his official rank was too high, it would make the emperor of the North Jin Kingdom look weak. If his official rank was too low, it would be a slap to the face of the Great Spring Imperial Court. Therefore, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, who was in charge of the landscape register of the country, came to discuss the relocation of the Jin Huang Mansion and the Pine Needle Mansion. However, the North Jin Kingdom did not expect the Great Spring Imperial Court to be so determined that even the emperor had personally come to the border of the two countries. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would be at a disadvantage. Cui Dongshan gently waved his fan with a playful expression. It seemed that teacher and senior sister had met the Great Spring Queen in the past and had a good relationship. Moreover, Cui Dongshan knew from chatting with Xiaomi that in Pei Qian's eyes, Sister Yao is very generous to me. However, Pei Qian's words had to be at least 20% off. After all, Pei Qian had accidentally mentioned it to a fairy sister from the North Continent named Sui Jingqing when they were hanging out together when he was a child. If there were no exceptions after Pei Qian received Sui Jingqing's gift, he would definitely add a sentence at the end something like, "That Miss Yao is generous and she's really pretty, but she's not as pretty as Sister Sui. I swear to God." It was not difficult to guess. The truth must be more or less like that. That was why eldest senior sister who hadn't grown up yet was so quick-witted. It was like a swoosh, a random jump. What else could she do? After landing she grew up. At the Jin Huang residence, the banquet was still as usual. Pei Qian did not say anything about his teacher's sudden departure. He brought a group of children to eat and drink. He could only try his best to make Bai Xian and Higu eat better. Xianxia asked the young lady named Pei Qian if she knew how to drink. Pei Qian acted as if she was facing a great enemy and quickly said that she did not know how to drink and had never drunk wine before. Xianxia did not know how to persuade a young lady to drink. She could only drink alone and drink a few cups of orchid wine. When Pei Qian suddenly lowered her head and picked up a dish with her chopsticks, she frowned. Xianxia also looked a little unhappy. It wasn't because the children at the table were making a ruckus. In fact, it was very quiet. It was because Xianxia noticed that there was a group of uninvited guests outside Jin Huang Manor. Xianxia didn't expect them to come, but she didn't expect them to come so quickly. The key was that there was an earth immortal from the North Jin Kingdom. Although he did not show up in the carriage, his sword aura was strong and aggressive. It was obvious that he was going to attack the Jin Huang residence if there was a disagreement. Xianxia was distracted by the commotion outside the residence, so she did not notice that the two children named Bai Xian and Nalan Yuji were the first to look at each other. Then all the children stopped eating. Pei Qian telepathically said to all the children, "Eat." Only then did the 5 sword immortal embryos continue eating. Bai Xian asked telepathically, "Sister Pei, someone is here to cause trouble. We can't eat a meal for free, can we?" Pei Qian laughed. "That is a golden core sword immortal. Even if you all come together, you are not enough." Bai Xian was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Here a golden core sword immortal is so arrogant. Who are you trying to scare?" In Master Chao's wine shop, not to mention golden core and nascent soul, even sword immortals of the upper 5 realms would not have a seat if they were late. Who doesn't squat by the roadside and drink? If they want to eat an extra dish of pickled vegetables, they would have to beg the shop assistant for a long time. They might not even get it. Pei Qian was speechless. She could not say that in some continents in the vast world, a golden core sword immortal was a sword immortal, right? In Bai Xian's hometown, it seemed that in addition to the Ascendant Realm and Immortal Realm, even the Jade Realm sword immortals were called sword immortals on the road. Pei Qian looked at these children with gentle eyes and telepathically said to them again, "Eat. You can eat in peace and don't worry about anything. The master is not here but the disciple is. I can also take care of you children who are away from home." 757. How young they were. How young they were. How young they were. The sloppy man Yao Xianji. The woman with the sword Yao Lingji. When they first met, one was still a young man with a bright smile, and the other was still a young girl with a sharp aura. Yao Xianji seemed a little shy. Her lips moved slightly, but she couldn't say anything suitable. She didn't want to say anything polite, but she didn't know where to start. In the end, she just kept silent. Yao Lingji was the daughter of Hu town in Zhejiang. She was more straightforward. It seemed that even after so many years of training, she still couldn't erase the edges of her personality. She looked at the man and nodded with a smile. Young Master Qin, it's indeed been a long time. Qin Pingon asked, can you bring me to see old General Yao? Yao Xianji nodded. Yao Lingji noticed that the surroundings of the Yao residence were strange. It seemed that Qin Pingon's arrival had caused a lot of commotion. It was normal. The Yao residence was no longer the minister residence of the past. The emperor wasn't in Mirage City now, and someone had barged in. Qin Pingon said apologetically, I came in a hurry, so I'll probably need your help to explain. Just say that someone is visiting the Yao residence and tell Mirage City not to be nervous. As for who I am, there's no need to say. Yao Lingji didn't hesitate and went to do it personally. She let her brother Yao Xianji bring Qin Pingon to visit their grandfather. Yao Xianji walked with a limp and there was an empty sleeve. The man wanted to hide it, but it was futile. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, you seem to be quarreling with your sister just now? What were you quarreling about? Yao Xianji said softly, the older my sister gets, the more long-winded she gets. She always wants me to find a wife. She's addicted to being a matchmaker and talking nonsense. It's not like she doesn't know what kind of person I am now. Even if a girl agrees to this marriage, what is she after? I'm not stupid. It can't be that she wants me to be young, promising and handsome, right? Mr. Qin, don't you think so? Qin Pingon nodded. It's normal. It's normal to persuade and annoy. That is, unless you meet a girl you like one day and then marry her. Before that, you should just stay put. There's no solution. Yao Xianji smiled. Mr. Qin, I look much older than you now. Qin Pingon lightly slapped Yao Xianji's head. Apart from looking old, he's also famous and has quite a temper. He can even fight with the White Dragon Cave's register master in the downtown area. Yao Xianji laughed after being slapped. To the current Duke Yao, laughing without drinking was a very rare thing. In a secluded courtyard, there were two painted door gods as tall as a person pasted on the courtyard door. They had already revealed their golden bodies and were guarding the door. This is not an ordinary divinity show. The two golden-bodied door gods in front of them carry the luck of the civil and military officials of the Great Spring country. This can be regarded as the emperor's private gain under the guise of public office. However, this move is reasonable. This is because the person who helped the door gods paint is a country's Qintianjian. He is holding the standard handwriting of the emperor himself. Every stroke is within the rules. Qin Pingon could tell that the person who added the finishing touch to the two door gods was a personal handwriting of a certain academy's headmaster. It was the Confucian sage's advice. Obviously, the Confucian school has a whole new level of respect for the Yao family of the Great Spring country, from the Confucian temple to the Academy of the First Continent. From then on, the two door gods that appeared at the courtyard door would be connected to the Great Spring country's fate. They would be soaked in the incense of the mortal world for hundreds or thousands of years. It was the most common type of painting on the path of Shinto. Previously, Qin Pingon had already sensed the abnormality of this place. He could conclude that the old General Yao Zhen was recuperating here. The reason why he did not directly land here was because it would be too rash. He was worried that his sword chi and fist will had not completely retracted. If he was too aggressive, he would offend the old general's fate. Moreover, Qin Pingon also wanted to calm down his state of mind by the brother and sister's side. The two door gods looked at the green-robed man with rapt attention. Then they cupped their fists and bowed at almost the same time. They looked respectful and took the initiative to make way for Qin Pingon. Yao Xianji was stunned. He thought that he would have to explain a little more before Mr. Qin could pass through the restriction. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and bowed back. He followed Yao Xianji into a room. There was a celestial incense burner on the table in the room. Purple smoke rose and the fragrance was pleasant. An old man with snow-white hair and beard was lying on the sickbed. His breathing was extremely soft. Yao Xianji's movements were extremely gentle. He helped Qin Pingon move a chair to the side of the bed, while he himself sat far away. Before Qin Pingon sat down, he took out several golden talisman from his sleeve and pasted them one by one on the door and window of the room. They were the top-grade talisman recorded in the true alchemy works. One of them was called the Fairy Talisman. It could calm the mind and soul and reduce the influence of the long river of time. However, this talisman consumed a lot of talisman paper. The key point was that refining this talisman consumed a lot of the cultivator's mental strength. In fact, it was far more than drawing the offensive talisman. Other than the Fairy Talisman, there was also an almost lost ox and horse temporary rest talisman on the door. It could not stop the ox and horse from coming to the door, but it could allow the Yin underworld messenger to see the divine talisman from afar and temporarily rest for a while. It was a mysterious and ancient ritual. This kind of custom was destined to not be recorded in the celestial books that were hidden at the top of the word sect. Yin and Yang had different paths and each went their own way. It was the same principle as birds had their own paths and mice had their own paths. If a cultivator did not open the third eye or enter the upper 5 states, it was not strange to meet the city god or the earth god. A cultivator who went down the mountain was like a celestial being who came down to the earth to ask about the land. It was even an unwritten rule in the officialdom. However, it was extremely difficult to meet the Yin underworld messenger who was completely different from the wandering celestial beings. It was almost as difficult as a mortal teacher meeting an otherworldly item. Moreover, if they met by chance, Qi cultivators would not see it as a good thing. According to the obscure records of the Summer Palace, people, regardless of whether they were cultivators or not, and the Fingdu messenger of ghost, were considered to be walking on 2 sides of the long river of time. Both sides had their own Tao of heaven and earth and did not interfere with each other. Therefore Qin Pingon had traveled a lot. Other than Zhong Kue, who had increased his knowledge outside the Burial River Temple, he had not met any other Fingdu messenger of ghost. Moreover, the unconventional meeting was because Qin Pingon was used to the stagnant relationship of the long river of time that he could see the rare appearance of the Fingdu messenger of ghost. Otherwise, even if both sides were close to each other, they would have brushed past each other. After so many years of traveling, Qin Pingon had already used up all the golden talisman papers in his collection, whether he drew talismans or gave them away. These few rare talisman papers used to draw talismans had been temporarily borrowed from Cui Dongshan on the cloud boat ferry earlier. Drawing the crossing of time talisman would wear down a cultivator's mind. Drawing the ox and horse temporary rest talisman would reduce one's merit. These taboos were clearly written on the true alchemy works. Li Shixing had specially written 4 words beside the ox and horse talisman. Use this talisman with caution. Yao Xianji sat on the chair and watched Mr. Qin post the golden talisman papers one by one. Although he was curious, he did not ask. Apart from his curiosity, the man felt at ease for no reason. It seemed that Mr. Qin had finally arrived. Then he, the Prince of Grand Spring who had been reduced to a useless person, could slack off when it came to matters of effort, not to mention the matters at hand. Anyway, he would let Mr. Qin work hard. In the past, Yao Xianji was one of the 3 young Yaos at the border of Grand Spring. He admired the young sword deity who had the demeanor of a grandmaster the most. Back then he had wanted to be apprenticed to Mr. Qin, who was unparalleled in fist techniques. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. At that time he thought that there would be many opportunities in the future, so he was not in a hurry. Even if the time on the mountain had little to do with the weather of the mortal world, they would meet again after 10 years. Unexpectedly, 2 decades had passed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Yao Xianji had no intention of practicing his fist techniques. Yao Xianji was not a Qi cultivator, but he could tell that the golden talisman papers were priceless. Every time the immortal masters who served Grand Spring's imperial court used talisman papers made of such materials for the country, they would look as if their flesh was being cut off. It was to let the imperial court know that they had given their all. After Qin Pingon posted the talisman papers, he quietly walked to the side of the table. He reached out his palm to the incense burner and gently brushed it. He sniffed the fragrance and nodded. It was indeed the work of an expert. The amount of incense was just right. After doing all that, Qin Pingon sat on the chair that was closest to the bed. Other than the fairy talisman and the ox and horse talisman, The other talisman papers were relatively ordinary. They were all used to help old General Yao condense his qi and slightly slow down the process of his mental exhaustion and the decay of his skin. For example, the sweet dew earth connecting talisman was used to quietly nourish the old man's body with a wisp of water and soil qi. It only treated the symptoms but not the root cause. That was the only way. Nowadays for the old people, even for immortals like Cui Dongshan, any kind of mysterious dharma spell or supernatural power would be a huge loss. Yao Xianji did not have any doubts from the beginning to the end. He believed that even if His Majesty the Emperor was here, it would be the same. It was rare for the Yao family to trust an outsider so much. It was true in the past and even more so now. Qin Pingon was the only exception. The man just quietly looked at Mr. Qin, who came a little late. Although no one had heard the reason why his grandfather was so stubborn, the younger generation of the three Yaos, His Majesty the Emperor Yao Jingji, and the martial arts masters Yao Lingji and Yao Xianji all knew the reason. Grandfather hoped that in this life he would be able to see his young benefactor again. Other than that, there was nothing else that his grandfather couldn't let go of. The Daquan Kingdom was preserved and even the Mirage City was intact. Every winter it would snow heavily, and the capital would still be the beautiful scenery of the Glaze Wonderland. In the Tongyi continent where the mountains and rivers were shattered, such a lucky thing was unique in the Daquan Kingdom. After Qin Pingon sat down, he gently rubbed his palms together. Then he reached out and gently held one of the old man's withered palms, rubbing his palms together to warm them up a little. A martial artist who had reached the ultimate level did not need to do such superfluous actions to be able to control the temperature of his hands. However, this was a subconscious action of Qin Pingon. After a while, the old man's eyelids moved, but he did not open them. He said hoarsely, "You're here really? Could it be that Jingji is deliberately fooling me? Who are you?" "It's me, Qin Pingon." Qin Pingon leaned forward, grabbing old General Yao's hand with both hands. He bent down and said softly, "So many years have passed, but I still think about the time when I was walking by the burial river with Grandfather Yao. We met an old farmer who occasionally fished up corpses. The old man said that his son had fished up someone who shouldn't have been fished up, so in a few days his son was gone. The old man finally said, I should have stopped him. I have always wondered whether it was because too much time had passed that the old man was not so sad when he talked about this matter with us outsiders, or whether there was some other reason that persuaded the old man to not be so sad. Or is it that when ordinary people live their lives, some heart-wrenching sad things fall into the pit of the world? When people fall, they have to get up and continue to move forward. When sad things fall, they can't get up. When people get through it, the matter is over." According to the customs of Qin Pingon's hometown, there was no need to avoid talking about life and death when talking to old people who were healthy. The old man murmured, "Sure enough, little Pingon is here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to talk about these old things. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't think about these things." Qin Pingon said softly, "I've made Grandfather Yao wait for a long time. However, to be honest, it wasn't easy for me to come here. Some things come without waiting for me to be prepared. It seems to rush to me without any discussion and I can only endure it. At the same time, some things have to go and I can't stop them no matter how hard I try. I can only endure it and can't say anything to others. If I don't talk about the grievances in my heart, it would be unreasonable to talk about it. Therefore, I want to find an elder to complain about it. I came from Jin Huangfu to see Grandfather Yao. I must listen to a few more words. Back then I was in a hurry to get home. This time I don't have to rush home." The old man tried his best to open his eyes. His vision was blurry, but he could vaguely see a man who was no longer a teenager. He was still wearing a jade hairpin on his head. After coughing a few times, the old man's face actually gained some vigor. "That's right, the true Buddha only talks about ordinary things. He's still the Qin Pingon I know, but he's grown up a lot. When he was young he suffered hardships. Either he yelled with all his might, wishing that everyone in the world could hear him, or he liked to keep everything to himself. I always felt that after a few more days or a few more years, it wouldn't be a problem anymore." Qin Pingon nodded. The old man raised a hand and gently patted the back of the young man's hand. "The Yao family has some difficulties now. It's not about whether the world is good or bad but about the principles. That's what makes it more difficult. For me it's all a knot in my heart. Whether you come or not, whether you can solve the problem or not, it doesn't matter. For example, you can change your path and make Yao Zhen, who is already very old, even more old. You can become a god of mountains and rivers, but you can't do it. Little Ping. Qin Pingon nodded and said, I can understand. The Great Spring was able to support the mountain lord of Jinhuang Prefecture, Xingsu, and the Pine Needle Lake's water deity, Lu Yorong. Xingsu's deity position was second only to the 5 mountains of the Great Spring. Lu Yorong was also a second-class river deity. Her deity position was second only to the buried river deity of the Azure Palace. This was the so-called, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. And this person was, of course, Yao Jinji, the Great Spring's empress. Therefore, it wouldn't be difficult for old General Yao, who had enough merits and won the hearts of the people, to become the mountain lord of the 5 mountains of the Great Spring Yao family, let alone the capital city god. However, in this vast world, it wasn't that there weren't any women who claimed the title of empress, but it could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, the reign of the empress usually didn't last long. In times of chaos, whoever sat on the throne and wore a dragon robe was responsible. To be able to sit on the throne was even more of a skill. But when peace came, how could it be smooth for a woman to ascend the throne? Except for the previous emperor who lost the hearts of the people, the Great Spring Lu family had been established for more than 200 years. In fact, the other emperors of the Great Spring Lu family were all wise emperors. Almost none of them were fatuous. This meant that the Lu family still had the surname of the Great Spring, whether in the palace, on the mountain, in the Jianghu, or among the people. Therefore, old General Yao's choice of whether to become a god of mountains and rivers was actually a choice in the old man's heart, whether to change the surname of the Great Spring Kingdom from Lu to Yao. Obviously, the old man wanted to return the Great Spring to the Lu family. And on this matter, it was very likely that old General Yao Zhen and his granddaughter, the current Empress Yao Jinji, would have some kind of disagreement. It could even be said that old General Yao's thoughts would run counter to the hopes of the entire Yao family, especially the youngest one. Yao Xinji didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. Today her grandfather was very energetic, so much so that he had the strength and spirit to speak a lot. He spoke more than he had in the past 6 months combined. Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and said to Yao Xinji, "Go and call your elder sisters over. Both of them should come." Yao Xinji had a bitter expression. His Majesty the Emperor is not in Mirage City right now. He went to the Yao family's old mansion in the southern border. Qin Pingon froze on the spot. With the help of Qin Pingon, the old man slowly sat up. He even had a smile on his face as he joked. "Is it because I didn't discuss it with you? That's right, this is life." Just sitting up made old General Yao tired. He could only move his fingers slightly as a gesture to signal Qin Pingon not to think too much. The funeral has already been arranged. The children of the Yao family are all used to life and death. Who doesn't need to be too pretentious? There are so many people who die on the battlefield at such a young age. It doesn't make sense that someone who has lived to my age would leave such a big and messy house. If they cry, I'll find it noisy. If I don't cry, I'll seem unfilial. What do you think?" Qin Pingon asked. "What can I do?" Old General Yao smiled. "You don't need to do anything. As long as you don't leave without any news, it will be fine. Even if we are separated by an entire continent, we can still use flying swords to communicate. Don't meddle in the affairs of the Yao family and the Great Spring Kingdom. Do you really think you are our Yao family's son-in-law? What were you doing all those years ago? If you didn't pretend to be a fool back then and were willing to take a step or two, perhaps, forget it." Yao Xinji secretly grinned. If this matter were to be spread out, it would make the court and the commoners question it as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Those private engraved books that could not be stopped despite repeated prohibitions, the endless stream of unofficial histories of the officials, and the erotic books of the palace would probably make even more money. And these books that damaged the foundation of the imperial court and the reputation of the Yao family were often pushed by those scholars who lived in seclusion. Before his sister Yao Jinji had become emperor, these books with unsightly contents had long been popular in the court. After becoming emperor, they could only be said to have been slightly restrained. However, they were still like weeds in the spring breeze. Every time the government banned one, another would pop up. Now there were even many feudal officials and local officials who would secretly keep a few books. However, the emperor could not attend to these matters for the time being. There were many things to attend to in the military in the country, and they all needed to be reorganized. Just the matter of reforming the military system and setting up a total of 86 generals within a country's borders was enough to stir up a storm and cause much criticism. As for the selection of the 24 founding contributions, there was even more resistance. The civil and military officials who had enough military service to be selected had to fight for a place. Those who did not have enough could not help but harbor resentment. They also thought about how the emperor could change the 24 generals to 36 generals. Those who could not even make the 36 generals were not chosen. The civil officials thought about how the court could set up a few more guadukes. The military officials changed their minds and began to pick and choose among the 86 station troops. All of them wanted to be generals on the border with northern Jin and southern Qi. They wanted to have more military power and more soldiers in their hands. There were the 6 generals of who rode in the south, who had the potential to start another war on the border, and the 5 generals of Mahe Road, who were destined to be in charge of water transport. These were all first-class delicious cakes. Furthermore, the emperor seemed to be hesitant about whether or not to use an iron fist to control the unofficial histories. If he was not careful, the new emperor would be unkind and be cursed with a literary prison. Qin Pingon was indeed good at playing dumb. He only said, "I have plans to establish a sect in Tongyi continent. It may be a bit to the north, but in the future, it will be on the same continent as the Yao family of Daquan. We will definitely have frequent contact." The old man was confused. "You've already established a sect? Why not in your hometown Baoping continent? Is it because you can't get along there? That's not right. Since it's already a sect, there is no reason to move to another continent to take root. Could it be that your mountain has enough military service, but unfortunately your relationship with the Song clan is not good?" In the eyes of the old general, the fact that Qin Pingon was able to create an immortal mansion with the word clan at such a young age was already a shocking feat. It was not inferior to his granddaughter's recent success in becoming an emperor. As for the idea of a sect, the old general just took it that he was old and deaf and had misheard. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Grandfather Yao, the location of the sect is Tongyi continent. The mountain in my hometown will be the mountain of the sect. There's no need to move." The old man was in high spirits and his dejection was swept away. He was very pleased, but he pretended to be angry and laughed. "Brat, who would have thought that the older you are, the more arrogant you become? What, are you trying to fool me with this nonsense? Seeing that Jinji is now the emperor, you want to take advantage of her? Back then you looked down on the Yao family's daughter. Now you finally have your eyes on a female emperor? Good, good, good. If that's the case, I won't have to worry about it. Jinji has a high standard. You are one of the few people of the same age who can catch her eye. However, things are different now. Jinji's ambition is much higher than before. She has seen many strange people and earth immortals. I reckon it will be much harder for you to succeed compared to before. That stubborn young consecrator will not let you succeed so easily. Xianxia, what is that person's name?" Xiao Yuan Ran of the Golden Peak Temple. He is one of the earth immortals in Tongyi continent who is most likely to reach the upper 5 realms. Yao Xianxia laughed and replied loudly, "But in my opinion he is not a strong opponent for Mr. Qin." Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on and decided to keep quiet. The old man had indeed spoken a lot today, so he had no choice but to close his eyes and rest. After a long silence, he opened his eyes again and slowly said, "Our Yao family has never been good at dealing with scholars, especially those in the officialdom. They have too many tricks up their sleeves. One person can clearly state the pros and cons of a sentence, but still be able to claim that they are right. That's why it's more difficult to deal with them. If it weren't for Su Qingzhou, a group of martial artists who could carry a saber to court, and old Duke Shen who could help put in a few words, the Yao residence might not be guarded by the guards of the imperial court, but under house arrest." All of the officials and scholars who had lost their reputations and clean reputations in that battle had then luckily survived. Back then they had successfully escaped into the borders of the capital to seek refuge. Now they were unable to enter the core of the imperial court and important positions in the officialdom. These people would naturally oppose the matter of the Yao family taking control of the country. They would want to take the moral high ground and return the family name to the Lu family. It was inappropriate for a woman to rule the country. Qin Pingon said, "Su Qingzhou, Yao Xinji nodded and said, I know that he has a deep grudge against Mr. Qin, but I still want to say something for him. He has been in the court all these years and has taken responsibility. Su Qingzhou, an old general who was close to 70 years old, carried a sword called Da Qiao. Now he was the top general of Daquan and had made great achievements in the war. Back then Su Qingzhou led all his direct troops to the border and fought and retreated with the Yao family's cavalry. They fought and retreated all the way and finally defended Mirage City. He won big in the gamble. He became one of the mainstays of the Daquan army after old General Yao. Back then Su Qingzhou was just a young general who had placed all his bets on the first prince. Together with Wang Qi from the academy, Su Tong from the Tsaomu nunnery and Gao Shizhen, Duke of Shen, they had all participated in the dangerous hunt to kill Qin Pingon. However, Su Qingzhou's choice was extremely decisive. He did not hesitate to fall out with the first prince, Lu Tsong, to make a prompt decision to withdraw from the bet. In the end he caused his family to sit on the bench for many years. Qin Pingon smiled and said, the grudge is not small, but I have a good impression of Su Qingzhou and old Duke Shen. Back then Qin Pingon had a deadly feud with two princes of Daquan. First it was the third prince, Lu Mao, and then the first prince, Lu Kong. Lu Tsong was the eldest son of the concubine of the old emperor of Daquan, Lu Zhen. There was a difference between the eldest son and the concubine. In the end, Emperor Lu Zhen chose the eldest son, who had a good reputation among the civil officials, to succeed the throne. As for the third prince, Lu Mao, he had long since turned to cultivation to seek immortality. He did not show up in the previous battle and only focused on studying Xianxia and green chapters in a small Taoist temple. However, Lu Tsong, who was the temporary regent in the chaos, did not manage to protect the Lu family. After the Battle of Tongye Tontinent, Lu Tsong launched a mutiny in the rainy night and tried to seize the imperial jade seal from the empress Yao Jingji. However, he was secretly worshipped by a person nicknamed the Grinder. Together with a short girl who was eating supper behind a pillar, they stopped Lu Tsong and failed to succeed. It was said that after the disheveled king was dragged out of the hall by the soldiers, he was extremely depressed. He laughed and cursed at the rain. If I had known, I would have waited for the rain to stop. How forgetful. Just wait and see. Be careful that Daquan will be surnamed Qin in the future. Qin Pingon had been carefully observing the circulation of the old general's qi and meridians. It was better than he had expected. Although it was just the last radiance of the setting sun, there seemed to be some subtle changes in the Great Spring state. Qin Pingon roughly deduced that either there was something similar to the natal lamp in the imperial palace, or someone in the imperial astronomer secretly violated the rules of the Confucian temple by adding oil to the lamp. The oil added by the lamp could not be obtained by any immortal master or the gods of mountains and rivers because it was the illusory fate of the Great Spring state. Did Yao Jingji do something in the old land of the Yao family at the border that was enough to continue the dynasty? For example, he successfully expanded the border of Daquan and finally negotiated the ownership of Pine Needle Lake with the North Jin Kingdom. The entire Pine Needle Lake was incorporated into Daquan's mountains and rivers. The woman with the saber gently pushed the door open. The old man said, I'm a little tired. I'll take a nap. But I think I can still wake up. It's not like before when I closed my eyes I lost the confidence to open them. Yao Lingji carefully helped his grandfather up and let him lie down to rest. Qin Pingon did not leave the house immediately. Instead, Yao Xinji pulled her sister away first. The two of them stood in the corridor outside and whispered. Yao Lingji said, Master was very strange. He asked me directly if the person's surname was Qin. Is he an old acquaintance of Child Qin? Yao Lingji's martial arts master was the chief of Daquan, the sharpener from Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Lu Zong. However, this sharpener did not reveal his identity. He did not even mention his hometown to Yao Lingji. Yao Xinji was a little absent-minded. He suddenly asked a question. His Majesty is not a Taoist cultivator. Why did his appearance change so little after so many years? Mr. Qin is a sword immortal. How did he change so much? Yao Lingji suppressed his anger. Your Majesty. It's fine if it's elsewhere, but in your own home, can you not be so distant? Do you know how sad Sister Jingji is every time she sees you purposely following the etiquette of a ruler and calling him Your Majesty? Yao Xinji's expression was indifferent. I'm already an emperor. What's a little sadness? Yao Lingji lowered his voice, but the anger on his face increased. He said angrily, "Isn't it just the morning court fight outside the palace? How long are you going to blame sister before you can let it go? You're a disciple of the Yao family. Can't you consider the overall situation of the imperial court? Don't you know how difficult it is to be fair to everyone? If sister really does things fairly, no matter how impartial she is in the eyes of others, she will only be biased towards the Yao family. Do you think it's so easy to be an emperor? Believe it or not, if Jinji is only the empress, not to mention you, even your fellow officials will be extremely biased by the imperial court. Moreover, Jinji has hinted to you many times in private to wait patiently and suffer some grievances first, because many of the present debts will be made up for in the long run. Think about it carefully. In order to carefully balance the imperial court, how many of the Yao family's direct descendants and allies in the imperial court will fail to be selected among the 24 meritorious services? Don't tell me that you, Yao Xinji, have suffered grievances? Yao Xinji crossed his arms. It's difficult for an upright official to settle a family dispute. Moreover, we're already an emperor's family. I understand the logic. If I didn't consider the overall situation, I would have long left the capital. It wouldn't be an eyesore to anyone. Otherwise, do you think I care about the identity of a commandery prince and the position of a magistrate in the capital? According to the laws of Daquan, a commandery prince and a duke were both secondary first rank. Now, other than the Dukshan residence that once stood out in Daquan, there were already 8 duke residences. There were civil and military officials, and Great General Su Qingzhou was one of them. Yao Xinji was so angry that she punched her younger brother's shoulder. You're just an unreasonable fool who only cares about your own feelings. Yao Xinji's body swayed from the punch and a section of his sleeve fluttered lightly. Yao Lingji's eyes reddened. She wanted to say a few gentle words to her younger brother, but she was afraid that if she said it, Yao Xinji would be even more willful. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. The woman who once did not hesitate to draw her sword against a king could only turn her head away and focus on wiping her tears. Dressed in a green robe, he gently opened and closed the door and walked into the corridor. Yao Lingji hurriedly collected her emotions and said to Qin Pingon, "Young Master Qin, here in the capital no one will recklessly investigate your identity. Today they will treat it as if nothing happened. However, someone will secretly send a flying sword message to the south. I really can't stop this." Qin Pingon thanked her, then smiled at Yao Xinji. "You should go to the border and drink the northwest wind. Indeed, you're not suitable to be a smooth and slick magistrate in the capital." Yao Xinji's eyes lit up. "Mr. Qin, you mentioned it to grandfather? Your words are the most effective. You don't even need to be a military general who controls an army. I really don't have that ability. Just casually reward me with a scout captain or a secondary 6th rank military official. It's enough to send me away." Qin Pingon smiled. "No problem, of course I can help. However, the premise is that you really understand the principles that your sister told you just now. Only then can I let you go to the border to feed the horses. Otherwise, if something happens in the capital in the future, just the slightest movement of the wind and grass, you will only act on impulse. You think you're a scout captain, but in the eyes of others? I reckon that with just a few words of provocation, and some fellow brothers in the army have been wronged in the officialdom, you'll probably dare to lead a few hundred elite cavalrymen all the way to Mirage City. If I were His Majesty the Emperor, it would be the easiest for you to be the Taiping commandery prince behind closed doors. Who cares if you can still stand up for those brothers who have retired from the battlefield? Fighting outside the palace gate in the Imperial Assembly? How many civil officials did you kick over? Tell me about it. This guy is a good fellow. Do you think you're a martial artist who is invincible under the mountains of a continent, or a 5th-level immortal master on the peak of the mountains who knows how to cast spells? You're young and ignorant. You're impulsive, aren't you? Didn't you learn all this from Mr. Qin? When you encounter injustice, you don't care if it's there or not, you should just punch first." Yao Xinji was rather dejected at first, but the more he listened, the happier he became. He chuckled and said, "Mr. Qin, you didn't see that scene. If it weren't for Su Qingzhou who stopped me, I would have been able to overturn all of those weak civil officials on my own. Now I don't have such a chance anymore. I can't even scold or hit a minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, let alone an assistant minister. He's very precious. If I had known, I would have kicked a few more when it was dark. Yao Lingji listened helplessly, but he breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, with Child Qin around, this younger brother of his would not say those sarcastic words that would only make those close to him feel sad. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and shook the lame man's empty sleeve. Instead of comforting him, he teased, "It's a good thing that you're the prefectural magistrate and didn't roam Jianghu alone. Otherwise, you'd be known as the one-armed divine fist for being a fifth-tier martial arts grandmaster. What's going on? Were you attacked by a demon of the upper 5 levels? If not, then don't talk to me. There's nothing to talk about." Yao Lingji carefully glanced at his younger brother. Unexpectedly, not only did Yao Xinji not feel uncomfortable, he said with a proud face, "On the battlefield, it was dangerous after dangerous. It was a demon beast of the earth immortal realm, a sword cultivator. It hid here and there and attacked me sneakily. A sword light flashed past. Good fellow, I didn't feel any pain at first." Qin Pingon looked at the woman with the saber. Yao Lingji smiled, "Don't listen to his nonsense. In the chaos, I don't know how someone chopped off my arm. However, there was indeed a demon sword immortal near the immortal realm. His sword was sharp and there were many sword lights." Qin Pingon nodded. "Then let's just say it was chopped off by a sword immortal. Otherwise, there won't be anything to brag about." Yao Xinji's face was full of anticipation. He asked softly, "Mr. Qin, the war in your hometown was even more ruthless. I heard that they fought from Old Dragon City all the way to the capital of Central Dali. Did you meet any real demons on the battlefield?" Qin Pingon thought for a while, then answered with a smile, "I met a few. I fought with some of them, but there were some that were neither close nor far. Could only be said that I met them face to face." Yao Xinji continued, "Mr. Qin, I'm talking about demons of the upper 5 levels. How many are there? Can you count them with one hand? If you don't, my admiration for Mr. Qin would be reduced by half." Qin Pingon patted the man's shoulder, smiled and said, "Don't talk to people like that anymore." The man with a face full of sideburns laughed. Yao Xinji unknowingly started to walk with a limp. He no longer covered himself and one of his sleeves fluttered in the wind. Yao Lingji laughed as well. Since the war, she had not seen her brother smile so brightly for many years. Yao Xinji actually understood some things. It was just that he did not want to understand them. It was as if he could do something even if he was insensible. Once he became sensible, he could not do anything. Therefore, no matter what Yao Jinji, who was already the emperor, said to him, or Yao Lingji, who he had always regarded as his sister, said to him, Yao Xinji would not listen. Otherwise he would feel even worse. The 3 of them left the courtyard and returned to Yao Xinji's residence. Yao Lingji hesitated for a while, then said to Qin Pingon, "Young Master Qin, I have a master who has been a consecrator in Great Springs capital for many years. He is a martial arts grandmaster. He seemed to have seen your figure earlier, so he immediately rushed over and asked if the guest's surname was Qin. I did not answer, but my master might have noticed something, so he asked me to pass on a message. He said that he knows Mr. Zhong. Back then he even fought against Sword Immortal you together with Mr. Zhong." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I am indeed old acquaintances with Miss Yao's master. If there is nothing taboo in the residence, I can be a little more arrogant and ask him to come over to the Yao residence to catch up." Yao Lingji said, "Then I will call my master over." Qin Pingon asked, "Is the buried river goddess in the aquamarine palace now?" Yao Xinji smiled and said, "No. Our water goddess golden body is mostly shattered. She says that she is too ashamed to be the water goddess, but she refuses to go to the aquamarine palace. She stays in the sword room in Qintianjian every day and doesn't go anywhere. She is waiting for a reply from the Confucian temple, saying that she knows the sage of literature. She has even met Sword Immortal Zhou and a disciple of the sage of literature. Therefore she wants to try sending a letter to the respectable, scholarly, approachable and amiable sage of literature. She wants to see if he can help her and ask the immortals on the mountain for a better life-saving elixir for old General Yao. This is because she knows that the elixir from the underwater residence in the aquamarine palace is useless and cannot help His Majesty and my grandfather." Yao Xinji hurriedly said, "I did not say those praises for the sage of literature." After drinking with her, the water goddess bent her fingers and burped. She said it with an extremely serious expression. "However, I don't really believe it. I think the water goddess has never seen the 3 people from the sage of literature's lineage. She was just bragging to me when she was drunk. Although Sword Immortals was once in the Tongya continent, why would he take the initiative to visit the Aquamarine Palace and meet our water goddess? This doesn't make sense. Qin Pingon stood up and said to Yao Lingji, who had not gone far, "May I trouble Miss Yao to greet the water goddess again? Just say that I am Qin Pingon." Yao Lingji left to deliver the letter. Qin Pingon asked Yao Xianji about the details of the Battle of the Great Spring. Lu Zong soon came to visit. The old man should not have left the Yao manor too far. Qin Pingon stood up and clasped his fists. "Senior Lu." Yao Xianji stood up and clenched her fist to lightly knock on her chest. "Greetings, Abbot Lu." The sharpener, Lu Zong, nodded at the sloppy man. Then he rubbed his chin and looked at Qin Pingon in a daze. He sighed. "Young Master Qin is becoming more and more handsome like an immortal. It's easy for me to think of myself in the past." Yao Xianji was confused. It seemed that Mr. Qin had an extremely good relationship with Abbot Lu. The three of them sat down. After a few words, a short woman hurriedly flew over and landed in the courtyard. Her eyes widened. After confirming Qin Pingon's identity, she stamped her foot. "The water flower wine and eel noodles are gone. What do we do?" (758) On the border between Great Spring and North Jin Kingdom, dozens of riders were escorting a woman, the Great Spring Empress Yao Jinji. One of the two riders closest to Yao Jinji was an Upper Five Realms cultivator. She was a middle-aged woman from the Central Divine Continent and was a temporary guest elder of the Great Spring invited by his aunt. There was also the water god of Pine Needle Lake, Lu Yorong, who was temporarily summoned by Yao Jinji. This was also why Lu Yorong did not personally reply to the secret letter sent by the Flying Sword of Jin Huang Mansion. Among the three riders behind them, two of them were generals with real power at the border who did not wear armor. One was old and the other was in his prime. They had outstanding military achievements and were now high-ranking officials of the border. There was also another rider, a young man with a graceful bearing. He wore Taoist robes and had a golden crown on his head. He was Xiao Yuanran, a Taoist high truth from the Golden Apex Monastery. He was a young golden pill expert and even more so the one who pulled the strings behind the scenes of the Peachleaf Alliance. Xiao Yuanran and his master Taoist Baozhen had known the Yao family at the border for a long time. If it was not for Lu Zong, Xiao Yuanran could have become the chief of the Yao family of Great Spring. Dozens of riders bypassed the rebuilt Hure town. Anyway, there were only a few yellow mud walls and the government office was like a haystack. It was as sloppy as before and it was not difficult to rebuild it. Only the inn outside Hure town was left with broken walls and ruins. Yao Jinji stopped her horse and did not move forward. Her Majesty, who was 40 years old but still beautiful, did not withdraw her gaze for a long time. In the past there was her aunt, Junyang, who was a shopkeeper, the third master who was a cook, the little cripple who was a waiter, and the academy's gentleman Zhong Kue who had been an accountant for a long time. Yao Jinji sighed faintly. Things were still the same but people had changed. Xianxia seemed to have become an impulsive young man after leaving the border and the battlefield. However, how could she rest assured that the position of magistrate in the capital city would be given to others? The children in Lingji now knew how to address her as Your Majesty. They no longer called her auntie in their childish voices. They had grown up and were sensible. However, she was not happy. She still preferred the two children who liked to wipe their saliva with the sleeves of her dragon robe. In the end, the cavalry went to a difficult place. Yao Jinji stopped her horse at the top of a hill and squinted her eyes. It was as if the river of time was flowing backward and she was witnessing a thrilling battle with her own eyes. Back then, it was here that there was a sinister attack on the Yao family. There were only two assassins. One was a sword cultivator and the other was a martial artist wearing the Du armor. Both of them relied on a flying sword and their master realm to kill people like they were cutting grass. Their methods were extremely cruel. In the early years, everyone thought that the two assassins were mountain killers hired by the North Jin Kingdom to make the Yao family lose their backbone. Later, it was proven that the two assassins were indeed in high positions in the North Jin Kingdom. One of them was even on the official road of the North Jin Kingdom to the Jin Huang Mansion. However, at that time Yao Jinji felt that it did not make sense. In the North Jin Kingdom, there was no need for the former emperor to do this. At that time her grandfather was about to rush to the Mirage City to be the Minister of War. He could be considered to have retired. The spies of the North Jin Kingdom must have known about their methods. However, Yao Jinji did not dare to think further. For example, if the assassins succeeded in killing her grandfather and the Yao family's cavalry, then the third prince Lu Mao and Gao Shui, as well as a large number of deities of the North Jin Kingdom, including His Excellency of the Jin Huang Mansion, would have a good reason to attack. At that time, the husband of the second prince, who later became the emperor of the Great Spring, was at the border to meet up with his younger brother, the third prince Lu Mao. As for Lu Huang, who had become the former emperor of the Great Spring, compared to his brother Lu Tsong, who had outstanding military achievements, he had always lacked the support of the military. The balance between the two sides in those years was due to the civil and military affairs of the country. The two princes each occupied half of the country. No one could cross the line. Lu Tsong was too arrogant in the eyes of the scholars. The second prince Lu Huang was the son of the first wife. He was also brilliant in literary talent and was famous for being polite to the scholars. Lu Huang and Yao Jinji's uncle Li Xiling had always been close. Li Xiling was from the Hanlin Academy and had served as a lecturer. Therefore he was both a teacher and a friend to Lu Huang. In the early years, there was a saying in the imperial court that the crown prince and the prime minister were compatible. In reality, the old emperor Lu Zhen had long made up his mind. He hoped that his legitimate son Lu Huang would inherit the throne and let his eldest son Lu Tsong become the vassal of the country. However, Lu Zhen's illness was too sudden. It happened too suddenly and broke Lu Zhen's original plan of gradual progress. The old emperor had to let his legitimate son Lu Huang quickly take control of a group of soldiers and horses to hold back the rebellious border army Iron Cavalry in the north and south. When the old emperor was on his deathbed, when he looked at his legitimate son Lu Huang, he actually smiled and Lu Huang panicked for no reason. At that moment, Yao Jinji seemed to understand everything. However, she immediately lowered her head and pretended that she did not know anything. At this moment, the Empress of the Great Spring dismounted from the horse skillfully. The descendants of the Yao family had always been familiar with bows and horses. Although Yao Jinji was not a martial artist, she could still draw a bow and knew some fighting skills. Compared to the common Jianghu warriors who made a living in the streets, she was not inferior. When the Yao family became the emperor, in the end, except for a few key positions in the imperial court and the military, the rest of the Yao family's trusted and direct descendants seemed to be inferior. This kind of thing sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth and it had to be so. Sometimes she had to assume that if Lu Mao, who had been sneakily practicing some immortal magic and calling himself Taoist Long Zhou, became the emperor, the Yao family's reputation in the history books of the Great Spring Dynasty, and the benefits that the Yao family's descendants could get, would be better and their official titles would be bigger and more numerous. As for whether there would still be people with the surname Yao in the Duke's mansion after several generations, Yao Jinji was a weak woman. What could she do? The Lu family had established the country for 200 years. In the end, there was only the Duke Shen's mansion left. Yao Jinji narrowed her pair of charming peach blossom eyes. As for the vassal prince Lu Tsong, forget it. This person pretended to be crazy in the water prison and could not last for more than a few years. Back in the palace, this bastard Lu Tsong could be said to be extremely arrogant. If Yao Lingji had not been with her all the time, Yao Jinji could not imagine how miserable she would be in the end. That would not be as lucky as a few filthy palace secret books that were circulated in the streets. After getting off the horse, Yao Jinji held the reins with one hand and was silent for a long time. Suddenly she asked, Lord Lu, who I heard that the Jindan sword cultivator who was the chief of the Northern Jin dynasty used to be a friend of the Jin Huang mansion? Lu Yorong, who inexplicably became the water god of Pine Needle Lake, was naturally timid. She said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, back then, my husband did not know this person's true identity and mistook him for a Jianghu hero with good swordsmanship. That was why he gave him a few pots of orchid wine. When Lu Yorong was alive, she was only born in a scholarly family in the Northern Jin dynasty's county city. She was not a real lady of a noble family. The boldest thing this pretty girl did in her life was to fall in love at first sight with the mountain god official Jing Su, who was traveling in disguise. Then she made up her mind and gave up her life to marry the king of Jin Huang mansion. Yao Jinji smiled and said, A person is selfless and the world is broad. Don't think too much. If I didn't trust you and your husband, I wouldn't have let the two of you return to your old home. Lu Yurong did not know what the emperor was thinking and did not understand the rules of the officialdom. She only knew that the emperor called her Yurong more affectionate than the previous Lord Lu Hu, so she was relieved. Moreover, this water god did not know how to hide her feelings. She hurriedly worded her words carefully and said a few polite words to the emperor. It was nothing more than gratitude and the like. It was stiff and stiff. In fact, during the most dangerous years in the Mirage City in the early years, the emperor gave her a different feeling. At that time, Yao Jinji would often frown slightly and lean against the railing alone. He was a little absent-minded. Therefore, in Lu Yurong's eyes, Yao Jinji looked better at that time. Even if she was also a woman, she would have some pity for the empress who had a miserable life. Yao Jinji smiled. Perhaps only a simple woman like Lu Yurong with a little more luck could have a true lover? As Yao Jinji thought about it, he stopped smiling and finally became expressionless. There were too many things to worry about. For example, Li Xiling, the current minister of rights of Daquan, had 2 ministers in the Li family. According to seniority, he was the uncle of the new emperor Yao Jinji. It was just that he was too scholarly. He often beat down Magistrate Yao, who was both a junior of the family and a junior of the officialdom. Moreover, he was very deliberate. Why? Did he want to use this as an invitation? He was already a minister. How high of an official did he want to be? How high of a reputation did he want to win? Did he want the title of Wenjing that only 3 people had been given since the founding of Daquan? Xiao Yuanran was tempted, but he still did not turn to look at the emperor. Her thoughts were becoming more and more unpredictable. Yao Jinji thought of the flying sword message from Pine Needle Lake. Lu Yurong naturally did not have the qualifications to read the secret letter. Yao Jinji turned his head to look at the Lady of the Lake, and asked with a smile, "Your Jinhuang mansion has a distinguished guest. Did Prefect Jing mention to you that he once had a benefactor?" According to the secret letter, a man in a green robe had come to Jinhuang Manor as a guest. He should be a pure martial artist and his true strength could not be determined. He might be in the Golden Body realm. He was accompanied by a young woman holding a green bamboo cane and 5 children. A secret letter for the emperor to read must be as concise and comprehensive as possible. It was impossible to write every detail in the letter. However, the archive at Pine Needle Lake must be more detailed. Lu Yurong nodded and said, "Your Majesty, there is such a person. He looks like a young man wearing a white robe and carrying a sword on his back. There is also a scarlet wine gourd tied to his waist." Yao Jinji said with a cold face, "I see." Yao Jinji mounted the horse again and said indifferently, "Let's go to Pine Needle Lake and have a look." Lu Yurong was surprised. It seemed that the emperor should return to Mirage City after visiting the area around Hure Town. However, she was just a little lady of the lake. How could she dare to question it? Yao Jinji looked up at the sky. Who said that the sun, moon, and heaven and earth were not worth a cup of water? Who said that the road of life was narrow and the cup of wine was wide? She had not been to Zhaoping Peak, which was close to the capital, for many years. He could not remember it clearly. Yao Jinji's movements were gentle. She raised her fingers and rubbed her temples. She did not dare to touch the corners of her eyes. She was a little sad, but her eyebrows and eyes were flying. Yao Jinji told herself that she would stop at Pine Needle Lake after she went to Pine Needle Lake. She would not go to Jinhuang Mansion to meet anyone. If they were to meet, it would be him who came to meet her. Yao Jinji suddenly said to Lu Yurong with a smile, "When you arrive at Pine Needle Lake, write a letter in person so that Prefect Zheng will not worry." Cui Dongshan, who was sitting on the railing of the ferry, looked at the direction of the movement of the dense dragon chi with one hand on his chest and the other hand on his chin. He was deep in thought. However, Cui Dongshan glanced at Mirage City for no reason. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The reason was very simple. It was the boundary of the well of the Taoist temple. And Ai Yunzan was just one of the people who left the well in the Blessed Land. That was why there was a nursery rhyme in Crane Riding City that seemed to be a prophecy. Who rides the green ox? The yellow crane flies again. Unsurprisingly, it was Zhou Zi's doing. Only this guy, who was not afraid of anything and dared to scheme against anyone, dared to tease the old Taoist temple's Taoist temple. Back then, when the old bastard was still young and traveled around the temple with his teacher's teacher, He did not have the courage to do so. When he saw the stinky old Taoist priest, he had to obediently call him senior. Then he played a game of chess and of course he won. Therefore the old Taoist priest handed over the white jade hairpin. As for Zhou Xian, this person liked to have strange ideas the most. He was best at placing chess pieces without taking root. All the chess pieces were drifting and growing naturally like flowers blooming everywhere. The final result was always what he wanted. Compared to his junior sister, Zhou Xi's Taoism was more than 1,000 miles higher. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked at the little fatty who was still practicing the walking stance. He asked, "Invincible divine fist, let's make a bet?" Qing Chaolu finished a 6-step walking stance and asked, "Bet on what?" Cui Dongshan said angrily, "You won't bet with me. Why are you asking?" The little fatty scratched his head. "You're like a worm in your stomach." Cui Dongshan laughed and scolded, "Your fist technique is not bad. You're a good cook. If you're not a good cook, then you're not a good sword cultivator." The little fatty had a headache and continued to walk. Master Chow was still the best. He never said strange things. Cui Dongshan patted his knee. "Even if you walk early, there will be people who walk early. If you walk high, there will be a path for you." The white-robed youth turned his head and looked further north. Cui Dongshan suddenly raised his hand and pinched with 2 fingers. He caught a messenger flying sword that had returned from the Divine Seal Peak. Previously he had asked Jiang Shangzhen if Old Sun had secretly looked for anyone when he entered the Mirage City back then. The flying sword replied that he had indeed looked for someone, but Jiang Shangzhen was kept in the dark. It was probably because Old Sun was too shy to say that he had gone to look for his lover. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes and put away the flying sword. Forget it, there was no need to think too much. Master's chess skills were superb and had reached perfection. As his proud disciple, it would be difficult for him to give Master 12 chess pieces. This was not Cui Dongshan trying to flatter him. It was the teacher who had a card up his sleeve. He said that he wanted to play a game of chess and then pulled him to the chessboard. The teacher's demeanor was peerless. He placed the pieces smoothly on the chessboard. In the end he placed 12 pieces on the chessboard. 4 worryless central Tianyuan and 3 lines. Cui Dongshan admitted defeat on the spot. In the end, eldest senior sister who was watching from the side said, "Master has already given you 12 chess pieces. You still admit defeat?" Nailan Yuji was even more amazed. So Master Chow's chess skills are also very good. He's talented in both civil and martial arts. Master smiled and nodded when he heard that. He began to clean up the chessboard very quickly. Cui Dongshan glanced at Master and then glanced at eldest senior sister, who had a slightly slanted eyes and a golden smile. He did not dare to say anything. At the mountain river ferry of the Jade Grey sect, a group of people left the Cloud Cave Blessed Land and continued south to the Mountain Dry ferry. As for Yi Yunyun, who had the reputation of Huang Yiyun, she left the Blessed Land alone and returned to Mount Pu's Cloud Cottage. Yi Yunyun did not care if the Great Spring Empress was in the latest rouge painting of the Flower God Mountain. Anyway, she was fine without her. The chief consecrator of the Golden Peak Monastery, Lu Ying, sat in a private room on a ferry with a complicated expression. Previously, in immortal Huang Heji's residence, a young woman with her hair tied into a bun was sitting at the threshold. Lu Ying was sitting opposite a young man facing the window. The sunlight shone through the window and fell on the side of the young man's face, one bright and one dark. In addition to asking a lot of questions, the man even started to chat with Lu Ying as if it were a family affair. He said that the life of a mountain cultivator without a backer was not easy. The path of climbing a mountain was narrow and winding. Which cultivator in the world was not like them? They were working hard to find a way to survive. Therefore, when the days were better, they should at least leave a way out for others. After all, they were all immortal masters. It was time for them to talk about small things. Therefore, they did not need Lu Ying to endure humiliation, betray the Golden Peak Monastery and fall out with Du Hanliang. It was completely unnecessary. Now that the two of us are sitting here and chatting, to put it bluntly, it was almost the worst situation for a consecrator. After leaving the sect, living for one more day would be a gain. It was not like they made you swear or anything. You have to cherish your fortune. Even if you don't cherish your fortune, you have to cherish your life. Anyway, at that time Lu Ying was like a little chick pecking rice. It was more or less the same as a child listening to the teacher's teachings. Lu Ying really listened to him. If he did not care about his life, he would have gone all out. Of course, the young man with an amiable expression and a faint smile had been playing with a dagger in his hand. The flashing light of the dagger was also a more important reason. In a secret water prison in the Mirage City of the Great Spring capital, a man with disheveled hair and filthy body was in the prison. The stench in the prison was overwhelming. The former Great Spring Kingdom protector prince had fallen into such a miserable situation. Lu Tsong, who was leaning against the wall and curled up, raised his head and looked at a stooped old man outside the prison. Beside him was an old butler in a black robe. Lu Tsong struggled to stand up and said with a smile, "Oh, isn't this the old Duke Xian who has many children and grandchildren? Why, you just got off the bed of Yao Jinji, that woman, and you walk softly without any movement. Is this still the old but vigorous Gao Shirzhen in my memory? Could it be that the little whore's bed skills have improved again? Unfortunately, the Duke has the heart to kill the thief, but he is really powerless to kill the thief. Since you don't have the fortune to enjoy it, why don't you talk to that vixen Yao Jinji and let me do it for you?" The old Duke Gao Shirzhen with snow-white hair just bent down silently and looked at the protector prince, who could not die even if he wanted to. "You are indeed not as smart as Lu Mao." Gao Shirzhen twitched the corner of his mouth. "If you really want to die, you can't do it like this. So in the final analysis, you still don't want to die." Lu Tsong laughed and said, Gao Shirzhen, I don't understand why you are still alive today. What do you want?" Lu Tsong shifted his gaze and looked at the old butler who was inseparable from Duke Xian. He clicked his tongue and said, "Could it be that the Duke likes this? Then you will really live to a ripe old age together." Gao Shirzhen said, "I came here today to tell you a piece of news." Lu Tsong suddenly collapsed on the ground and curled up into a ball. His whole body trembled and he wailed. Gao Shirzhen quietly waited for Lu Tsong to return to normal. A moment later, Lu Tsong lay on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Forget it, I don't want to hear it." Gao Shirzhen nodded and turned around. Just as he was about to walk away, he suddenly stopped and asked, "For a woman, is it worth it? If you weren't in a hurry back then, everything would have been yours." Lu Tsong muttered, "None of you are worthy of her." This protector prince who had been reduced to a prisoner stretched out a trembling hand. His 5 fingers were like hooks, slightly bent and then loosened. He suddenly laughed and said, "At least this big." Gao Shirzhen shook his head and slowly left. The old butler silently followed behind the Duke. After Gao Shirzhen walked out of the water prison, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes to avoid the dazzling sunlight. He said, "Come with me to the Taoist temple and see that Taoist Long Zhou. Then leave the city and go to the Heavenly Palace temple to copy scriptures." The old butler hesitated but still nodded in agreement. Yao Manor. The goddess of the buried river seemed to remember something. Facing the line of the sage of literature, she seemed to be muddle-headed every time. She could not be disrespectful again. She immediately imitated the scholar and bowed. She lowered her head and said, "Lu Ro of the Bayou Palace greets little teacher Chen." Qin Pingon did not expect such etiquette. He could only return the greeting and said, "Qin Pingon of the Luopa Mountain greets the water goddess." Luopa Mountain? The Luopa Mountain that lost his soul? Lu Zong, who was standing to the side, was a little confused. Which mountain would have such an unfestive name? After leaving the lotus flower blessed land, especially due to fate, he became the Great Spring Consecrator. His role was similar to the palace guard scholarly of the past. Lu Zong had tried to find out more about Qin Pingon's background. Unfortunately, in the huge Tongyi continent, he had flipped through the secret archives of the imperial court, or asked the 3 young Yao's opinion. However, none of the sects on the mountain or the rich families at the foot of the mountain fit the description. He looked at the goddess of the buried river's posture. "Little teacher? Could it be that Qin Pingon was a legitimate disciple of the Confucian Academy?" However, after a great battle, the 3 academies of the Tongyi continent were destroyed. If someone like Qin Pingon was among them, there was no reason for him not to be famous. Lu Zong would definitely not believe that Qin Pingon was afraid of death. Lu Zong believed in a banished deity who dared to kill and could kill Ding Ying. He also believed in his and Zhong Qiu's judgment. In Lu Zong's 2 lives, there were 2 things that made him itch the most. The first was that the sage of arms Qing Yuanshan once said in his hometown that he would not change his convenient boning knife if he did not obtain a celestial knife refinement master. The second was that Qin Pingon and Zhong Qiu turned from enemies to friends and chose to fight side by side. A martial artist did not care about life and death and valued the righteousness of the Jianghu. The water goddess asked curiously, "Little teacher came from the Tongyi continent from the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. Could it be that the sage of literature received my flying sword message?" Without waiting for Qin Pingon's reply and without seeing the little teacher blinking his eyes at her, she stomped her foot again and said, "I must have been out of my mind at that time. It snows heavily every year in the Mirage City. I have never experienced such a situation. It snows as if it costs money. The sage of literature is knowledgeable, capable, and has heavy responsibilities. I should not have disturbed the sage of literature when he was concentrating on his studies." The key is that the wording in the letter did not sound like one asking for help at all. It was too unyielding and did not follow the rules. It was like a woman making a scene. When the flying sword left, I knew that I was wrong and regretted it so much that my intestines turned green. I followed the flying sword for hundreds of miles. How could I catch up with it? I am not Mr. Zhou who owns half of the world's swordsmanship. Therefore, since last year until now, my conscience has been uneasy. Every day, I reflect on my mistakes in Xianxia and drink punishment wine by myself every day. So this was how the water flower wine of the roaming jade palace was drunk by the water goddess. The water goddess who did not return to her home was really Lu Ro. Whether it was her surname or her name, it did not seem to be related to her temperament. Previously, according to Yao Xianji in the Mirage City, she hit it off with Lu Yorong, the water goddess's Dao companion of excellency Jin Huang Jingsu. When she heard that Jingsu's surname was also Lu, the water goddess jumped up and slapped Lu Yorong's shoulder. Coincidentally, the two of them even became sworn sisters in the end. Jingsu, who was once a prisoner in the water prison of the Mirage City, was able to establish himself in the Mirage City in the early years without being looked down upon. In the eyes of the nobles and immortals, it was naturally the Jin Huang residence that had climbed up the social ladder of the roaming jade palace. Since the water goddess had spilled the beans and said whether it was suitable or not, Qin Pingon did not deliberately hide his identity. He smiled and explained to her, "I rushed over from the Cave of Fortune to the Tongyi continent and did not go to the Central Divine continent. Therefore, I am actually not clear about the matter of the water goddess's flying sword message to the Merit Forest." The water goddess stomped her foot again. "How annoying. Sooner or later I will be stabbed. I can't blame old Master Wenxing for scolding me. I asked for it. However, this knife is placed on my head and it can't fall. It's not a good thing. I have to count the days with my fingers again and slowly wait. I might as well reply to old Master Wenxing and scold him so that I can scram back to the roaming jade palace." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Why would my husband scold you? As for whether he can find a suitable water pill, whether he succeeds or not, he will definitely give you an answer in the letter." The water goddess had a guilty and suspicious look on her face. Qin Pingon smiled, "Don't forget that I am his last disciple. If he really wants to scold you, I will help you write a letter." That was good too. If Qintianjian could receive a reply from the Merit Forest in the near future, he could get the water goddess to add a few words in the reply. According to Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan, the teacher was now at the Merit Forest and had not cared about the affairs of the world for many years. She felt relieved at first, then she said in annoyance, "Little teacher, you were the first to be a guest. Then Mr. Zhou worked hard. Finally, old Master Wenxing came personally. Why didn't you eat supper when you were a guest in the roaming jade palace? Now the fried eel noodles are gone. I can't treat you even if I wanted to. I had already plundered all the water flower wine back then and there wasn't even a jug left. It's troublesome to brew it. Can it be brewed for 3 to 5 years be considered wine? Without a cellar of 100 years, how can it be called aged wine? How can I have the face to entertain little teacher and old Master Wensheng?" Seeing that the little teacher was in a daze, the water goddess felt even more guilty. Alright, it would be difficult for the roaming jade palace to trick the teachers of the Wenxing lineage to be guests. Qin Pingon quickly snapped back to his senses and smiled. "As long as it's water flower wine, it's fine. It's a few years or decades old. I don't care about that. As for the eel noodles, I won't force it. Water goddess, let's sit down and talk." No one would dare to eat a bowl of eel noodles and half a bowl of chili peppers. This was similar to the logic of qi refinement warriors drinking at the table. They could tolerate a small bowl of red eel noodles, but how could they eat a basin? To eat or not to eat? What was the matter if they ate or not? Therefore it was wise to be polite to the end and not eat. Qin Pingon knew that his senior brother did not like to drink. As for his senior brother's inability to eat spicy food, Mr. had said it in the wine shop back then. Alliance had once been naughty. He gave Zhuozhuo a bowl of clear soup at the dining table and said that since he did not drink, he would use the soup to replace wine. If that was not generous, it would not make sense. In the end, Zhuozhuo did not think much and raised the bowl to drink it. Indeed, he finished it in one gulp. It was said that it was so spicy that senior brother's face turned red. He stood up and stomped his feet, almost rolling on the ground. Therefore, third senior brother Lu Shilu chased Alliance for a few streets back then. Only roaming Jade Palace. If it were other immortal cultivators, they would dare to hold a big bowl of eel noodles and ask Zhuozhuo if they wanted supper. Otherwise it would be a real battle with Zhuozhuo. They took their seats and passed by the great spring dynasty's Qin Pingon, the buried river god Lu Ro, the capital's magistrate Yao Xianji, the great springs chief consecrator Lu Zong, and his direct disciple Yao Lingji. The sharpener Lu Zong had a look of realization. Good fellow, so he was the direct disciple of the Confucian Wensheng. Wasn't he the great sword immortal's junior brother? Tong Yezhou was full of admiration for the great sword immortal Zhuo. Everything made sense now. Lu Zong was aware of the Confucian Wensheng's encounter and the fall of the Confucian Wensheng's lineage. If Qin Pingon was really the Confucian Wensheng's last disciple, the young sword immortal banished deity would most likely have been personally taught by the great sword immortal Zhuo. Even after arriving at the Blessed Land, he still loved to talk about principles. However, he was also tactful and flexible. He was able to find a way out from the chaos. How similar was his style to Dali's embroidered tiger? In addition to the roaming Jade Palace's respect for the Confucian Wensheng's lineage, it was even more reasonable that the water god was so close to Qin Pingon. Yao Xianji and Yao Lingji looked at each other. The Confucian Wensheng's disciple? And his last disciple? Did that mean that Qin Pingon was the junior brother of embroidered tiger Tui Dong, and the great sword immortal Zhuo? Yao Lingji couldn't help but look at the young man in green with a jade hairpin on his head. He still seemed to be in disbelief. Qin Pingon said to the siblings, "Other than Grandpa Yao, even if it's His Majesty's side, remember to keep my identity a secret for the time being." Yao Xinji was about to make a joke when Yao Lingji stepped on his foot and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Qin, don't worry. Even if it's my sister's side, we will keep it a secret." Lu Zong nodded and was rather satisfied. This first disciple that he had taken in was actually not too outstanding in terms of martial arts in the vast world. However, he was well trained in the ways of the world. Guarding the mouth when it was lively and guarding the heart when it was quiet. This was cultivation. Be it the Qi refinement warrior's attainment of Tao and longevity or the martial arts of martial arts, the logic behind their different paths was actually the same. Qin Pingon looked at Yao Lingji. The woman with the saber smiled. "Young Master Qin, don't you trust me?" Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. "Of course I trust you. It's just that it's hard to overlap the image of the Miss Yao in front of me with the Miss Yao that I met at the inn back then." Yao Xinji joked, "What Miss Yao? Sounds so awkward. My sister has been married for many years. Mr. Qin, you can just call her Big Sister Yao." Qin Pingon said, "I was on a Liuxiao continent ferry that passed by the Rain Dragon sect in Luhua Island. On the way here in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, I heard some rumors about your great Quan Empire. It didn't seem to be very pleasant to hear." Yao Lingji was a little silent. Yao Xinji sneered. "What do you mean it's not good?" "Of course it's not good. They are jealous of our Daquan dynasty's alliance of peach leaves, and they despise us for not being able to conquer the Daquan dynasty in the past. Mr. Qin, if you stay at the Immortal Ferry in the north of the Mirage City for a few more days, you will hear a few baskets full of nonsense. Some people are talking about our emperor, some people are saying that our Yao family is usurping the throne, and some people are saying that the entire Daquan dynasty is colluding with the monster army. Anyway, they just don't want others to live a good life. You have the ability to wait for death and be easily destroyed by the beasts of the demon clan. But you don't have the ability to admit that more than half of our great spring border army has been killed or injured, and that we have successfully defended the capital city. Those heroes and immortals on the mountain who are lying on the ground waiting for death really make me admire them very much. So every time I see one of them over the years, I can't help but ask them to drink a toast. Yao Lingji smiled bitterly and glared at this brother of his who spoke without thinking. You've said a lot of strange things yourself. Don't you know how you were chased away by Big Sister during the Alliance of Peach Leaves? How did you get into conflict with the White Dragon Cave cultivators? Qin Pingon said softly, it's the most difficult thing to endure after the snow melts. Lu Zong nodded and said, our Mirage City is famous for the heavy snow every year. The goddess of the river buried god nodded and said, yes, yes. In fact, she didn't understand any deeper meaning. However, she was the goddess of the river buried god who was close to water transportation. Of course, she felt it the most. It was really the money of immortals. Other than waiting for the letter, she followed the emperor's arrangement and absorbed the water transportation in the Mirage City last winter. In fact, she didn't stay idle. Yao Xinji teased her that she was freeloading and she didn't deny it. Previously, Qin Pingon's mind wandered thousands of miles away because he met the goddess of the river-buried god who admired his knowledge the most. It was an accident that appeared in his mind again. According to Jiang Shangzhen's words at Yunming Peak and the casual chat with the Confucian scholar at the gate of Taiping Mountain, Qin Pingon knew that the Sage of Literature's branch in the vast world was not as down and out as it used to be. Even in Qin Pingon's view, there were signs of going from one extreme to another extreme. Not only did the vast world no longer ban the knowledge of the Sage of Literature's branch, but there were people who suggested that the 72 academies and at least the academies of the 4 continents, including the Baoping Academy, should only respect the knowledge of the Sage of Literature's branch. The reason was that the knowledge of the Sage of Literature's branch was obviously more compatible with the 3 immortal scholars and the cultivation of Qi Jiping than the Sage of Literature's branch. The small Baoping continent had turned the tide. The 3 academies of the Tongyi continent were all of the Sage of Literature's branch, but they collapsed at the first touch. The world's culture was even more corrupted in the chaos. These 2 examples were enough to prove this point. Now that the world was settled, what was there to hesitate about? Not only that, many Confucian scholars of the academies and literary masters of various continents were filled with righteous indignation. Not only did they suggest that the statue of the Sage of Literature must be moved back to the Central Earth Confucian Temple, they even suggested that the statue's position should be higher than that of the Sage of Literature. It should be second only to the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Rites. After Qin Pingon heard the news, he wasn't too happy. Instead, he couldn't help but be worried. Instead, he had a feeling that Cui Dong had predicted correctly. On the city wall, Cui Dong laughed and said, "Is the world at peace? Seems like it. Can we sit back and relax?" "I don't think so." When Qin Pingon returned to the vast world, he only said that the vast world's perception of the Sage of Literature's branch had changed. Is it a good thing? Of course it is. Is it only a good thing? Not necessarily. Qin Pingon was very clear of this logic. All the reputation that seemed to be raised high by words, when suspended in the air, was like a bird flying among the clouds, untainted by dust. But this beauty that was suspended high above everyone's head would often fall heavily into the mortal world, and become a pile of mud under everyone's feet. Many people would even step on it when they passed by and casually said 1 or 2 words. If the Sage of Literature's lineage had disciples all over the world, then this hidden trouble would be unknowingly shared. But in reality, this wasn't the case. It could even be said that it was the opposite. In the Sage of Literature's branch, teacher had too few direct disciples. And Cui Dong once said that Qin Pingon didn't need to think too much about the matter of using articles to establish one's reputation. Make contributions? If the world was at peace from now on, what contributions could Qin Pingon make? Qin Pingon didn't even think about it. From the day he established his sect, Qin Pingon didn't think that he would become a Taoist. Since this was the case, it meant that Qin Pingon's identity, whether it was the last disciple of the Sage of Literature's branch, or the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, once the truth came to light, it would be a double-edged sword that would wear away the hearts of countless people. In fact, it was the same scene of melting snow. Qin Pingon and Lu Zong continued their previous topic, talking about the silk shop near the river at Kejia Bridge in Nanyuan Kingdom's capital city. Some of the words used the method of condensing sound to form a line. Qin Pingon planned to do some foreshadowing so that this person who sharpened the knife would also remember old friendships. In the future, Qin Pingon would have the face to encourage this senior to become an anonymous consecrator of the Luopa mountain sect in the future. Every pure martial artist who could walk out of the Blessed Land, whether it was martial arts, temperament or Jianghu experience, was not easy to deal with. Back then Lu Zong asked the imperial tutor Zhou Xian to help sell the shop so that those anonymous disciples could share the silver, so that they would not lose the protection of their master and wander in the Jianghu embarrassingly. And those young people of Nanyuan Kingdom did not know that old Lu, who was a martial artist, was actually one of the top 10 people in the world at that time. Their master was not around, but at least they had a few hundred taels of silver in their pockets and now they were doing well. As for the matter of the white soul, for the authorities of each blessed land divided into 4, in fact the temporary impact had not been seen. When they realized this, martial artists needed to reach the Jinshan realm, and Qi cultivators needed to reach the Jindan realm. At that time they would not be at a loss. Especially in the lotus root blessed land of Luopa mountain, whether it was martial arts or spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers, it was enough for both parties to continue to climb the mountain and repaint their white bodies with gold. When Lu Zong learned that one of the disciples who was not outstanding in terms of aptitude, had taken the lead to become a martial artist of the 5 states, the old man sighed with emotion. He only said that one's fate was made by heaven, and one had to seek for one's own fortune. As for the 4 blessed lands of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Qin Pingon could occupy one of them. Lu Zong would not ask why the old Abbey Dean did this and how Qin Pingon got it. He did not care about it, but the old man could not help but feel a little homesick. When both parties talked about the old Abbey Dean, they were both silent. No one dared to comment on the god of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The more Lu Zong jumped out of the well, and came into contact with the vast world, the more he feared the old Abbey Dean. In addition, he finally landed in the Great Spring. Especially when Lu Zong saw a portrait in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, he felt as if he had been in another world for a long time. Qin Pingon was truly impressed by the old temple head of the East Sea Temple, but he still had lingering fears. It was not as simple as the old Abbey Dean being a grand cultivator of the 14 states. The word reverence was too ingenious. The key was that the word reverence came first and fear came later. It was even more ingenious. Qin Pingon suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you are only half a step away from becoming a martial artist of the remote travel state. Do you have a chance to compare our bladesmanship?" Yao Lingji was puzzled. His master was a bladesman? When his master fought, whether it was retreating from the enemy in the palace or fighting on the battlefield outside the capital city, he had always practiced both internal and external martial arts. He never used weapons. Last year, a man in black from North Jin Kingdom sneaked into the palace with the intention of assassinating him. His martial arts state was so high that he could travel with the wind. At first, Yao Lingji mistook him for a Qi cultivator. As a result, when he got close to him and unsheathed his blade, his internal organs were injured by his opponent's punch. He fell to the ground and could not get up. It was his master who stopped him and forced him to take out a military armor pill. Wearing the sweet dew armor, he tied with him despite the difference of one state. Lu Zong was in high spirits. "Brother Qin, since when did you switch to using blades?" This bladesman's weapon was a bone-paring knife. In the battle with Eugenie, who was like a sword deity, the bone-paring knife was badly damaged. It was chipped by a glass sword left behind by an immortals. Therefore all these years Lu Zong always fought with both hands. He was reluctant to take out his bone-paring knife. After all, the vast world was not like the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. There were too many spiritual weapons and treasures on the mountain. The immortal's spells were even stranger. If he was not careful, his old partner would be gone forever. Back then, on the city wall of Nanyuan Kingdom, the bladesman Lu Zong, who ascended after hearing the heavenly drum, left his physical body in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. He came to Tongya continent and changed his appearance. Now he still looked like an old man. However, he looked similar to one of the ancestors of the Lu family of Great Spring. The descendants of the Lu family of Great Spring were famous for their handsomeness. From the old Emperor Lu Jin to Lu Tsong, the 3 princes were all recognized as handsome men. It was difficult to break through the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm. It was not that Lu Zong's martial talent was not good and could only stop at the Golden Body realm. It was that the new physique given to him by the Taoist temple was too strong. Lu Zong concealed his identity in the Nanyuan Kingdom's capital. His face was that of the shopkeeper of the riverside shop. He had sparse hair and a crooked face. It was better when he did not smile. Once he smiled, he looked like a lecherous old bachelor. When he was young, his appearance was not much better. Therefore, when Lu Zong said that when he was young his bearing was similar to that of sword immortal Qin Pingon. Even if Qin Pingon did not care about his appearance, he could not be bothered to agree. When out in the world, one had to treat others with sincerity. Qin Pingon said, "A few years ago when I had nothing to do, I happened to get 2 good daggers. Thinking back to the fight in Brother Lu's hometown, I practiced a lot and am quite familiar with them. Besides Brother Lu's short dagger close combat technique, I also mixed in Yu Zhini's sleeve, Zhong Fuzi's crushing fist, Jing Xinzhai's finger sword, and Qing Yuanshan's yen spear into my dagger technique. That is why I dared to say that I wanted to spar in front of a saber grandmaster like Brother Lu." Lu Zong rubbed his hands and said, "That's great. I haven't used a saber for many years. I'm afraid I'll be rusty and embarrass myself in front of Brother Qin." Lu Zong was afraid that he would lose face in front of the direct disciples. After all, the fist was afraid of the young. If they were to exchange a few dozen moves, it would still be acceptable for either side to win or lose. But if sword immortal Qin had only been practicing the saber for a few days and didn't know when to stop, Lu Zong didn't think that he would have any chance of winning if sword immortal Qin Pingon, who was young and impetuous, ended up treating him like Ding Ying. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I only wanted to ask Brother Lu for some saber techniques. Actually, I was too arrogant to say that I wanted to spar." The old man glanced at Yao Lingji's saber. He was indeed tempted by the idea of a spar. The sharpener Lu Zong was a martial arts fanatic to begin with. Furthermore, during that fight with Qin Pingon, he was not satisfied and ended up with a draw. After that, he was bullied by Yu Zhini, who cultivated immortal techniques, which made Lu Zong even more aggrieved. His direct disciple Yao Lingji's saber had a great origin. It was made of wood and wrapped with a yellow silk ribbon. The handle and guard were made of copper and gold-plated leaves. It was extremely heavy and the handle was embedded with red coral and lapis lazuli. The scabbard was also made of wood and covered with a layer of green shark skin. There were 2 copper and gold-plated hoops. They were all made by the Great Spring Workshop. This was a famous spring that had been kept in the Great Spring Secret Vault for 200 years. Although its name was a bit coppery, it was a genuine treasure. It was once used by the founding emperor of the Lu family to kill the last emperor. Therefore, it naturally contained a part of the Great Spring martial fate and an extremely strong dragon aura. No matter if it was against a pure martial artist or an immortal master, it wouldn't be at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. Especially when it was used to defeat mountain spirits, water monsters and ghosts, it was even more powerful. Yao Lingji advised, "Master, Mr. Qin just arrived at the Mirage City and traveled with the wind. It must be very tiring. You two shouldn't be in such a hurry to spar." Lu Zong nodded and said that there was indeed no such way to treat a guest. This was because this person who was sharpening the saber finally remembered that Qin Pingon had made a big noise when he opened the door with a punch. Lu Zong pondered for a moment and felt that this Qin Pingon, who was both a sword immortal and martial artist, regardless of whether he was a true sword immortal or not, was probably at least a martial artist in the far travel realm. At the very least, he was at the peak realm. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly be at the legendary limitless realm. In the Tongyi continent, there were only Wu Kuang and Yi Yunyun who were in the 10 states. If Qin Pingon's appearance and age were not too different, according to the estimation of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, a peak state who was less than 50 years old was already shocking enough. Lu Zong couldn't help but glance at the young man in a green robe. When he was young, he already had the demeanor of a sword immortal. Now he was still a pure martial artist who was at least in the far travel state. He was also the last disciple of the sage of literature. Looking at him, he looked quite handsome. His speech and behavior were calm and composed, and he had the temperament of a master. The more Lu Zong looked at him, the angrier he became. No, the more Lu Zong looked at him, the more he looked like a young Lu Zong. "Let's talk about sword techniques in the future." Lu Zong chuckled and said, "It's just that Brother Qin is chatting with me about such trivial matters. Wouldn't it be demeaning? If you're impatient, don't hide it. Remember to say it directly." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "When people walk to higher places, it's about realms, cultivation and martial arts. When water flows to the lower places, it's about the human heart, nostalgia, and affection. Lu Zong clapped his hands and said, "The old saying is new. It's new and interesting. It's worth drinking a pot of waterflower wine." Water Goddess grumbled, "Didn't I say that there's no more waterflower wine? Don't mention it. Little Lu, aren't you annoying? If there's really wine for you to drink until you're full, your hands will start to tremble every time you drink before you finish 2 pots of wine. One bowl can cause you to spill half a bowl of wine. You still want to play with your sword? What's there to play with? Just admit defeat to little teacher. After all, if you admit defeat, you'll lose half of it." At Lu Zong's place, she was used to calling him Little Lu. He was not good at drinking and he couldn't eat spicy food. He also liked to learn from her chef and stutter. Every time they met, he would stutter. Mother, your mother's mother." Lu Zong, who was exposed, left resentfully. Now, in the capital city of Great Spring, he needed to keep an eye on at least half of the Mirage City. There were good and bad people mixed together. Immortal masters from all over the continent who went down the mountain to gain experience all liked to stay here, so he needed to establish relationships in all aspects. Just like that time when the little bastard Yao Xianji became enemies with the White Dragon Cave, Lu Zong had to come forward to settle it. Fortunately, Xue Huai and Guo Baimu, the 2 martial artists, were easy to talk to. Otherwise, Lu Ying, the old nascent soul cultivator of the Golden Peak Temple, and Yu Qi, the few immortal masters of the registry, who were all people who wanted to see the world in chaos, would not have been punished by Yao Manor's magistrate for a year. This was Yao Xinji's residence, and the magistrate of the capital city had a lot to talk to Mr. Qin. The goddess of the buried river was also about to get up and leave. In the capital city of Qintianjian, Lu Rou, in addition to waiting for Lord Wensheng's reply, actually had one more thing to do, which was to ask her to refine a moat to stabilize the mountain and river array of the Mirage City. After all, Lu Rou was the first orthodox water god in the Great Spring Dynasty. In terms of mountains and rivers of the country's Ministry of Rites, she was not inferior to the Lord of the 5 Mountains. Qin Pingon also got up and said that he wanted to send the water god off. Lu Rou thought about it and understood that some things were indeed not suitable to talk about in a crowded place. Therefore, as soon as she walked out of the courtyard, she said in her mind, "Little teacher, let's not talk about other things. Praying for rain is actually my job. Anyway, I did whatever the imperial court said in the past and it will be the same in the future. But praying for children at my ancestral temple is really effective. I don't even know that I have this ability. Anyway, it's very effective. Little teacher?" Qin Pingon was speechless. The water god laughed loudly. As expected, she was very quick-witted. Tiptoed. She patted the little teacher's shoulder and continued, "Don't worry. The next time you go to the ancestral temple to burn incense, little teacher, tell me in advance. I will definitely take it seriously. Don't talk about manifesting even if I kowtow with little teacher. Little teacher, you don't know that the golden statue in the ancestral temple is extremely handsome. It can only be described as beautiful." Qin Pingon could only interrupt the water god's words and explain, "I'm not asking for that. I want to talk about the Tao formula recorded in the Jade Scroll." Lu Rou asked doubtfully, "Did something go wrong on the path of cultivation?" She stomped her foot. "Damn it, that blasphemous old Dragon King, he just had to leave that Jade Scroll behind and caused a lot of harm. Later on, he didn't come when he should have and set up that rain-praying tablet for others. Little teacher, don't worry. It seems that I've done something bad with good intentions, but I'm not the kind of person who likes to shirk responsibility. If there's any side effects, I'll take responsibility. If I can't afford it, even if I sell everything I have, I'll write you an IOU first. I'll write an IOU as I please. Little teacher, please don't tell Master Wensheng about this." Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and said helplessly, "It's not about that. Water god, why don't you listen to me slowly?" She made a no sound and said with grievance, "I'm just panicking. Don't you think it's strange? I've never seen Lord Wensheng before, so I begged my grandpa and grandma, saying that I would be satisfied after seeing him once in my whole life. When I really saw him, how could it be enough? Then I wanted to see Lord Wensheng for the 2nd time. Of course, even if there was a 3rd time, I wouldn't complain about it. Last, Lord Wensheng is really a sage. His temperament is like a lantern in the big sun, which brings light to my humble dwelling. The moment I saw him, I identified him immediately. I knew that it was Lord Wenxing who came to my mansion personally. Indeed, Lord Wenxing's grand and unique aura could never be hidden. When I saw Left Sword Immortal for the first time, I didn't have a good eyesight until the second time I saw him. Qin Pingon had already accepted his fate. It was better to wait for the water god to finish speaking first. The buried river was once the main river channel of the Tongyi continent that entered the sea. However, with the passage of time, the scale of the great blasphemy had shrunk greatly. In the end, only a small section of the buried river remained. The predecessor of the Bayou Manor was the former site of the Dragon Palace of the great blasphemy Dragon King. The jade slip that condensed the water into a substance was the proof of the Lord of Blasphemy. It was obtained by the buried river goddess by luck. She then engraved the inscription of "All things can be refined" on the jade slip. The annotations were detailed and meticulous. After a great battle, more than half of the water god's golden body was broken. Just by relying on the heavy snow in the Mirage City every year, it was estimated that it might not be able to be restored to perfection without 300 years of sowing. And the Lu family of the Great Spring had only established the country for more than 200 years. Unless the imperial court could help the buried river widen the river channel, and at the same time absorb more streams and rivers that originally flowed differently. However, Qin Pingon knew that the Yao family of the Great Spring, whether it was for public or private reasons, it was impossible for them to lean the power of the country so much towards the buried river. It was definitely not a good thing for the Yao family and the buried river. The big and small gods of the mountains and rivers, from the Lord of Mount Wuye to the Earth God and Granny He, were also a big officialdom. The water god finally came back to her senses. The young master had been walking beside her for a long time in silence. He had started to daydream again, so much so that he had forgotten to speak. When she stopped talking, Qin Pingon finally said in his heart, "Back then the water god gave me both the jade slip and the Tao formula. The benefits were so great that it was beyond my imagination. It was so in the past, now, and maybe even in the future. To be honest, I relied on it to survive a period of time that was not so smooth." Lu Ro laughed heartily and said, "That's good. I was wondering what it was. The young master is so serious that I've been on tenterhooks until now. Don't thank me. You're treating me like an outsider. We're not close." Qin Pingon felt even more helpless. There were some truths that could not be said now. However, with the water god's temper, she really did not take the jade slip seriously. The jade slip that was engraved with the true Tao formula had two sides. The content of the Tao formula and the words beside it totaled more than 5,000 words. In addition, the refinement Tao formula that venerable fiery dragon had taught him in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven added together and complemented each other. It allowed Qin Pingon to have many things to do in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The cultivation method seemed to be refining items, but in fact, it explained the operating principles of the Tao of the five elements. It was extremely suitable for Qin Pingon. In addition, the Tao formula's definition of the human body's meridians was extremely mysterious and precise. A drop of golden water from the heavens could fly in the air as if it was a machine. From the Aurus Core stage to the nascent soul stage and then to the peak of the martial arts, it was simply tailor-made for Qin Pingon. It was extremely beneficial. The most important and mysterious thing was that the Tao formula involved the fourth city of the 5 cities and 12 buildings of the Bekokekyung building. The person who obtained the jade slip only needed to deduce slightly and would be able to discover that it contained 4 paths. Each path could allow one to have a chance of ascending to the heavens of the upper 5 realms. Furthermore, one would not be led astray and one's Tao heart would not be easily disturbed by one's mental demons. Of course, the mental demons were still there. It was impossible for them to disappear into thin air. However, the power of the mental demons decreased sharply, as if they had been suppressed by the Tao formula. This was the so-called, turning the 4 heavens into coolness and sweeping away the heat of the world, in the Tao formula. It made cultivators feel as if they were in a cool and refreshing place. The mental demons were excluded. If they wanted to cause trouble, it was as if they had to break through a small world that was guarded by a saint. If a Qi refinement warrior at the nascent soul stage faced the mental demons, it was as if a nascent soul stage cultivator was facing a pure Jade Realm cultivator. Then, with the protection of this Tao formula and the heavenly official of the Taoist sect as the door god who guarded the door for the Qi refinement warrior, It was equivalent to pulling an unparalleled mental demon back to the nascent soul stage. Qin Pingon roughly explained the situation. Lu Ro was confused. Then she was a little embarrassed and said honestly, "There are 4 paths to ascension to heaven hidden in the jade slip? So many. Why didn't I know? I thought that there was only one step to immortality." It was just like a Confucian sage who had written a book that had been interpreted countless times by later generations. In the end, the sage, who did not think too much when he picked up the brush, was stunned by the interpretation books. Qin Pingon raised his hand and rubbed his glabella. He said, "It's fine if you don't know, goddess water god. Anyway, what I mean by saying all this is that this gift is too heavy. It's so big that I can't repay it." Lu Ro waved her hand. "You're too polite. You're distant. Good things are not afraid of being late. You don't mind it too much. Otherwise you'll lose some of your heroism." Although she said that, when the water god walked, she raised her head high and looked very heroic. Qin Pingon said, "I have a suggestion. Goddess water god, you can use this Tao Sutra to make a deal with an immortal family that is pleasing to the eye. For example, with the Jade sect's Divine Seal Peak, the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, the Fuyao sect and Taiping Mountain, which will continue the incense of the ancestral hall in the future. If you think that a girl can't marry into 2 families, I personally suggest that you sell her to Xianxia of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land." As for Taiping Mountain, he still had to wait for 70 to 80 years. The water god would most likely be embarrassed and would do it for him. However, it would definitely be a favor to the Green Turing Palace. He would only send a message to the future mountain master of Taiping Mountain. This Tao Sutra was suitable for every earth immortal. Regardless of whether it was the immortal master of the archives or the cultivators of the mountains and lakes, no matter how tough their Tao hearts were and how they were not moved by external objects, they would still be overjoyed. They would have 4 more chances to ascend to heaven for free. It was as if they had the protection of the heavenly official of the Tao sect to help reduce the influence of their mental demons. Who would not be happy? It was also coveted by any sect with a deep foundation. The reason was very simple. A sect had enough earth immortals. As long as there was an earth immortal's path of cultivation, it was the path of the 5 elements. For example, Qin Pingon, or the black-robed scholar from the Zhou Xian Bureau of the North Continent, cultivating this sutra would yield twice the results with half the effort. Even if there were none for the time being, the sect could specially open up this path for the direct disciples of the ancestral hall with the best qualifications. If the cultivators carefully and patiently cultivated, coupled with the sect's meticulous nurturing and careful protection, then in the next 100 or 1,000 years, the number of earth immortals and even the upper 5 realms would be far more than before. If he had to meet old General Yao on this trip to the capital of the Great Spring, he would either have to make a trip to the Jinhuang mansion first and then pay a visit to the Green Turing Palace, or Qin Pingon would have to thank the goddess of the buried river. Qin Pingon was able to decide early on to open up a subsect for the Luopa Mountain and finally chose the location of the Tongye continent. This jade scroll was of great merit. There was no hurry to name the subsect. When it came to naming, it was his forte. There were too many good names, so it was more worrying. As for the subsect's first sect master, it would be Chao Qinglang. Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian might need to come to the Tongye continent to help Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang was very likely to be the youngest sect master in the history of Haoran world, or one of them. In addition, the sword cultivator Cui Wei, who was already in the nascent soul realm, and of course the sword cultivator Sui Yu, who was still in the golden core realm, would come from the Luopa mountain to settle down. If great sword immortal Mi was willing, he could also come to the Tongye continent. After all, the subsect was closer to the Cloud Cave Blessed Lands Mount Huashan. However, other than Chao Qinglang, the subsect master, whether the others would leave the Luopa mountain depended on their own wishes. Qin Pingon told Jiang Shangzhen that the Luopa mountain was not a place where one person's words were spoken. In fact, it was not empty words. Lu Ro shook her head vigorously. "Sell my hammer. If I don't sell it, the item that I give away will not be mine." Although that old sect master Jiang can indeed be considered an old hero, if it were other things I would be happy to be able to befriend him. But if it's business, forget it. I don't like it. Friends who rely on business won't last long. If you want to do business, the Jade Scroll and Tao Manual will belong to you. Go and do your own business. If you need to earn money, earn it. Don't delay it. Don't be afraid that I will think too much. I can't trust anyone, but I can trust you. Let me say this first. No matter if it's one or a few transactions, it has nothing to do with me or the Jade Palace. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat water flower wine and eel noodles in the future. Then I will listen to the water goddess. Qin Pingon sighed. He folded his hands in his sleeves and walked slowly. He did not speak anymore. Back then, when he was traveling the Jade Palace, he drank too much and boldly sat down to discuss the Tao. He said that the order was more because the water goddess had studied the teacher's knowledge for many years and finally attained the golden body. One drink and one peck. In the early years, she taught the Tao half-heartedly in the Jade Palace. In the end, she gave Qin Pingon several times to the upper 5 realms. This was because Qin Pingon had once used the Tao manual of One Step to Immortality. When he was almost unable to maintain a normal Tao heart, he had to be stubborn and take the initiative to abandon his prejudice against the Baekokeikyung building. He braced himself to cultivate this method. On the city wall of the Sword Chi Great Wall, he quietly ascended to the upper 5 realms 3 times. He was no longer the fake Yu Pu on the city wall. Then he broke the illusory Baekokeikyung building's longevity bridge and chose to return to the nascent soul realm. As a result, even the dragon god was not sure whether Qin Pingon was a fake Yupusian nascent soul or a real fake Yupusian immortal. Before the dragon god spoke, Li Zhen and Lu Bai, who were potential sword immortals, thought that the young secluded official was at most a nascent soul realm sword cultivator. When the dragon god spoke on the city wall that time, Qin Pingon immediately broke the illusory Baekokeikyung building's longevity bridge to heaven. From the real Yupusian realm, he returned to the nascent soul realm and became a fake Yupusian immortal again. At that time, Qin Pingon's request was not only to stabilize his Tao heart, but also to let the dragon god draw his sword for the last time. The later the better. It would be best if he could drag it until the mountains and rivers were reversed. Even if the dragon god still chose to draw his sword before Cui Dong arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he would not be sure of his true realm. Even if he was sure, Qin Pingon was a real Yupusian immortal sword cultivator after all. He did not dare to talk about the odds of winning. At least the chances of him exchanging his life with the dragon god were higher. However, all these twists and turns and the constant scheming against the dragon god were ultimately no match for the sword immortal boss's last sword. However, this did not mean that Qin Pingon's considerations were meaningless. After arriving at the Tongye continent, the immortals of the Thousand Jade sect and the group of experts behind the scenes, including Han Yushu, had a very accurate judgment. The person they needed to be wary of the most was Qin Pingon. It was Qin Pingon who came from nowhere and not his current realm or identity. Of course, Qin Pingon was so crazy. He rose and fell between the Yupusian realm and the nascent soul realm. This was equivalent to having 3 chances to fight with the inner demon. Moreover, he had a deeper understanding of the Baekokeikyung building that he was destined to visit. Lu Ro suddenly laughed and gave him 2 thumbs up. She asked softly, Qin Pingon, you and that devastatingly beautiful emperor, Qin Pingon shook his head. Don't joke about this. Lu Ro sighed. It's not good to be too gentlemanly. Qin Pingon smiled and said, in the future I'll bring my wife to visit the Green Turing Palace. The water god was shocked and stomped her feet. What? If you really have a wife, doesn't that mean I have no chance? Qin Pingon looked embarrassed. Forget it. I'll visit buried he alone. She jumped up and slapped Qin Pingon on the shoulder. She laughed and said, you're still the same as before. You're thin-skinned and can't be teased. Look at how scared you are. Qin Pingon reminded her seriously, you can't joke about this. Really? The water god chuckled and walked with her hands behind her head. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, Qin Pingon, it's great that we can still meet and chat like this. We're not worried that we'll be gone tomorrow. Really? Qin Pingon nodded. Not only did Yao Lingji send his master out of the mansion, he even sat in the carriage. The master and disciple sat opposite each other. Lu Zong asked, is there something on your mind? Yao Lingji shook his head and smiled. I've reunited with my benefactor. This benefactor happens to be my master's old friend. What could I have on my mind? Lu Zong smiled and did not say anything. He closed his eyes and started to rest, nourishing his fist intent bit by bit. In fact, the higher-ups of the Great Spring Imperial Palace, as well as the insides of some wealthy families, had always been well aware of the fact that the surname of the Great Spring Empire would never have been changed from Lu to Yao if it had not been for the series of changes caused by a single person. At the border, if the young outsider had not passed by and saved the old General Yao Zhen from the assassins of the North Jin Kingdom, he would not have entered the capital to become the Minister of War, and Yao Jinji would not have married into the emperor's family. In the inn of Hue Town, the third prince, Lu Mao, suffered a great loss. His biggest loss was the sudden death of Li Li, the head of the Imperial Horse Directorate. This caused Lu Mao to lose the secret support of half of the Great Spring Jianghu. Without Li Li's coordination, Lu Mao would not have been able to convince the public. As a result, the power of Jianghu was completely taken over by a stranger named Lu Zong. More importantly, because of the death of his only son, Gao Shi, the Duke of Xin, Gao Shizhen, and Lu Mao gradually drifted apart. No matter why Gao Shi died, he died under Lu Mao's nose. The Duke of Xin's mansion thus closed the door to Lu Mao. In addition, after the assassination, the Academy's gentleman Wang Qi, who used to be the leader of the literary circle of the Great Spring Dynasty, disappeared. He was also the first Prince Lu Zong's only ally in the Mirage City. In addition, the Caomu nunnery and the Su family in the Mirage City, where Su Qingzhou was from, all began to part ways with the first Prince Lu Zong after that. Everything was linked, and in the end the second prince successfully ascended the throne. That was why the vassal king Lu Zong said those strange words in the rainy night. In Lu Zong's view, even if Yao Jinji was an emperor, she was after all a woman. Therefore, as long as she was willing to marry, the Great Spring Dynasty would most likely change its surname with her. In Lu Zong's view, the young but meticulous Qin Pingon would be able to take over the Great Spring Dynasty as long as he was willing to return to it. Moreover, the vassal king Lu Zong and his allies had secretly rushed to the Peach Leaf Ferry for a meeting. Later, the chief minister of the Golden Peak Temple, Lu Ying, had actually equated the green-robed swordsman with Qin Pingon. However, even Lu Zong, who was the guardian scholar tree of the Great Spring Dynasty, and Yao Lingji, who was a relative of the emperor, were still in the dark about the secret meeting at the ferry. If Lu Zong, who was in prison, and Gao Shizhen, who was the duke and Du Hanliang of the Golden Peak Temple, didn't say anything, no one would know. However, Yao Lingji had been carefully hiding a huge secret in her heart for so many years. Even her master Lu Zong didn't know about it. Only she knew about it. Even her sister Yao Jinji didn't know about it. Back then, a green-robed man with a sword on his back appeared in the heavily guarded imperial palace. Yao Lingji didn't recognize him at first, but the other party's first words left Yao Lingji astonished. "Miss Yao, we finally meet after so many years. How is Jinji?" Yao Lingji immediately blurted out the other party's name. Qin Pingon. The green-robed swordsman smiled and nodded. He put a finger to his lips and said softly, "I'll leave immediately. Miss Yao, you don't have to worry. With me in Mirage City, nothing will go wrong." Yao Lingji couldn't help but ask, "You really don't want to see Jinji?" The green-robed swordsman, who had turned from a teenager to a young man, shook his head and smiled. "No need. I'm relieved to see that you're safe and sound." Then the other party disappeared in a flash and entered Mirage City as if there was no one there. Until today, Yao Lingji still felt that it was a dream, and that the other party's words of relief were just a dream come true. Moreover, Yao Lingji didn't tell this matter to her sister, who was still the empress at the time. When Yao Jinji became the emperor, Yao Lingji didn't have any thoughts of telling her about it. Therefore, for so many years, Yao Lingji had been afraid to see the man who had saved the Yao family twice. He was worried about that. This was because the upper echelons of the Great Spring sect all knew that there was once a green-robed swordsman who liked to admire the snowy scenery of Mirage City. It was rumored that he was the leader of the moon-supporting mountain's 100-sword immortals, Fei Ran. He came from the wilderness. But how did he become the last disciple of the sage of literature? Could it be that the goddess of the buried river was deceived? No matter what, whether it was Fei Ran or Qin Pingon, they had saved the Yao family twice and saved the Great Spring sect once. Moreover, Fei Ran had a good reputation in Tongye continent. It seemed that he had never fought before, which was similar to the person who had been recognized by the Confucian temple. Yao Lingji's face was filled with sorrow. Suddenly he asked, "Master, what kind of person do you think Mr. Qin is?" Lu Zong said, "He's young, experienced and smart. He's worth entrusting his life to." Yao Lingji smiled. Master, Mr. Qin isn't with you right now. It's just the two of us. Can you please say a few words for us? Wuzong laughed. A person with 1,000 taels of silver will always want to be brothers with a person with 10,000 taels of silver. A person with 10,000 taels of silver won't want to interact with a person with 1,000 taels of silver. A person with 100,000 taels of silver won't mind interacting with a person with 1,000 taels of silver, or even 100 or 10 taels of silver. He's kind and approachable. Yao Lingji was confused. Master, you don't have much of an impression of Qin Pingon? I'm just trying to show you some profound words. Why are you so nervous? Lu Zong shook his head and teased. Why? You've liked that kid for many years? Not bad, not bad. I have good taste in disciples and my disciple has good taste in men. No wonder we can be master and disciple. Yao Lingji was so angry that he laughed. Master, how old are you? Can you be more serious? Lu Zong stroked his beard and smiled. Qin Pingon has already seen through your thoughts. This kid's ability to observe people's body language and figure out the overall situation from small details is excellent. Master has personally experienced it before. Stealing a punch is just a matter of showing him a few glances. It's as easy as eating a meal. Yao Lingji's face immediately turned pale. Lu Zong's expression turned solemn. His first disciple had never been so flustered when it came to matters between men and women. He was very straightforward about who he liked and who he disliked. Therefore, Lu Zong lowered his voice and asked, "What's going on?" A moment later, Lu Zong said in a deep voice, "I'll immediately send a flying sword to His Majesty. This letter must be clearer and can't be as vague as your previous letter. Also, you must remember that this matter must not be made public. It's not easy to confirm Qin Pingon's identity. Other than Lu Ro from the roaming Jade Palace, no one else can be counted. Daquan only needs to find someone who has seen the Sage of Literature and the Great Sword Immortal Zhou. Lingji, this matter involves too many things. You must not panic. If you're not careful, you'll cause a huge commotion in the Confucian temple." Yao Lingji's face was pale. He bit his lips and nodded heavily. After the goddess of the buried river returned to Xianxia, Qin Pingon returned to Yao Xianji's residence. He remembered the first time he saw Yao Xianji. She was only 14 years old. Qin Pingon returned to his hometown this time because he wanted to make use of the Tongyi continents whether to confirm the authenticity of the dream. Jiang Shangzhen, Tui Dongshan, and Pei Qian had appeared one after another. Coupled with the secret letter from the Heart Lake, he had already confirmed it. Since Luopa Mountain was fine, it was fine to wait a few more days for the young hill master to return. However, some things would not wait for anyone. The children were anxious to grow up. It seemed like they could not be rushed. The elders were in a hurry to grow old. It was impossible to stop them. Tongyi Continent's Daquan Dynasty's old general Yao Zhen, Aquarius Continent's beautiful clothes nation's old granny, and Comb nation's old senior Zhou Xian. Of course, there was also the bearded wanderer Xianxia, who was like an elder brother to him. Yao Xianji was also curious. Every time she wanted to talk to Mr. Qin, she would become lazy when she had the chance. Qin Pingon asked, "Are there any hidden experts in Daquan's capital?" Yao Xianji shook her head. "I'm still the magistrate. The so-called hidden experts are all recorded in the book. However, those who should be famous are already famous. If there really is a hidden old immortal, I really don't know. You'll have to ask my sister about this. She and High Official Lu are in charge of Daquan's spy network." Qin Pingon smiled. "It's just a casual question. Don't take it seriously." Yao Xianji asked, "Is there something wrong? Can I be of any help?" Qin Pingon said, "If there really is something wrong, you won't be able to help. In Jianghu, the first rule is to run away when the situation is not good. You're limping and can't keep up with me. Do you want me to carry you and run? You can order me around like a sorcerer's robe. If there are flying swords or spells, will you carry them?" Yao Xianji said helplessly, "Mr. Qin, don't always tease me with a limp. You weren't like this in the past." Qin Pingon laughed and scolded, "You weren't limp in the past either." Yao Xianji scratched her head. "That's true." Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Don't be so shy all the time. Wait patiently. I have something to tell you. I plan to set up my next sect in Tongya Island. However, it will be further north than Daquan. When you have time or when you feel like you've had enough of the horse manure at the border, you can come to my place to relax. I'll make an exception for you and give you an anonymous consecration. Yao Xianji suddenly straightened her back. Really? Qin Pingon laughed and said, of course I'm serious. As for whether you're serious or not, do you think I can control a lower first-rank county prince who wears a magistrate's hat? Yao Xianji was just about to tease him about becoming his brother-in-law when Mr. Qin seemed to predict the future and slapped the magistrate's head. Yao Xianji slumped on the table. Qin Pingon took out 2 jugs of wine and threw one to Yao Xianji. Then he began to think about other things and pointed at the table from time to time. Yao Xianji drank the wine and asked, is this an immortal technique? Something like observing the mountains and rivers? Qin Pingon shook his head. It's just a lousy chess player. I'm just casually playing. Drink your wine. Yao Xianji looked for a while and couldn't figure out what was going on. She focused on drinking and didn't think about anything else. Instead, she felt a little sleepy. Qin Pingon said, if you're sleepy, go back to your room and sleep. Yao Xianji shook her head. What sleep? There's no woman to warm my bed. Qin Pingon glanced sideways at the unkempt man with a full beard. Yao Xianji blushed slightly. Mr. Qin, I'm not young anymore. There are no outsiders here. You won't let me say a few dirty words. Qin Pingon laughed. Then do you know how it feels to be single? Yao Xianji sighed and continued to drink. Mr. Qin wasn't like this in the past. Qin Pingon continued to stare at the empty table. Although he was a lousy chess player, he still knew a thing or two about chess. During his years at the Great Wall of Swordqi, he had thought about it a lot. His sect chose the Tongya Continent, protected Taiping Mountain, and then searched for Tianke Peak. He occupied the Tianquan position and interrupted the Jinding Monastery. According to chess theory, this was the starting star position. It was high on the chessboard and focused on taking advantage of the situation. He inadvertently found Lu Zong of the Great Spring Dynasty and took the initiative to make friends with Mount Pu's Cloud Cottage. He released Little Longqiu and Nascent Soul Consecrator, as well as Jindan Daiyuan. At the same time, he asked Jiang Shangzhen for help. This made both sides cherish their lives even more. They might even mistakenly think that he had formed a connection with the Jade sect. These were all the starting points in chess theory and were suitable for taking advantage of the position. Stars or small points, both were suitable for the golden horn silver edge grass belly. What a chess player wanted in the end was to take advantage of the situation. The head consecrator of the Jinding Monastery, Lu Ying, was a Qin Pingon's go with the flow. According to normal chess theory, it could be said that enemies met on a narrow path, close combat, and killing intent was revealed. It was just that Qin Pingon used it secretly. Hence, Qin Pingon did not need to make any requests of Lu Ying. When there was a need, he would naturally find Lu Ying. As long as Lu Ying did not go crazy and seek death, Qin Pingon could use this as an excuse to survive on the chessboard. However, the Yao family of the Great Spring Dynasty needed Qin Pingon to make a certain degree of cuts and delineation for the future of the Luopa Mountains Tongya continent. Only Yao Xianji beside him was an exception. As for the rest, friendship was friendship and friends were friends. Benefits were benefits and business was business. Some friendships could actually be used to do business or even make the relationship even better. However, Qin Pingon still hoped that the relationship between the Yao family of Great Spring would be more pure. Of course, if the emperor of Great Spring was Yao Xianji and not the female Yao Jingji or even Yao Lingzi, it would be a different story. Back then, Qin Pingon was ignorant and muddle-headed. He did not know how powerful Yao Jingji was. In fact, later on he walked further into Jianghu, especially at the table of the Great Wall of Swordqi. When the second shopkeeper drank enough, he became more and more afraid. Qin Pingon waved his sleeve as if he was dispersing the chess game. He hesitated for a moment. Xianji, Lu Tsong and Lu Mao, who can I see? Yao Xianji said, you can't see Lu Kong. Without His Majesty's permission, even my sister can't go to the water prison. But as for Taoist Longzhou with me leading the way, you can see him as you wish. Qin Pingon nodded and said, then let's go and meet the third prince, who is concentrating on cultivating and becoming an immortal. Yao Xianji shook the wine pot. We're going now? Qin Pingon looked at the sky. We'll talk about it when it's night time. Yao Xianji asked curiously, is there a rule on the mountain? Qin Pingon said unhappily, it's easy to run into ghosts when walking at night. Is that a rule? Yao Xianji raised the wine pot. Qin Pingon stood up and began the 6-step stance walk. In reality, Qin Pingon was far from as relaxed as he appeared. He was worried that after the 3 dreams in the Cave of Fortune, his first dream would be the questioning heart trap after waking up. He had already unknowingly fallen into the trap, and the Yao family of the Great Spring was the key. For example, the worst-case scenario was that Cui Dong had come into contact with the swordsman Firen, and Firen had set up a trap in Mirage City. It would be even more troublesome and unsolvable. For example, the Great Spring Empress Yao Jinji had come into contact with Firen in private. They even had a secret alliance that was recorded in a military tent. Then, the reputation of the Great Spring Empire and the Yao family today would be the reputation of the future sage of literature's last disciple. Duke Xin, Gao Shizhen, the 2 vassal kings, or any of the hidden experts, who were still hibernating could become a variable. They could become a variable for Qin Pingon, and then be transformed into a variable for the entire sage of literature's last disciple. Once Cui Dong chose to play chess with someone, what could he not do? Cui Dong's so-called Dao protector helping to sharpen the Dao heart, who would be willing to take the initiative to do it a second time. In Cui Dong's words, this was the level of the questioning heart trap. This kind of simple chess game could not be passed and could not be solved. How did Qin Pingon become the last disciple of the sage of literature's last disciple? Damn it, Xiaohu, why don't you ask yourself, is there anyone in the world who can be the eldest martial brother like you? Teacher's effort, merging the mountains and rivers of the 3 continents. Senior Cui Dong's plan for the sake of Howren, reversing the collapse of the heavens. Senior martial brother unsheathed his sword left and right, the sword light chilling the heavens. All of these Qin Pingon as the most idle junior martial brother. After he appeared in this peaceful world, all the extra benefits of the literary lineage would be implicated because of Qin Pingon's carelessness, causing the entire literary lineage to fall into the mud again. Even if there were no suspicions at the Confucian temple, he was destined to be questioned on the mountain and the foot of the mountain. It would only be worse than a carelessly compiled travel book of mountains and rivers, and a Qin Pingon who liked to be protective of women and was good at fishing for compliments. Qin Pingon would definitely not allow himself to be hidden under the light again. Actually, Qin Pingon had seen the subtle change in Yao Lingji's state of mind, but he did not point it out. Therefore, the matter of Yao Lingji's flying sword sending a message to the southern border was definitely not simple. The reason why Qin Pingon did not stop the goddess of the Bering River from revealing his identity of the literary lineage was actually a kind of test. Yao Lingji was even more worried. He could hide it, but he did not hide it well. What did this mean? It meant that Yao Lingji or even Yao Jinji had a secret in his heart that was bigger than Qin Pingon's new identity as the last disciple of the sage of literature. Cui Dong's heart questioning would cause Qin Pingon to fall into a desperate situation, but it would definitely not cause Qin Pingon to die. Therefore, on the trip to Tongye continent, there would be a Jiangshangzhen and a self-cultivator on Taiping Mountain. If Qin Pingon arrived at Tongye continent and still did not ask about it, he would directly pass by Taiping Mountain, Jinhuang Mansion, Baiyu Palace and Daquan Mirage City. Then Han Jianshu of Wan Yao sect, Immortal Han Yushu, Dharma astronomical phenomenon of Jinding Mountain View Mountain Formation, Goddess of the Bering River, Old General Yao Luing and Yao Lingji would all miss it. Qin Pingon was distracted by his thoughts as he practiced his stance. He even muttered to himself, everything can be refined, everything can be solved. Yao Xinji looked at Mr. Qin who was practicing his fist techniques and felt that it was a pity that the handsome Mr. Qin was not his brother-in-law. In the Daquan dynasty, the most senior Duke Gao Shizhen was now old and clumsy. After a trip to the small Taoist temple, a carriage drove out of Mirage City and headed to the Heavenly Palace temple outside the city. At dusk, dark clouds covered the sky. When the carriage arrived at the gate of the ancient temple, there were signs of rain. The old butler was the coachman. He carried an oil paper umbrella on his back and helped the Duke get off the carriage. All these years, the Duke would come here every few months to copy the scriptures and listen to the teachings of the eminent monks. When Yao Jinji was still the empress, she used to pray for rain here. As for the old butler of the Duke's mansion, his name was Pei Wenyue. He used to be Gao Shi's fist technique master. According to the records of Daquan, he was a hidden golden body martial artist. Along the way, there were no monks to receive them because this was the rule set by the Duke. He was just a pilgrim when he entered the temple to burn incense and copy scriptures. Gao Shirzhen staggered and asked with a smile, "Is it because she is sincere, or did the former emperor do it on purpose to give her an excuse to go out and relax?" The old butler said, "It's both." Gao Shirzhen stretched out her finger and pointed at the butler. "Old Pei, I've known you for so many years, but I just realized that you don't seem to have done anything wrong or said anything wrong. How did you do it?" The old butler said, "Do less and say less. Only do what you have to do and only say what you should say." The duke sighed with emotion. "If I had listened to your advice and not let him go out early or let you follow him secretly, wouldn't it have been better?" The old butler didn't answer this question. The two old people settled down in a meditation room. The sky was dark. The old butler lit the lamp, ground the ink and laid out the paper. Gao Shirzhen's wrist was trembling today. She wrote the word illness on the paper. Illness. Why was it C? C meant heart. Thinking too much made one sick. Gao Shirzhen looked at the word C and said, "You once said that no matter how lucky a person is, it can't compare to having good luck in life. Old General Yao, who was sick for many years but didn't die, is a person with great good luck in life." The old butler didn't answer the question. He turned his head to look out of the window and said softly, "Master, it's raining." Gao Shirzhen laughed. "I'm not as good as the top, but I'm better than the bottom. Compared to the two kings, I'm already a person with good luck in life. As long as I close my eyes, a beautiful wife will immediately come to my door." One was Lu Tsong, who was only half a step away from getting everything he wanted, and the other was Lu Mao, who had devoted himself to cultivation for 20 years. Gao Shirzhen put down the pen that had just been dipped in ink and turned to look out of the window. There were 2 lanterns hanging outside the room. A sudden rain, the raindrops as big as soybeans, shook the lanterns vigorously. It was like 2 pitiful people who couldn't go into the room to take shelter from the rain. They couldn't sleep at night and could only complain to each other. Gao Shirzhen said softly, "I used to be a person who worried about the heavy rain and snow. I'm not a rich person who only knows how to enjoy the scenery. I remember when Shu Yi just remembered things, I accompanied the child to have a snowball fight. I told him that the glazed wonderland of our Mirage City is only a thing in the eyes of rich people like us. The weather is cold and the ground is frozen. The winter clothes are thin and the poor people suffer a lot." The old butler hesitated for a moment and said bluntly, "If you don't explain a truth clearly, you don't say it at all. You might as well not say it at all." Gao Shirzhen was silent for a long time and nodded. Yes. It was raining heavily outside the window. The strong are good at recognition and the weak like denial. Gao Shirzhen laughed. "Old Pei, you have always been a man of few words. This sentence is rare for you to say more than once. You said it to me in Shui. Then who was the one who said it first?" The old butler sat quietly on a chair and said, "It's an old friend from my hometown. He is a swordsman who doesn't like to talk reason. Occasionally when he is drunk he will say a few rare serious words, so it's more memorable." "Old friend? Who is the older one?" When the old butler spoke, he still didn't forget his duty. He stood up and used 2 fingers to pick the wick and remove the embers to make the lamp brighter. Then he slowly said, "Me." Tonight in Mirage City there were lanterns on the streets. It was as if it was daytime. The bridge and the river were blue. Countless lanterns were reflected in the water, as if countless stars were born out of thin air. Qin Pingon followed Yao Xianji all the way to the small Taoist temple. Slowly walking along the street, Qin Pingon looked at the lanterns in the water and then looked up to the north. He heard that the night sky of the central part of the Aquarius continent was as bright as day all year round. 759. The small Taoist temple was called Yellow Flower Temple. It was located in the westernmost part of Mirage City. Yao Xianji brought Qin Pingon around and finally entered the Yellow Flower Temple with a talisman. The small Taoist temple was built from a temple. Since the founding emperor of the Lu family of Daquan, the successive emperors had highly advocated Taoism. Although they did not reject Buddhism, the emperors, generals, ministers and high-ranking officials were not very interested in Buddhism. Therefore, from the capital to other places, large and small temples, even if they were built, were often a wedding dress for Taoism. The Heavenly Palace Temple outside the capital, which was built by the imperial family of the previous dynasty, was an exception. The ancient temple was much older than the Lu family of Daquan. On the way here, Qin Pingon heard from Yao Xinji that the old Duke Xian was now the biggest visitor of the Heavenly Palace Temple. Yao Xinji pushed open the door of the temple. Probably because the small Taoist temple could not afford to build a Lingguan hall, there were 2 portraits of Lingguan pasted on the door. Yao Lingji pushed the door open and the two crossed the threshold. After closing the door, he turned around and said casually, "In the temple other than Lu Mao, who is called Taoist Longzhou, there are only 2 little Taoist children who sweep the floor and cook. The 2 children are orphans and have no talent for cultivation. Lu Mao taught them the Taoist Heart Sutra, but they still can't cultivate. It's a pity. Their daily practice of breathing and doing homework is just for fun. But after all, they are following Lu Mao. It's not all bad that they can't become immortals." Qin Pingon nodded. The 3rd prince was able to manipulate Jin Huang Mansion and Pine Needle Lake in the palm of his hand. The 3rd prince was also a vassal who had successfully helped his elder brother ascend the throne. Even if he had turned to cultivation, it would probably take him more effort than lighting a lamp. Qin Pingon said without reason, "When I was on the ferry, I found that the Wuxia temple in Beijing seemed to have some people again." Yao Xinji was gradually getting used to Mr. Chen's way of thinking, which was often the case. Just a moment ago he was still talking about the battlefield and casualties of the border army of Daquan before they retreated to the capital. He drew several lines on the stone table and quickly changed the topic to ask about the remaining members of the Su family in Xiaomu Nunnery about their current situation in Daquan. Yao Xinji asked, "Is it the ancient temple in Beijing with the lotus platform? The young emperor of Beijing believed in Buddhism, so Buddhism flourished these years. He ordered the construction of many temples. Wuxia Temple was originally a 1,000-year-old temple. Because it had been abandoned for so long, it was well preserved. It is now the largest temple in Beijing. A few years ago there were a few eminent monks with great virtue who were ordered to stay in Wuxia Temple one after another. The number of incense offerings suddenly increased." "Then stop she." Qin Pingon first corrected Yao Xinji's statement with a smile and then asked, "Have you heard of a young-looking monk? However, his real age is definitely not young. He traveled from the north to the south and his dharma is exquisite. He might have some connection with the ox head lineage. It doesn't have to be Shibei or Jin. Could be your Daquan or southern Qi." Xinji think. The famous monks of northern Jin and southern Qi seemed to be old. They asked about Lingji and Sir Lu. What a coincidence. His Majesty is also well versed in Buddhism. There must be something to talk about. Qin Pingon nodded. "I will ask Mr. Lu if I have the chance." The first time Qin Pingon traveled to Tongye continent, before he accidentally entered Lotus Flower Blessed Land, he passed by Wuxia Temple in Beijing. It was there that he met the little lotus person. After that, in a remote mountain deep in the wild forest, the mountain was steep and far away from human habitation. Qin Pingon saw a little demon who had lost her mind and repeatedly murmured a sad sentence. At that time Qin Pingon didn't think too much about it. Later on, when he was working as an accountant at Bookslip Lake, he went out to travel. In Mayu country he met a white-robed monk who was sitting in a cave on a cliff. He sat up high and still and even saw a heart ape climbing between the cliffs. He had never thought that the little spirit of the mountains and lakes that he had met back then would actually be related to fate. Qin Pingon asked the monk about Buddhism. The monk in Aquarius continent not only helped to guide him, but also mentioned that Tongye continent should not have the ox head sect. So after that Qin Pingon wanted to learn more about the ox head sect. Although he did not know much, the monk's explanation of the word barrier benefited Qin Pingon a lot. A young Taoist walked out of the secluded cultivation room. He wore a traveling hat on his head, held a horsetail whisk in his hand and stepped on cloud shoes. He only glanced at Yao Xinji before turning his gaze away. He stared blankly at the man in the green robe. After a moment he seemed to have finally recognized him. He smiled in relief, threw his horsetail whisk aside and bowed. "Greetings, Sword Immortal Qin Governor." Qin Pingon returned the greeting. "Greetings, Taoist Longzhou." Yao Xinji could not be bothered to return the greeting. He held back his laughter. The two of them did not fight when they met. They were indeed cultivators. Yao Xinji wanted to take off the wine gourd at his waist and drink to watch the show. However, Qin Pingon patted his arm and said, "Drink after we enter the room." Yao Xinji did not know what was going on, but he still put down the wine gourd. Lu Mao, whose Taoist name was Taoist Long Zhou, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Sort of mortal Qin, why do you have to be so aggressive?" Yao Xinji was stunned for a long time and did not understand what was going on. After Mr. Qin entered the Taoist temple, his words and actions were very friendly. Why did Lu Mao ask such a question? Taoist Lu Mao really didn't care about the impulsive magistrate of the capital. Regardless of whether it was the former king or the current head of the Yellow Flower Temple, when facing Yao Xinji, who was like an inexperienced official, it was enough for him to bow to the Taoist. The two of them really had nothing to talk about. He talked about cultivation, but Yao Xinji did not understand. It was like playing the lute to a cow. The governor told him that it was not worth it and it was taboo. As for why he could cultivate here for so many years, of course, it was not that Yao Xinji was soft-hearted. It was because the situation in the imperial court did not allow her to do as she wished. The Lius of Daquan had nothing to blame them for other than the fact that the late emperor's elder brother had fled to the Fifth World. To be honest, the reason why the Lius of Daquan was able to fight and retreat at the same time was because the Lius of Daquan had been able to defend the Mirage City and the capital region even after several major battles. And even though the elite cavalry troops in the north and south had suffered great losses, the Lius of Daquan had been able to defend the Mirage City and the capital region because of the wealth that the Lius of Daquan had accumulated over the past 200 years. Of course, it was also because of the Lu family's ancestral shadow that the vassal king Lu Tsong, who had done meritorious service, was bedridden and could not get out of bed. Lu Mao lived under someone else's roof and guarded a small Taoist temple. During the holidays, the Yellow Flower Temple's green words, green chapters, handwritten writings of the three officials, and talisman would be sent to the palace in the Mirage City on time. It was rumored that some old officials of the previous dynasty could not help but cry whenever they saw the handwritten talisman. It was also said that some old people who did not care about their words drank too much with their old friends and said that even if it was just to see the talisman for one more year, they would still live for one more year. This was the principle that the Confucian sages had been painstakingly talking about, saying that things were going smoothly. In the world, even the rootless cultivators would try their best to have a good reputation. Who could really stay out of it? These rumors were all revealed by Duke Shen when he and Lu Mao were sitting across from each other in the main room today and the old duke was chatting. Qin Pingon joked, "Today's Yellow Flower Temple's Taoist Long Zhou used the same principle to slap the face of the third prince of Hue Town back then." Lu Mao was silent for a moment and nodded. "On the path of cultivation, if you don't give way at all, you will either be caught up by the people behind you and have a conflict, or you will bump into the people in front of you. There will be many misunderstandings and the result will be just in case. In this way it is indeed not beautiful." Qin Pingon clicked his tongue and said, "The temple master's heart is indeed successful. After 20 years of hard cultivation, not only is he already the temple master, but he is also a spiritual master of the middle 5 states. His state of mind is also different from before. The state of Tao and the state of mind are compatible, which is worthy of celebration. Today's visit was not in vain." Lu Mao smiled and dismissed it. He was very cultivated. A little Taoist boy opened the door in a daze and rubbed his eyes. He was very sleepy and asked, "Master, there are guests in the middle of the night? Did the sun rise from the west? Do you need me to boil water and make tea?" Lu Mao nodded and smiled. "It's okay, I will take care of the guests myself. Both of you don't forget to do your homework at midnight." The little Taoist boy saw the 2 guests and quickly bowed. The temple was strange today. There were 2 groups of guests. However, the previous 2 were old and the current 2 were young. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded his head in greeting. He suddenly thought of Zheng Yi, who lived next to the accountant's room in Verdant Gorge Island. The little Taoist boy hesitated and said softly, "Master, 2 hours is too long, can you only do it for an hour?" Lu Mao shook his head and smiled. "No, although cultivation does not rely on rigid skills, if you are not willing to work hard, then you can't even talk about cultivation. There is a difference between first and second. You have to understand this principle." The little Taoist boy nodded. If it were not for the guests tonight, he would still pester his master. Since there were outsiders present, he would do it for his master's sake. Lu Mao pushed open the door of his room. Qin Pingon and Yao Xinji stepped over the threshold one after another. Lu Mao was the last to enter. Qin Pingon looked around the room. There was a row of bookshelves against the wall, a flower table in the corner and a small pot of calamus. There was a desk and an old chair. Other than a closed Huangting scripture on the desk, there was also an open spiritual flying scripture. Lu Mao must have been copying the scripture as the ink on the paper had not completely dried. Lu Mao said apologetically, "The Taoist temple is small and has few guests, so there is only one chair." He looked at Yao Xinji. "Sword Immortal Qin and I are both cultivators. There is only one official in the room, you don't have to be so formal, just sit and drink." Yao Xinji felt that this guy was scolding him. But seeing that Mr. Qin did not say anything, he took the chair from Lu Mao and sat down to drink. As he drank, the governor finally came to his senses. Because Mr. Qin did not care about Taoist Longzhou and only cared about the Taoist temple, Yao Xinji could drink as much as he wanted after entering Lu Mao's room. In fact, the drinking itself was a reminder that Lu Mao was not a Taoist and was still the former third prince. Mr. Qin was respectful to the Yellow Flower Temple. It was a Taoist technique that was not on the scale of a Taoist temple, not Taoist Longzhou Lu Mao. No wonder Lu Mao said that Mr. Qin was being overbearing. He had some brains. Qin Pingon walked around to the back of the table and nodded. "Good writing. It makes people feel as if they are hearing something new. The sound of orioles singing and the sound of the white orioles singing will be heard. When the third prince reaches the 5th level, there might really be a strange phenomenon caused by literary fate. A flock of white orioles will be born from the paper, spread their wings and fly high, and from then on be free." Lu Mao shook his head and took it as a joke. Upper 5 realms, he could forget about it in this lifetime. After cultivating for 20 years, he was still a sea-viewing cultivator. There were 2 chicken pitch pens specially used to copy scriptures. Near the tip of the pen there were 2 small characters, Qin Yu and Ming Jing. The Great Quan dynasty's chicken pitch pen was famous. On top of the pen stand was a long sharp pen, inscribed with the words, 802 things the best in the world. At first glance it was obvious that it was made by a pen maker. It was probably the most valuable object in this room aside from some rare books. Qin Pingon glanced at the yellow court scripture and could not help but flip a few pages. Good heavens, it was made of jade and paper. The key was that it was passed down in an orderly manner. There were more than 10 seals of books and almost no white was left. It was a rare edition of the yellow court scripture from the southern Qi kingdom's Wulin palace. As for the scripture itself, it had a high status in the Taoist sect and was listed in the Taoist sect's Dongxian division. It had the reputation of 3,000 incantations, straight to the Aurus core. It was also praised by the scholars and talkers at the foot of the mountain. Other than the spiritual weapons that could be used by Qi cultivators, the truly valuable common items at the foot of the mountain were rare books that were extremely particular about engraving and paper. They were second to none and were more favored by cultivators than calligraphy, paintings and porcelain. Many rare books that were left in the world were sold by the page. If one was not from a scholarly family, one would not be able to imagine how 2 pages of the same text could be sold for dozens of taels of silver even though 1 page was worthless. Qin Pingon said, "When I first met the third prince, I almost mistook him for a scout. Now he still has the same noble aura, but he is even more elegant." Lu Mao held his horsetail whisk and stood quietly at the side, allowing the young sword immortal to beat around the bush. To the side there were a few sheets of paper filled with scriptures. Qin Pingon twisted the paper as if he was flipping through a book. He asked with a smile, "Originally there were lines and columns of scriptures, but when the third prince copied them, it was as if he was arranging an army. It was orderly and strict. Why is that?" Lu Mao stood at the side of the desk and finally could not help but smile. "Sword Immortal Qin, don't keep saying that. There are hidden meanings in your words. Sword Immortal Qin, you don't want to be the imperial tutor under the mountain. You don't have to hold on to the Yellow Flower Temple's Taoist Longzhou. Sword Immortal Qin, you are destined to have a high Tao. Why do you have to be entangled with an ant who is not even a golden core cultivator? Do you have to let go of the grudges of the past? What's more, you have Duquan who changed the world and Lu Mao who is not even a king. You have nothing in the imperial court, the Jianghu and the mountain. Sword Immortal Qin, can't you accept a green lamp, a few Taoist scriptures and a sea-viewing cultivator?" Seeing that the young man in green was smiling and not saying anything, Lu Mao asked, Sword Immortal Qin, shouldn't you be a guest of honor at the Divine Seal Peak, Golden Peak Temple or Green Tiger Palace? Even if you came to the Mirage City, you shouldn't have come to the Yellow Flower Temple. We don't have anything to talk about. Is it the Emperor's idea? Lu Mao said, if it is the Emperor's idea, then you are worrying too much. I know that I'm an ant. I don't want to shake the tree because I don't have the heart or the strength. The overall situation has been decided. Since the country is at peace and the world has returned to peace, I have become a cultivator and I know that the heavenly mandate cannot be violated. Even if Sword Immortal Qin didn't trust Taoist Long Zhou, he should at least trust his own judgment. Lu Mao was never a truly intelligent person, but he wasn't so foolish as to try to stop a chariot. Right, Sword Immortal Qin? Qin Pingon did not answer the question, as if he wanted to reminisce about the past with this person. He brought up the past again and slowly said, back then in Huer Town, His Highness the Third Prince spoke with a deep understanding of people's hearts. He once asked me 2 questions which made me speechless. I could only ponder over it again and again, and indeed I learned a lot. Just like tonight, Her Highness' words were very particular. Ants and ants echoed each other, and Sword Immortal Qin could not tolerate them, forming a contrast. Powerlessness was the icing on the cake. Destiny was a matter of the top of the mountain, and the grand momentum was the logic of the bottom of the mountain. There were mysteries everywhere and every word was filled with knowledge. I've learned something again. This time it was Lu Mao's turn to be speechless. Yao Xinji looked at the green-robed Mr. Qin, and then looked at Lu Mao, who was wearing a plain Taoist robe. Suddenly he was glad that he had brought a pot of wine. Otherwise he would have nothing to do or say tonight. I don't care if His Highness the Third Prince is still unwilling to give up, or if he still wants to change his clothes. What does this have to do with me, an outsider? I'm still the same as back then, an outsider passing by. But it's different from back then. Back then I avoided trouble. Tonight I came for trouble. Everything can be left behind, but trouble can't be left behind. Qin Pingon leaned against the desk, his hands tucked in his sleeves. He looked around and said casually, but back then the passers-by were of low cultivation. Many of the simple truths were not something Her Highness was willing to listen to. She flipped off the horse, but in reality she was still sitting high on the horse's back, looking down at them from above. She was impatient. Now the host is still the host, but she had no choice but to open the door when an uninvited guest came knocking. Her arrogant and unreasonable words made Taoist Long Zhou retreat again and again, to the point that the small temple was only left with a room to stand on. She still had to listen to what the guest said, carefully analyzing and chewing on it. The snow has already melted, but she still had to act like she was treading on thin ice. Lu Mao smiled. Actually, it's not as bad as Sword Immortal Qin made it out to be. Chatting under the light tonight is actually better for cultivating the heart than just copying books. Qin Pingon retracted his wandering gaze and looked at Lu Mao again. He said, it's been many years since we last met. Most of the time we didn't answer the question and talked about our own things. But there's one thing that I can sincerely answer, Your Highness. That is, why would I bother a self-proclaimed ant who isn't an earth immortal? Qin Pingon suddenly pointed at Lu Mao and then at the sloppy man who was sitting and drinking. The problem lies with the third prince of Huer Town. The answer lies with Taoist Long Zhou of Yellow Flower Temple. The problem lies with the 14-year-old Yao Jinji of the Yao family, who is now the magistrate of the capital city. Lu Mao said, I only understood half of it. Sword Immortal Qin, please enlighten the other half. Qin Pingon said, I've already said so much. Can't Your Highness return the favor and say a few words to me? Lu Mao felt helpless. Qin Pingon shook his sleeves and pressed his fingers against the desk. He said, after the snow melts, people's hearts burn. Even if it's not difficult to put out the fire before the fire is successfully put out, losses are still losses. As for the water used to extinguish the fire, it was an invisible loss. It had to be exchanged with a large amount of merit and incense offerings. I'm a businessman who works diligently as a bag dealer. All the money I earn is hard-earned money, money from my conscience. Lu Mao said helplessly, Sword Immortal Qin's reasoning is literal. This penniless priest understands it, but why would Sword Immortal Qin say such a thing? This penniless priest feels like he's lost. For the first time, Yao Xinji felt that he was in cahoots with Lu Mao. Lu Mao, sword cultivator Wushu asks fist. Victory and defeat are determined by life and death. If you're more skilled, you'll be happy if you win. If you're not as skilled, you'll admit defeat. But if you deliberately make me lose money, then I won't be polite to you. Taoist Long Zhou, who cultivated for 20 years, studied the Tao scriptures and went astray. He failed to form his core and went into qi deviation. He's bedridden and is struggling at death's door. He can live, but as for his wonderful calligraphy, he's destined to never be able to write it. Qin Pingon turned around and picked up the brush. He dipped it in ink and began copying the sutra on a piece of paper. He followed the line of words that Lu Mao wrote, splitting his Tao and scattering his body, freely transforming his form, supplementing the perfected person, coexisting with heaven and earth. When he picked up the brush, Qin Pingon looked up at Lu Mao with a smile as he wrote. He casually diverted his attention and landed the words smoothly on the paper. He said slowly, "But if you really want to write, it's fine. I can do it for you. I can copy the words. Even if it's 80 or 90% similar in spirit, it won't be difficult, much less the form. Be it talisman drawing or treasure warning, 10 or 20 years old, I can help you before we leave Yellow Flower Monastery tonight. Copying words is far more important than my sword practice." Lu Mao smiled bitterly. "Sword Immortal Qin, are you visiting tonight to ask for sword practice? I really don't understand. Even His Majesty can tolerate Taoist Long Zhou. Why is Sword Immortal Qin, who calls himself a passerby, so unforgiving?" Qin Pingon placed the brush on the brush holder and smiled. "In this world, people scare ghosts more than ghosts scare people. Your Highness, what do you think?" Even Jiang Shangzhen, who was no longer the sect master of the Jade Tablet sect, had to remind him to be careful of Han Jiangshu and his ilk, let alone a sect master who was about to become the last disciple of the sage of literature. In Qin Pingon's life, he had traveled up and down the mountain. One of his greatest intangibles was that he was used to having groups of enemies of different realms look down on him and look down on him. Even if the present is different from the past, I, Qin Pingon, have the final say on when to say arrogant words, when to say ruthless words, when to do shocking feats, when to do it with someone, where and when. Immortal Han Yushu could not do it. Firen, who used the pseudonym Qin Yin, could not do it either. Through his observation of Lu Mao, the weight of his steps, his breathing, the flow of his qi, and the ups and downs of his state of mind, he was undoubtedly a sea-viewing cultivator. However, it was obvious that Lu Mao was deliberately suppressing his realm. Of course, it was difficult to enter the upper 5 realms. However, if Lu Mao did not deliberately stop his cultivation, the young sect master of Yellow Flower Monastery tonight would be a Dragon Gate cultivator who had the potential to form his golden core. According to the rules of the Confucian Temple, qi trainers in the middle 5 realms were absolutely not allowed to be the monarch of a country. Back then, the late Emperor of Dali was instigated by the consecrator of the Yinyang school of Lu and committed a great taboo. He almost could have deceived everyone. However, the ending would not have been good. He would have become a puppet of the Lu family. Therefore, Lu Mao's current sea-viewing realm was a very appropriate choice. The third prince, who was a pure warrior and had the foundation of cultivation, had just entered the cave-dwelling realm. It was too deliberate and coincidental. If he was in the Dragon Gate realm, the after-effects of falling realms would be too great. If he showed the potential of becoming an earth immortal who had the potential to form his golden core, the emperor of the Yao family of Great Spring would be afraid. Therefore, the sea-viewing realm was the best choice. After falling realms, he would not suffer much loss. Qin Pingon originally wanted to go to the water prison in the capital to meet Lu Kong. However, when he heard that Taoist Long Zhou was in the sea-viewing realm, he immediately changed his mind. Lu Mao would never have thought that just because he was in the sea-viewing realm, Qin Pingon, who was just passing by Mirage City, would pay a visit to the Yellow Flower Temple that night. Yao Xinji drank a big mouthful of wine, tapped his knee with the wine pot and cursed. Then his shoulders tilted and he slowly stood up. He walked to the window and opened it. He looked up at the sky and said, "Mr. Qin, it's going to rain. You don't have to ask Qin Tianjian if you want to pray for rain in the future." Qin Pingon threw a pot of wine to Yao Xinji and said with a smile, "Magistrate, please go to the yard and collect the clothes on the bamboo pole. The Taoist robe of the Abbey Dean is a little far from the clothes of the 2 disciples. Maybe it's an unwritten rule of the Yellow Flower Temple, so when you stack the clothes on the table in the main room, remember to separate the 3 clothes. The door of the main room seems to be locked. Ask the Abbey Dean for the key first. Then you wait for me over there. I'll talk with the Abbey Dean for a while. Yao Xinji took a bunch of keys from Lu Mao and limped out of the room. He muttered, "It's probably raining in the Heavenly Palace Temple." Lu Mao shook his head with a smile. This prefectural magistrate was still too young to paint a snake with legs. Gao Shi, the Duke of Shen, really paid a visit to the Taoist temple. It was not worth mentioning tonight. Qin Pingan's trifling words about folding the clothes and locking the door to borrow the key suddenly disappeared the pressure on Lu Mao. Yao Xinji's threat was actually to remind Taoist Long Zhou that there was only one lucky Yao Jinji in the Great Spring, and only one sword immortal who passed by again and turned from a young man to a young man. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "Your Highness, do you think Magistrate Yao is funny? Do you think it's funny that Yao Xinji is a crippled magistrate? Or do you think it's more funny that Yao Xinji, who survived the battlefield, is not as good as adding a memorial tablet to the ancestral hall of the Yao family?" Lu Mao's heartstrings immediately tightened. The next moment Lu Mao felt as if he was riding on clouds. Then his shoulders suddenly sank and his qi stagnated. His spirit qi was as heavy as a mountain and he unknowingly sat down on the chair. Qin Pingan waved his sleeve, and the empty brush container on the table flew towards Lu Mao. Lu Mao caught it lightly. The yellow bamboo brush container had an embossed image of an ancient pine tree reclusive. It was an old item from the palace. Qin Pingan walked towards the bookshelf. "I remember that the monarch of a country would open an imperial brush inlaid with gold and jade every first month to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Is there something missing in this empty pen holder?" Lu Mao said with an indifferent expression, "If you want to condemn someone you can always find a pretext. Sword Immortal Qin, that's enough. Since the situation is with you and not with me, I can kill as I please." Lu Mao held the horsetail whisk in one hand and the brush container in the other. He sneered, "After cultivating the Tao, even if you haven't reached a higher level, there's one good thing about it. Your heart is as still as water. If Sword Immortal Qin is visiting the Yellow Flower Temple to fight and intimidate people, you can just use your sword. Let this penniless Taoist experience the might of a sword immortal once again. Let this penniless Taoist show off to his 2 disciples. Master's cultivation is mediocre and his realm isn't high, but he has once sparred with a sword immortal. Of course, that's under the premise that Sword Immortal Qin shows mercy and doesn't kill." Qin Pingan surveyed his surroundings. From the lamp on the table, the 2 sutras, to the various objects like flowers and cattails, he could not figure out anything. Qin Pingan raised his sleeve and a wick slowly peeled off from the table. The lamp's flames scattered in all directions without drifting away. It was like a lantern placed on the table. The 2 Taoist sutras floated up as the pages slowly flipped. The heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered around the Taoist temple. It was as dense as water as it rippled across the walls and floor. As Qin Pingan strolled around the room, the Yellow Court Sutra and Spirit Flight Sutra floated in front of him, one on the left and the other on the right, flipping through the pages on their own. Lu Mao sighed softly, "Sword Immortal Qin, you're so paranoid. It's no wonder you could become such a young sword immortal." Qin Pingan ignored him and walked to the bookshelf. The books tilted outwards and the pages rustled. The sound of the books filled the room like the sound of flowing water. Qin Pingan took the 2 sutras that were flipped to the last page and gently swiped them with 2 fingers. They floated back to the table and slowly landed. He smiled, "It's true wealth to have books on the shelf. One can be an immortal with nothing on his mind. It's true that I'm rich. This shelf of books can't be bought with money. As for immortals, forget it. I'm paranoid at most, but your highness definitely has something on his mind. This book isn't common, and it's the first edition of the official edition approved by the Confucian Temple. Temple Master, please lend it to me." Qin Pingan put a star atlas of celestial phenomena into his sleeve. Books that were related to celestial phenomena and geography were banned by the imperial court. No one was allowed to keep them. Qin Pingan stopped in front of the bookshelf. There was no wind in the room, but the pages of the books were still flipping quickly. Qin Pingan suddenly pressed 2 fingers on an ancient book and stopped flipping. It was a rare ancient book that was not widely circulated at the foot of the mountain. Even if it was in the library of the immortals on the mountain, it would still end up eating dust. It was because this rare book Xuan Guanzi was eloquent, but it was big but useless. The knowledge described in the book was too profound and difficult to understand. It was not a qi refining method that could be relied on. Therefore it was only used by later generations of bibliophiles to decorate their store. As for the authenticity of this Taoist classic, the two vice-hierarchs of the Confucian temple had even argued over it. They had even exchanged letters frequently and had written many words to each other. However, the later generations still regarded it as a pseudonym. Lu Mao glanced at Meng Qi and sighed softly. Cry together, help each other with joy, and avoid each other with hostility. Qin Pingon sneered and said, "Didn't I teach you the art of southern face? Why didn't the third prince learn it? That's why it's not good for rich people to read too much. The more they know, the less they know." Qin Pingon suddenly fell silent. There were several books on the bookshelf: Island Computational Classic, Calculating Fine Grass, 9 chapters of the Book of Numbers. He had finished reading all the books. They were the books with the most annotations and narration. Qin Pingon really didn't expect Lu Mao to be obsessed with divination. Just now he glanced at a certain pattern. It was full of numbers which made Qin Pingon confused. It was as if he was reading a book from heaven. It was obvious that Lu Mao's skill was not shallow. It was much higher than the ability to break through the realm. Lu Mao said, "I won't lend you those books. If you take them away, it'll be considered a robbery. You don't have to return them." Qin Pingon raised his sleeve and 5 to 6 arithmetic books fell into his bag. "Return them? Why wouldn't I return them? It won't be difficult to borrow them again." He could not tell what the books were made of or what they were written on. Qin Pingon was still not at ease. He held Lu Mao's horsetail whisk in his hand. He weighed it in his hand and shook it a few times. Finally he crushed the wooden handle inch by inch. Lu Mao said with a straight face, "You don't have to return them. Take it as a sincere greeting gift from me to Sword Immortal Qin." Qin Pingon placed the horsetail whisk that had lost its wooden handle on the desk. He turned his head and said with a smile, "No, this is the beloved item of Her Highness. A gentleman does not take what others like. Although I'm not a proper scholar, I've flipped through a few books." The horsetail whisk was an ordinary item at the foot of the mountain. It was the same for the broken wooden handle and the thread of the horsetail whisk. Although it was not expensive, it was still a favorite of the Abbey Dean. Lu Mao sneered, "Sword Immortal Qin, you're too humble. You're a very learned person. You deserve to be addressed as Sir, by the prefectural magistrate." Qin Pingon raised his hand and gently brushed the books. He casually refined words from the books. At the same time he said, "I have to thank the Confucian temple for banning me from the Mountain and Water Bulletin for 5 years. Otherwise my reputation would be completely ruined." Lu Mao frowned and said, "Sword Immortal Qin, you've told many jokes today." Qin Pingon walked slowly. He refined and extracted the words and they quickly dissipated in the air. He asked casually, "Didn't I tell you to pretend that you didn't recognize me the next time we meet?" Lu Mao shook his head and said, "I forgot. Maybe I remembered wrongly." "You said it to Lu Kong." Qin Pingon nodded and asked again, "You still don't understand why I purposely brought Yao Xianji with me?" Lu Mao smiled and said, "Why? With your relationship with the Yao family of the Great Spring, is there a need to avoid arousing suspicion?" Qin Pingon snapped his fingers. Heaven and earth were isolated. The room instantly became a lawless place. Lu Mao was stunned. In that instant he lost his composure. This was because many green-robed swordsmen appeared in the room. They all had different expressions and stood in different positions. Everyone spoke in unison. It was another man's voice. He said, "Lu Mao, you're really a useless piece of trash. If I had known, I would have chosen Gao Shizhen. If I were Qin Pingon, or if Qin Pingon didn't have the patience to casually flip through your soul and spirit like flipping through a book, you would already be dead." Lu Mao wanted to say something but stopped. He came back to his senses in an instant. He stood up abruptly and slumped back into his seat. He finally got an answer. Qin Pingon put away a caged sparrow and said with a smile, "Brother Firen is really a son of a bitch. He doesn't care about brotherhood or the principles of the pugilistic world." Lu Mao closed his eyes and rested, waiting for death. He did have a piece of evidence, but it wasn't complete. Years ago, before Firen vanished, he had indeed secretly come to Yellow Flower Monastery to find Lu Mao. As for the so-called evidence, Lu Mao was still unsure if it was real or fake. In any case, to outsiders, it was irrefutable evidence. Lu Mao suddenly opened his eyes. Can you guess the truth? Qin Pingon tapped his toes and sat on the desk. He turned around and bent down to light the lamp again. Then he covered his sleeves with his hands and said with a smile, I can roughly guess. However, I'm missing a few key points. Tell me. You might be able to live. Lu Mao suddenly laughed and said in amazement, Are you really not Firen? The two of you are just too similar. The more certain I am that you two are not the same person, the more I feel that you two are the same person. Qin Pingon smiled. We've talked a lot tonight. Let's talk about something serious. Your Highness, please save yourself. Lu Mao stood up as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He laughed and said, If I had listened to Firen's arrangements completely, I would have immediately fled Mirage City if the savage world lost Tongye continent. Then, as long as I rushed to the rebuilt Dafu Academy, it would be hard to say who would be the prisoner today. It's a pity that I'm too cowardly and cherish my life too much. After cultivating the Tao, I'm afraid of death. If it was when I was first imprisoned, I wouldn't hesitate to gamble my life. If I lost, it would just be a worthless life. If I won, I could take back the Lu family's empire. Qin Pingon was extremely patient. He said slowly, Have you ever thought that I'm the one who wants Taoist Longzhou to live well in this world? Lu Mao nodded. That's why I dared to stand up and talk to Sword Immortal Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon said helplessly, I hate smart people like you the most. It's so tiring dealing with you. Lu Mao remained silent and looked at Sword Immortal Qin with a smile. Qin Pingon extended a hand, indicating that Lu Mao could speak freely. Lu Mao sat down again. There was no need to hide anymore. He began to talk about Firen's plan. Lu Mao said a lot and was extremely detailed. Lu Mao did not do this on purpose. Firen had even helped Taoist Longzhou think of dozens of details, big and small, such as how to place some thoughts, and where to place them to prevent the questioning of some immortals of the upper 5 states or the sage of the academy. Firen also clearly told Lu Mao that Lu Mao would die if he was forced to open the mountain by magic. It was an eye-opener for Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon had been listening attentively. He only interrupted, Lu Mao, have you ever thought that the Confucian temple in the Central Plains would not suspect me at all? Before Lu Mao could speak, Qin Pingon continued, But this is Firen's strength. Don't worry. I'll tell you the truth after you finish. Anyway, in terms of scheming, Firen is indeed several realms higher than you. Lu Mao continued the previous topic. Generally speaking, the Great Spring Empress Yao Jinji joined forces with the vassal prince Lu Tsong and sent Duke Shingao Shizhen to secretly contact the demonic sword immortal of Zhaoping Peak, who was close at hand. Then they colluded with the Wuxia military camp stationed in the capital of southern Qi and formed an alliance at Peach Leaf Crossing. There were 2 tokens of agreement. One was the Great Spring Lu family's imperial jade seal, and the other was the seal of Wenhai Zhou's library. The one who held the seal was the lone swordsman in green robes at Peachleaf Ferry. His surname was Qin Pingon, and he had already secretly laid the foundation for this plan 20 years ago. As the head of the Yao family, the Minister of War Yao Zhen did not hesitate to sacrifice 160,000 of the Daquan Liushir's elite cavalry and 310,000 of the local garrison troops to temporarily win the hearts of the people. This was the price that Yao Jinji had to pay to become the emperor. In return, this would become the stepping stone for the Yao family to usurp the throne. They would use an intact Mirage City as the place where Wenhai Zhou's last disciple Zhou Qingao would observe the Tao. At the same time, they would make Mirage City one of the auxiliary capitals of the wilderness in Tongye continent. Qin Pingon nodded and praised, If I really did it for you, I would be soaked in mud. What a good brother, Firen. I was so polite to him back then, but he wanted to reunite with me so much. The Confucian temple in the Central Plains had specially announced to the world that a young man from the Sage of Literature had come to clarify things. Just go and explain. Wasn't the Sage of Literature's lineage, from the teacher to the disciple, all alone but able to turn the world around? Qin Chunan, the scholar from the southern Hazuo continent, was the leader of the quasi-sages in the war. However, his reputation was mixed. Therefore, didn't all the academies and dynasties want to restore the scholar sage's deity position in the Confucian temple? Didn't they want to spread knowledge throughout the world? Did they dare? As long as one had the intention, wouldn't they think a little more? Taking 10,000 steps back, investigating the truth compared to watching the show, which was easier. This was especially true for Qin Pingon. In the future, every action of his would attract the attention of others, like the rustling of grass in the wind. Not to mention establishing a sect, especially the location of the next sect in Tongye continent. So to Qin Pingon, this deal was only a matter of how much he would lose. And the biggest problem with this was that even if the teacher did not care, the senior brothers did not care, and the third senior brother Lu Shirlu did not care. But the one who cared the most was Qin Pingon, the one who wanted the sage of literature's lineage to flourish. And once Qin Pingon said something or did something, it would affect the entire sage of literature's lineage, including the teacher and senior brothers, the entire Luopa Mountain, and everyone in the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall. This would even involve the vast world and the Ascension City of the Fifth World. It would even start a fight between the third and fourth worlds. In short, Firen did not lose anything from this deal. If the hidden official could really return to the vast world alive, it would all depend on Qin Pingon's luck and fate. So, Firen, who had already returned to the desolate world, would definitely not lose this. Ask the sword. Qin Pingon suddenly asked. At the Peach Leaf Ferry, other than Lu Tsong and Gao Shizhen, were there no outsiders from the Great Quan dynasty? Lu Mao shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. Even if there were, Firen wouldn't tell you. Qin Pingon nodded and said, that makes sense. Lu Mao said, as for the seal of the book collection and the Imperial Jade Seal, I don't know where they are hidden now. Qin Pingon's feet landed on the ground. Seal of the book collection? Firen, you're a sword cultivator. Are you learning from me to be so cultured? Qin Pingon walked back to the bookshelf. Previously, he had casually refined words and didn't gain anything. However, Qin Pingon was a little hesitant. The previous books had a total of more than 10 chapters. Qin Pingon had already memorized the contents of the book. Other than the chapter on measurement, especially the 10th chapter of Tai Hong, which talked about heaven, earth, and man, the three returned to one. Qin Pingon had repeatedly recited it at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Because of its purpose, it had many interactions with the Yinyang school of the Central Divine Continent's Lu family. However, Qin Pingon's favorite was the one with the least words, only 135 words. It was called Night Travel. After returning home on Jiang Shangzhen's cloud boat, Qin Pingon had even engraved it completely on a bamboo scroll. The reason why Qin Pingon hesitated was because he suddenly remembered that when the book flipped open on its own, he discovered that there was a personal seal printed in the margin of the book's Night Traveler chapter. It was printed in a flower and bird seal script, "Beware of the candlelight traveler." At that time, Qin Pingon had mistakenly thought that it was the seal of Lu Mao or some other book collector. He didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he felt that the seal could be used as a reference in the future. Qin Pingon took out the book and flipped to the night travel chapter. He slowly pondered. This wasn't a dead end. It couldn't even be considered a truth-seeking trap, because Qin Pingon had solved it too easily. If it was really Cui Dong's work, it wouldn't have been this Taoist Longzhou who had obvious clues. To be precise, it was more like a parting gift from Firen to the hidden official before leaving Howren Heaven to return home. If he were in the same situation, Qin Pingon felt that he would also hold a welcome dinner for Firen. It was so disgusting that he wouldn't have to pay for it. Firen had obviously bet that once Qin Pingon returned home, he would head straight for the Baopao continent's Luopa Mountain. Firen also didn't expect that the Confucian temple would ban the mountain and mountain bulletin. Otherwise, Lu Mao would have spread the news on the mountain to establish himself in an invincible position. Not only would he be able to survive, but he would also be protected by the Great Fu Academy. Before the truth was revealed, Lu Mao's life wouldn't be in danger. However, Lu Mao ultimately underestimated Firen's calculations. Therefore, he didn't know that Qin Pingon was the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He also didn't know that Qin Pingon was the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Firen naturally didn't want Qin Pingon's life. Perhaps she didn't want to, or perhaps she really wanted to. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. Therefore, Firen only used the hearts of the people in Howren Heaven to target Qin Pingon in a name. In the Tongya continent, all of the dynasties that were envious of the Great Spring Dynasty, all of the scholars who were dissatisfied with Empress Yao, all of the vast 9 continents, all of the world's cultivators who didn't mind watching a show, and even the Confucian disciples of the quasi-sages would intentionally or unintentionally add fuel to the fire. Qin Pingon pressed 2 fingers against the seal and gently wiped away the traces. Qin Pingon rubbed his fingers together. A gust of wind blew and a series of words appeared on the mud. Every word disappeared as soon as it appeared. Even though Qin Pingon instantly summoned the caged sparrow again, he still couldn't retain those words. It was obvious that Firen had used a unique secret technique and contained sword qi within it. Lu Mao's soul had already been imprisoned by Qin Pingon, so he couldn't see a single character. These characters were more or less a letter. The opening words were very warm. Hidden official, it has been many years since we last met. I miss you. Then there was killing intent everywhere. To be able to see this letter, hidden official can be said to be a heavenly talent. You are fully deserving of this title. What I admire even more is that even with hidden official's current high realm, you are still willing to be knee-deep in the muddy pond. You are extremely patient and can see the big picture from small details. You are still as cautious as ever. Firen sincerely wishes that Luopa Mountain's foot sect will be located in Tongyi continent and will open its doors smoothly. Previously, when I revisited your old place, I felt that things were still the same, but people had changed. You and I are the same kind of people. We are all tourists from far away. It is inevitable that we will hurt each other. Therefore, before we parted, I specially left behind a letter. Among the pages, I left behind a priceless seal for hidden official. Lu Mao is only keeping it for you. You can take it yourself as an apology. As for where the Imperial Jade Seal is hidden with hidden official's intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to guess that it is somewhere in Lu Tsong's soul. I will not deliberately mystify things here. The second to last sentence. I am the wooden clog of Jiashan tent. I hope that in the future when we are in the wilderness I can ask hidden official about the Tao. A seal slowly emerged from the night travel chapter. As if worried that Qin Pingon wouldn't touch it, the seal began to spin on its own so that hidden official could see the seal characters clearly. Qin Pingon glanced at the seal with a gloomy face. There were many seal characters on the side. I have accumulated 3 million books. In the cold weather I amuse myself. He has eaten his fill of immortal characters. He has not lived in vain. The bottom line, the hungry bookworm. Damn it, it was the seal of the Wenhai Zhoumi who claimed to have 3 million books. The last sentence of the letter was somewhat inexplicable. Those who light the way for others at night will easily hurt themselves. It has been so since ancient times. Today the seal holder is the same. Hidden official, be careful of the flying sword. 321. Heavenly Palace Temple. It was raining heavily. Gao Shizhen lowered her head to look at the big word sick on the paper. It was written with an extremely thin brush, but it seemed to be very powerful. Gao Shizhen sighed and said softly, that year on the mountain I was seeking revenge against that young man. Why didn't you do anything? Later on, at Peachleaf Ferry, that green-clothed swordsman on his back only looked at you in a new light and seemed to be slightly fearful. This further verified the thoughts in my heart. You're absolutely not a martial artist at the Golden Body realm. So during these past few years I've actually always been quite resentful towards you. The old man raised his hand and rubbed his skinny cheeks. But even if I was angry, I knew that if I said it out loud, it would be useless to throw a tantrum like a 3-year-old child. Instead it would ruin things, so I endured it. I can't be empty-handed. Besides the ancestral mansion I have nothing. In the end I lost an old friend who I could talk to. Pei Wenyue nodded. I can see that. All these years, I have been waiting for you to ask this question. Gao Shizhen raised her head and asked with great interest, what is the answer? The old butler said, there is nothing to say. The old duke was stunned for a long time. He laughed and didn't ask about it anymore. He was a little sad. I remember the first time we met at the Heavenly Palace Temple. At that time you and I were still young. Now that I am old, what about you? Pei Wenyue said, it's hard to say. There are different sayings on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Now I am at the foot of the mountain. Gao Shizhen nodded. She raised her brush and dipped it in the ink. The old butler thought for a while and glanced outside the window. He frowned slightly and said, "There is an old saying that if a person walks too much at night, it is easy to bump into ghosts. Then other than being careful when walking, whether a person follows the rules, whether he understands etiquette, and whether he keeps his bottom line is more important." These empty truths sounded like they were drifting around like wandering ghosts, but they would eventually take root and save their own lives without even realizing it. For example, that year on the mountain, if that young man didn't know when to stop and was determined to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, then he would have died. Even if one of his senior brothers was there, as long as he was 1,000 miles away, he still wouldn't be able to save him. Gao Shizhen was a little surprised. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to start copying the scriptures when she looked up. "Old Pei, why is a person like you willing to be a servant in a small duke's residence?" The old butler replied, "When I went out, I had to complete an agreement with someone near Mirage City. At that time, I didn't know how long I would have to wait. I had to find a place to stay. Duke was in a high position at that time. You were young and had a Buddhist heart, so I relied on you." Gao Shizhen laughed. "I have a Buddhist heart. Old Pei, when did you learn to tell jokes?" The old butler shook his head. "A duke who has never suffered any hardships in his life. When I saw you that year, you were at the age where you were in high spirits, but you always treated people as people. In my opinion, this is a Buddhist heart. Some things because you don't care about it and think it is natural, and natural outsiders think it is precious. So for so many years I have quietly blocked a lot of ghosts on the road at night for you. But there is no need to say this to you. If I say it, it will be an indefinite zen. I may have to leave the duke's residence because of this, and I have always been afraid of trouble." Gao Shizhen asked doubtfully, "Old Pei, you are not a pure martial artist but a hidden qi cultivator, right?" The old butler pulled the corners of his mouth, as if he was smiling knowingly, and gave an answer. "I actually use a sword. My swordsmanship is not bad." Gao Shizhen asked, "There are 5 supreme realms." The old butler still spoke vaguely. "Master, this question is vulgar." Gao Shizhen was in high spirits. "Are you a sword immortal?" The old butler shook his head and said, "People who use swords travel in the pugilistic world, just swordsmen. In fact, I am not a mountain person." Gao Shizhen knew that this old Pei was destined not to reveal his identity, so he asked, "Yao Jinji has not cultivated, so how can he have such a youthful appearance?" The old butler said, "His aunt Jianyang, who used to be the innkeeper at the border, is actually Madame Huan Sha, a 9-tailed celestial fox, and Jianyang's one tail is actually Yao Jinji." Gao Shizhen was suddenly enlightened. In that case, her monthly credit with the Aquarius continent is a statement of the Central Plains Confucian Temple. The old butler suddenly stood up, opened the door, and took the oil paper umbrella as if he was going to go out. However, the old man holding the umbrella, who was called Pei Wenyu, just stood at the door, looking at the direction of the Mirage City through the curtain of rain. It seemed that something had happened in Mirage City, causing Pei Wenyu to change her mind at the last minute. "There are actually 2 things that I promised someone. One of them is to secretly protect Yao Jinji and help her ascend to the throne, becoming the only empress in the world today. He knows why this person is like this, and probably only the heavens know. As for the fate of the great Spring Lu royal family, I don't care. Even the descendants of the Yao family other than her have their ups and downs, and it is the same old logic. Their fate is made by the heavens and they seek their own blessings. I will not interfere in the slightest. Otherwise, master, do you think that a golden body realm martial artist and a buried river deity with a shattered golden body would be able to protect Yao Jinji?" Pei Wenyu, who had his back facing Duke Shen, shook his head. Even if Yao Jinji has a backup plan and is closely related to the Jade Grey sect, she was still young at that time, her temperament was not enough, and her methods were not ruthless enough. Lu Mao, who was waiting for an opportunity, would only be the aureole behind her. That year at Peachleaf Crossing, when I accompanied Master to see that Chenin, he used his heart to talk to me. I promised him one thing, that he would protect the Mirage City and the Yao family, and bet that someone would not add feet to a snake and cause trouble for himself. Now it seems that a person who is too smart is indeed sick. Of course, this is all part of Qin Yin's plan, the so-called adding feet to a snake. I don't think so. But to me it doesn't matter, since it is not killing people." Gao Shizhen's face changed slightly. It was no wonder that Lu Mao did not cooperate with the outside during that torrential night rain, but chose to stand by and watch. At the beginning, Gao Shizhen thought that Lu Mao had chosen the lesser of two evils between his brother Lu Tsong and Yao Jinji. Lu Mao was worried that even if he succeeded in supporting the dragon, he would fall into Lu Tsong's hands and his fate would not be good, so he chose the latter. Now it seemed that the time was not right. Pei Wenyu's expression was indifferent, but her next words caused the Duke Shen to accidentally drop a drop of ink on the paper. It is easy to run into ghosts on the road at night. The reason why old sayings are old sayings is that they are more reasonable. Master is right. Once her dragon throne is in danger because of Duke Shen's mansion, she will not be able to sit firmly in that position. Master, you will die, not to mention a sneaky Lu Mao. But in the Duke Shen's mansion there will still be a Duke Gao Shizhen, and in the Taoist temple, there will still be a Lu Mao who is obsessed with alchemy. When the day comes that the two of you should die, I will leave the Mirage City and change to another place to guard the second matter. The old butler shook his head and smiled. That Lu Mao, whether he is a prince or a vassal for so many years, he only has master and the young man in his eyes. I am a living person, the head butler of the Duke Shen's mansion, a martial artist in the Golden Body realm, and a trusted aide of 2 generations of dukes, but he still pretends not to see me, or if he sees me, it is better not to see me. I don't know what great things such a waste can do except for reincarnating. That Chen Yin probably chose Lu Mao on purpose. Youngsters these days are getting smarter and smarter. Their schemes are frightening. Gao Shizhen raised her head, and with the help of the lamp on the table, she tried to look at the old butler who was becoming more and more unfamiliar. There was only a dark and obscure back. Even if Pei Wenyue opened the door, there was still no wind or rain in the room. The old man who was serious all year round before he got up tonight, he always sat upright and did not have the slightest arrogant posture. His breath was calm and his expression was calm. Even if he was standing at the door now, he still looked like he was talking about daily life. In a well-off house, a loyal old servant was talking with his master about a certain child in the neighbor's house, who had no future and was looked down upon. Gao Shizhen suddenly felt relieved and smiled. The strong are good at cautiously recognizing, the weak like to blindly deny. The old butler nodded. Master's words are not bad. The self-righteous smart people in the world all like to kill 10,000 for fun. Gao Shizhen hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, Old Pei, can you let me see that young man again? The old butler shook his head. I'll give you one more word of advice. Master, you should give up. Gao Shizhen's face was pale. Why? He's not someone who likes to court death. Even if you see him, it'll be meaningless. The old man surnamed Pei said, that young man is growing very fast. Now he's become a ghost to many people who walk at night. If you're lucky, you'll pass by. If you're unlucky, you'll meet a ghost. For example, Lu Mao tonight. In the end, the greatest Tao protector in the world was every cultivator themselves. Not only did they have the most Tao protectors, but they also had the longest Tao protectors. Apart from the Tao heart, there were many things in life. Even immortals could not save the dead. Gao Shizhen still stared at the old butler's back. The old man said, I forgot to say something. That young man has a more normal heart than you, master. Allow me to say something else. When a swordsman strikes with his sword, it's a ghost in the heart. It's not a simple person or ghost. Cultivating like this, the Tao is too small, so his swordsmanship naturally can't be that high. It's just that. However, Pei Wenyue stopped talking halfway. At this moment, Gao Shizhen looked out of the window in a daze. Old Pei, you seem to have something to do. Can you tell me? Can you tell me? If you break the rules, just pretend I didn't ask. I can tell you. The old butler nodded and said, I'm waiting for an anonymous disciple of mine to return to Mirage City. According to the agreement, I'll teach him all the swordsmanship I've learned. That handsome young master from back then? Just say that he's neither a man nor a woman. That child is indeed good-looking. If I remember correctly, back then when you were in the mansion, your feet couldn't stand steadily as soon as you climbed high. Such a person can also learn swordsmanship from you. By the way, is that young man surnamed Lu a man or a woman? It's hard to say. When Gao Shizhen heard these 2 words, she looked helpless and shook her head. What's going on with you people on the mountain? One of that guy's masters can probably answer your question. I probably can't wait. The old butler didn't say anything and just nodded. When the cultivators on the mountain casually took a nap in seclusion, the children in the mortal world below the mountain might already have white hair. Gao Shizhen suddenly found that the old butler raised the hand holding the umbrella and gently wiped it. In the end, only the handle of the oil paper umbrella was left. Gao Shizhen stood up and came to the door of the house. She asked softly, "This is?" Pei Wenyue said, "Pass the sword." The rain curtain was still the same, the temple was still the same, the capital was still the same, and the Taoist temple was still the same. However, in the side room of the Yellow Flower Temple, Qin Pingon summoned the caged sparrow and the moon at the bottom of the well at the same time. At the same time he moved sideways and knocked away the chair where Lu Mao was sitting. Then Qin Pingon tilted slightly. His abdomen was instantly pierced by a sword and he crashed into the wall. Qin Pingon was expressionless. He pulled out the sword and found that it was only the handle of an umbrella. Qin Pingon didn't need to use his sword chi or fist intent to shatter it. The long sword with the handle of the umbrella dissipated on its own and turned into powder. Qin Pingon's figure flashed and followed the trace of the sword chi. He was as fast as lightning and went straight to the Heavenly Palace Temple outside the capital. Before Qin Pingon arrived at the temple, a young man in white had already broken through the rain curtain and arrived in a flash. He said angrily, "I finally found you, Pei Min. Good, you are indeed one of the 3 ultimate Howren masters, half of Bai Ye's swordsmanship master." The old butler called Pei Wenyue looked at the young man in white. He had already taken a few steps forward and walked out of the house. He shook his head and said, "It's only half. Moreover, the student has surpassed the master." Cui Dongshan jumped up and spat. "Otherwise I'm here to die? Old bastard, you dare to sneak attack my master. Are you tired of living? Damn it, do you know who my martial uncle is? The great sword immortal Zhou, who has been looking for you on the sea for 100 years. Don't you know who my martial uncle is? Lu Shilu. Bai Ye's best friend. Kneel and kowtow to me and admit your mistake." The 3 ultimate Howren masters were Zhou Zi's arithmetic, Heavenly Master Taoism, and Pei Min's swordsmanship. Other than the Heavenly Master residence of Longhu Mountain, which still stood on the peak of Howren Mountain with the Taoism of the great Heavenly Masters, the other 2 had long disappeared. Cui Dongshan suddenly shut up with a complicated expression. His master had already refined the Dragon Monarch's grey robe into a scabbard. The sword in the scabbard was refined from the sharpest tip of Tai Bai Yi, one of the 4 great immortal swords. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Similarly, he broke the other party's small world. He broke through the sky with a sword and directly confronted Pei Min. 760. There was no more rain to disturb them. In the quiet little world, a speck of white light appeared above Pei Min and Cui Dongshan's heads. Then a snow-white sword radiance slashed down. Although the sword radiance was extremely thin, its momentum was like a magnificent waterfall pouring down from the sky. As soon as Pei Min's small world of sword chi was broken, the surrounding heaven and earth barrier was like a glass mirror. When it was smashed to the ground, it instantly shattered and scattered in all directions. In an instant, torrential rain poured down again. The rain curtain of the Heavenly Palace Temple was still shaking with thunder and lightning. Pei Min was dressed in black and Cui Dongshan in white. Although there was no rain near them, every time thunder and lightning intersected, the 2 figures outside the meditation room were clearly reflected. The sword radiance arrived before the sword immortal. A green robe floated to the ground and stood outside the gate of the Heavenly Palace Temple. He held a sword in one hand and gently pressed the wound on his abdomen with the other. He looked indifferent and said, "Dongshan, come back." Cui Dongshan hurriedly sighed. He jumped and landed. He directly left the Heavenly Palace Temple and stood beside his teacher. Previously, he deliberately revealed Pei Min's identity in a loud voice. Naturally, he hoped that his teacher would be able to hear him on his way here. It was best to be a little more careful about the limits of a sword challenge in the Heavenly Palace Temple on a rainy night. It was better to fight with Pei Min in swordsmanship. It was better not to fight to the death. Even if he was angry and really wanted to fight to the death with this old guy, he was not in a hurry. But he did not expect this old thief Pei to see through his thoughts. He had already created a small world with his sword aura and blocked Cui Dongshan's message. Fortunately, his teacher only broke Pei Min's world of swordsmanship with one strike and did not directly exchange swordsmanship in the temple. Then Cui Dongshan had nothing to say. His teacher did things with great propriety. Qin Pingon gently shook his sword. Strands of sword aura flowed with brilliant colors. It was like a person holding a lantern in an ancient temple at night. The sword radiance brought by the sword aura was finally restrained by the tip of the sword. Qin Pingon raised one hand and pushed it forward. He took a step back. The tip of his foot did not touch the void. Why don't we exchange swords outside so that we won't disturb the High Duke's copying? Cui Dongshan could not help but whisper, "Teacher, this old guy's name is Pei Min. He is the Pei Min of the Central Divine Continent. He taught by swordsmanship for a few days. He is hard to deal with. You must be careful. Just I mentioned 2 martial uncles, one in the world's most proud." Cui Dongshan's words were still shameless, but his expression was rarely this serious. If it was just Pei Min and his teacher exchanging swords tonight, Cui Dongshan would not say much. But looking at his teacher's expression and Pei Min's aura, it did not seem like they were going to return to their respective places after announcing their names. In the vast world's old almanac, which recorded the legendary sword immortals, Pei Min, who once symbolized the highest level of swordsmanship in the world, was one of the biggest reasons why the left and right sword immortals went out to sea for more than 100 years. Without a real fight with Pei Min, there would be a clear distinction between first and second place. What about the left and right sword immortals being the best swordsmanship in the world? It was a kind of praise that did not need to be taken seriously. Qin Pingon held his breath through the pitch-black curtain of rain that stretched for miles. He gathered his complicated thoughts and tried his best to unify them. He stared at Pei Min, one of the noble world's 3 ultimate swordsmen. He hid it well. Back then Qin Pingon did not think much of him. He only thought of him as a personal retainer of Duke Xin. No wonder he could get along with Fei Ran. They were kindred spirits. Qin Pingon did not dare to shift his gaze. He was still asking the fist and listening to the fist. He carefully observed the flow of the old man's qi. He smiled and said, "Teacher knows very well whether it is hard to deal with. If it was not hard to deal with, he would not have let the umbrella sword break through the small world of the bird cage and pin him to the wall. If he had not been hit by Qin Pingon's fist, the handle of the umbrella would have pierced his heart. Using the umbrella as a sword, this sword was like an immortal crossing mountains and rivers with one step. Without any warning, it appeared outside the window of Yellow Flower Temple from the Heavenly Palace Temple. At that time, Qin Pingon was really a little unprepared. In a moment of desperation he could only pay the price of being injured to save Taoist Longzhou, who the umbrella sword really wanted to kill. Qin Pingon was very clear that it was his bird in the cage that attracted the attention of Pei Min, who was far away in the Heavenly Palace Temple. This was the only trouble with a natal flying sword bird in the cage. When fighting with someone in a small world, Qin Pingon could take advantage of the time and place. Together with the moon at the bottom of the well, which could transform into thousands of swords, he could win the harmony of the people. However, once the bird in the cage appeared in the world to the cultivators of the upper 5 realms who were outside the battlefield, it was a great shock and a reminder. It was really like someone walking in the night with a candle. The brightness of the candle and the volume of the greeting all depended on the eyesight and hearing of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Therefore, Qin Pingon did not fully display the bird in the cage's natal magic in the Yellow Flower Temple. It was too overkill to deal with a sea-viewing realm master who was not even an earth immortal. Pei Min did not say a word. He took a step forward and grabbed casually. The rainwater and his own sword qi condensed into a sheathless long sword. It was green and shining like the autumn water. Qin Pingon's right foot that had not touched the ground stepped firmly on the muddy road. Pei Min's figure appeared in the wilderness more than 10 miles away. Qin Pingon followed him like a shadow. Before this, Qin Pingon told Cui Dongshan one thing in a telepathic voice. For some qi trainers of the Heavenly Palace Temple in the Mirage City, there were 2 dazzling sword lights that tore the curtain of the night for more than 10 miles. They were like 2 dragons that swam in the sky. Finally, they flashed and disappeared on the 2 opposite mountain peaks. Before that, a beam of sword light with an imposing aura streaked across the sky like a knife cutting through tofu. It easily cut through the rain curtain of heaven and earth. The sword chi was very long and very close. Obviously, it started in the Mirage City and fell in the direction of the Heavenly Palace Temple outside the capital city. Whether it was the sword chi displayed by the two sides or the vast sword intent, the small group of Earth immortals in the Mirage City who were lucky enough to sense the situation were horrified. Their minds were shaken, and they either began to cast spells to conceal their breaths to protect themselves, or hurriedly called their direct disciples to their sides, put on their magic robes, and set up arrays with talismans as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The young immortal masters of the archives register all turned pale, and they mistakenly thought that another great war of the demon clan had begun. There were a few Earth immortals in the Mirage City who saw that the situation was not good. With the tokens issued by the Ministry of Rights of the Great Spring City, they hurriedly left the capital city of the Great Spring City and fled in the opposite direction of the two peaks. What he was afraid of was that if the two unknown sword immortals attacked with all their strength, the whole Mirage City would be implicated if they were not careful. At that time, whether it was the fish, shrimps, or the dragons entrenched in the city, the sword chi from both sides would soar into the sky. Once they hit the Mirage City, the city would be cut into pieces like paper strips, and the bodies and souls of the ordinary teachers would be shattered. The abundant sword chi would mix up the anima chi in the city and cook countless chi trainers in a big fire. The fish and the dragons in the oil pot would not end well. A bird in a cage and a small world shrouded the two sides who were several miles away from each other on the two peaks. Peimin was like a bird in a cage, facing a master, who was the master of the house and a sword immortal. The old man still did not care. On the contrary, he was very interested. He looked at the long sword in the young sword immortal's hand again. It was very familiar but also a little strange. After all, it was an incomplete fairy sword. In silence, Peimin had been carefully perceiving the sword chi flowing around the world. The world was orderly, scattered like stars in the sky, and everything was strict. What a small world of sword chi. It already had a prototype of a leakless great way. The old man nodded slightly and did not hide his admiration. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "Good sword, good flying sword. You should cherish them." Peimin had purposely chosen this place as the place to strike. The two mountains were not far from each other, but they were not close either. He wanted to test how much of the real world this young sword cultivator's world could encompass. In the Yellow Flower Temple in the capital city, Qin Pingon used the flying sword to cover a small room in the small Taoist temple. Obviously, he was hiding his strength. Maybe he had been hit in the abdomen and nailed to the wall, so the injury was a sign of weakness. The other side stopped talking and asked about swordsmanship only. Peimin stopped being polite. High in the sky where the two mountains confronted each other, the two sword lights collided and a slightly slanted one word appeared. It seemed that each of them made a sword attack. Qin Pingon made the first move and Peimin met the sword with his sword. In the end, the sword lights of both sides fell on the same spot. In fact, Peimin and Qin Pingon each made 12 sword attacks in an instant. Each attack was faster than the previous one and the sword chi was heavier. However, the trajectory of the sword light did not deviate at all. It was only on the path of the first sword. Peimin followed suit and did the same. The sword lights dissipated. The sword wills of both sides were still very strong and filled the world. The other side no longer made any sword attacks and their figures disappeared. Peimin still did not move. He was slightly surprised. This swordsmanship was quite extraordinary and new. It could even stack sword wills continuously. However, 12 sword strikes were too little. If he could accumulate 20 sword strikes, he might have to move a little. The sword lights came and went like lightning. The word one written by the two sword strikes was enough to kill several earth immortals of the nascent soul realm who were suppressed by the heaven and earth. Peimin twisted his wrist and a sword light flashed. He casually made a sword attack. Beside him, a sharp sword light cut across the world and scattered a soundless and hidden sword chi. The previous sword attack was dazzling, but Peimin's attack was very precise. The sword chi cancelled each other out and only the sword will remained. However, this sword attack came quietly. After being blocked by Peimin's sword, it became very powerful. The sword chi shattered and splashed in all directions like a torrential rain. Tens of thousands of fine gullies appeared in the forest on the ground and sword marks were all over the mountain. A stream in the forest seemed to have been cut into hundreds of paddy fields of different sizes by the intersecting sword auras. Pei Min looked at the long sword in his hand made of rainwater. The blade had been broken into two. After all, it was just an ordinary sword. It was not as sharp as the strange long sword with the tip of Tai Bai. However, the two parts of the broken sword were pulled by the sword chi and mended by themselves. It became a long sword with a clear sword light again. If it was not to show his identity as a sword cultivator with Pei Min's realm, Pei Min was curious about what in the world could be refined into a scabbard for the tip of Tai Bai. A large piece of dragon-slaying platform could be used, but it was too cumbersome. Moreover, its quality was not high enough. Besides, the tip of Tai Bai did not need to be sharpened by dragon-slaying platform. It was like an ascendant realm cultivator who needed a few snowflakes to replenish the spiritual chi lake in the small world of the human body. Pei Min said, "I'll let you make one more attack. After 3 attacks you can take my 3 attacks. If you can take it you won't die." Pei Min suddenly laughed. This young man was a little unkind. Because in the small world, it was like someone scattered yellow paper on the tomb during the Qingming festival. There were about 1,800 pieces of yellow paper talisman. Qin Pingon relied on the time is on my side. In an instant he used the sword chi to add the finishing touches to the talisman glistening with spiritual light. The sky was like a galaxy hanging in the sky and then it suddenly sank. However, between the sword chi talisman they pulled each other like a complicated Kintianjian star chart. Qin Pingon's figure was hidden in a place. He controlled the sword formation with his mind and smashed it fiercely to the old man holding the sword at the top of the mountain. Qin Pingon was actually standing at the foot of the mountain where Pei Min was. However, there was a difference between heaven and earth. He was in a cage. The distance could not be judged by common sense. As long as Qin Pingon was brave enough, he could stand beside the old man at the top of the mountain and choose to stand side by side with Pei Min. At the same time, the two would be thousands of miles apart. However, Qin Pingon was still worried. An old sword immortal who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship for 1,000 years had yet to conjure his intrinsic flying sword. It was too nerve-wracking. If Pei Min sensed some clues and ignored the sword formation, he would find Qin Pingon's hiding place and choose to break all laws with a single sword strike. He would disregard the river of time and instantly suppress the caged sparrow. With the distance between the peak and the foot of the mountain, Qin Pingon would have room to dodge the sword strike. At the same time, Qin Pingon had been acting strangely. He had left a few strands of his mind in various places. They were like illusory wandering Yin gods hiding behind the scenes to observe Pei Min's sword attacks. He was sure that Pei Min could rely on these tiny strands of mind ripples, and then his next attack would miss. If not for the fact that he had been fed many punches by grandmasters and had seen many sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he would not have been able to do so. Otherwise, any ordinary swordsman would lose their composure when faced with Pei Min's name and title of swordsmanship. There was no need for Pei Min to actually hand over his sword. It was like a chi refinement warrior sparring with the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Grand Celestial Master in Thunder Dharma. Unless it was Talisman Zhou Xian or Immortal Fiery Dragon. Pei Min had one hand behind his back. The hand holding the sword gently shattered the rainwater sword in his hand. With a wave of his sleeve, the rainwater sword aura spread out in a circle with Pei Min at the top of the mountain as the center. It separated the young man from the world. The sword aura spread out like ripples in a lake. Finally, a huge mirror appeared in the mortal world. The old man split the caged bird's world into 2 at the top and bottom. Although he had already found the young man's true hiding place, the young man was standing by the stream at the foot of the mountain. Pei Min was not going to go back on his word, so he deliberately pretended that he did not notice the young man's presence. He looked at the sword talisman formation and exchanged another sword with the sword chi mirror. It was another relatively new swordsmanship. It was just that it was a little too fancy and the foundation of the talisman paper was too poor, so the quality of the talisman was not very high. Moreover, a dozen of the talismans were relatively unfamiliar, and even Pei Min could not guess their general origins. However, this sword talisman formation in short looked good but did not have much meaning. This was not a battlefield. It was a fight between sword cultivators. What was that young man trying to achieve by blindly seeking for perfection? Did he not cherish the last chance to use his sword? Or was he too young and his swordsmanship attainments were limited to this? The river of stars fell to the ground and the lake rose, colliding with each other. In the great wall of sword aura, one of Qi Shou's natal flying swords was expected to become an immortal weapon. Once Qi Shou's sword will and spiritual qi could support 3,600 flying swords, he would be able to verify the prophecy of the Baek Okekyung Building's Taoist saint. Sitting on the river of stars, rain falls on the mortal world. Back then on the city wall, Qin Pingon had used the talisman to increase his strength. Taking the initiative to increase the offensive power of Qi Shou's flying sword, using the sword and talismans to form a formation, and spending some money, it was as if he could give the flying sword an additional natal divine ability for free. During his journey on the ferry, Qin Pingon carefully refined the tip of his sword, Tai-Bai sword, and the gray cotton robe as a scabbard, meticulously forging a sword. He did not slack off at all when he was drawing talismans and practicing his martial arts. Due to bearing the true name of the great demon, Qin Pingon was always suppressed by the great Tao of the vast world. Therefore he practiced his martial arts regardless of whether he was awake or asleep. In any case, Qin Pingon could not afford to slack off for a moment. Therefore, drawing talismans became the most important thing besides sword refinement. Originally, Qin Pingon's talisman sword formation was a meeting gift for Xingyang Mountain or Qingfeng City in the future. In the mind of a reserved spot on the mountain peak, the flying sword Chu Yi suddenly appeared and hurriedly swept over. The sword flashed and pointed directly at Pei Min on the opposite mountain peak. In another mind, as if the spirit of Yin had left its body, a flying sword surrounded by thunder and lightning swept towards the northeast direction of Pei Min, as if Q sword had run in the wrong direction. In the third place where the mind was hidden, the flying sword was like a pine needle that pierced through the sky and rushed towards the mountain peak from behind Pei Min. The tip of the sword was pointed at the back of the old man's head. Not only that, the Milky Way sword formation and a sword lake only shattered half of it. Heaven and earth turned upside down. A painting of mountains and rivers seemed to have been casually flipped and folded. Half of the Milky Way sword formation directly appeared in the distance. Seemed to be extremely far away. With a nimble leap, it shrank the mountains and rivers. Just like the handle of the umbrella, it covered the sky and the earth and instantly enveloped the old man on the mountain peak. Pei Min had one hand behind his back. Facing half of the Milky Way sword formation and 3 natal flying swords, the old man only used one hand to form a sword sign. Without using a single sword, Pei Min no longer deliberately restrained his majestic sword aura. On the mountain peak, the sword aura was so strong that it was as if a grand sun had suddenly jumped out of the East Sea and reached the highest point of the human world. The sword light was blinding and expanded with a loud bang. The Milky Way sword formation was shattered. Indeed, the flying sword that seemed to have run in the wrong direction had really run in the wrong direction. It did not get close to Pei Min. The 2 flying swords pointed at Pei Min's heart and the back of his head respectively. Among them, the flying sword with the snow-white sword light was a smoke screen. It flashed and disappeared, heading elsewhere. Only the flying sword that looked like a fine pine needle did indeed approach the mountain peak recklessly. It did not change its trajectory and in the end, it crashed into the sword light like a nail embedded into the wall. Pei Min controlled the sword aura and pressed 2 fingers together to stabilize the flying sword in its original position. He shook his head helplessly. It was indeed a sword immortal imitation from the North Continent's Sword Hatred Mountain. Pei Min no longer had any doubts in his heart. This was because the sword immortal's natal flying sword named Ancient Emerald, which was the imitation of the flying sword at his fingertips, was personally shattered by him back then. Therefore, when he saw this flying sword today, Pei Min felt a little strange. The flying sword pine needle trembled slightly. Pei Min smiled and increased the strength of his fingers slightly, shattering it. The flying sword Ancient Emerald is gone. It should not be reduced to a joke for future generations because of an imitation. He then reformed the shattered sword will and sword aura. It was as if the sword immortal's flying sword Ancient Emerald had seen the light of day again. Pei Min said, "Take the first sword." The mountain peak that Pei Min was on was already empty. It had been destroyed by the Milky Way sword formation. The old man stopped in midair and condensed the remaining spiritual energy in the world into a long sword once again. The first sword was just imitating the sword immortal's favorite flying sword to take the head. It was actually more reserved. However, the second sword in his hand, as long as it was delivered, its strength would be slightly greater. This small world that was imprisoned by the divine power of a flying sword was gradually becoming a place of no return that targeted Qi refinement warriors the most. The previous young man's first sword had stacked 12 swords into one sword. It was not that he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and wanted to frighten Pei Min, who was once the champion of Howren swordsmanship. It was also not that a junior sword cultivator wanted to show off his swordsmanship. Instead, he wanted to exhaust the spiritual energy in the small world with the fastest speed. As for why he did not rely on his identity to devour the spiritual energy as soon as he released the flying sword, it was because of caution. In Pei Min's opinion, this was a wise choice. Otherwise, Qin Pingon would have taken the initiative to eat Pei Min's sword first. Pei Min did not mind a drop of essence sword will in the small world of the young man's body. It followed the meridians and paths, traveling thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. As the head of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain, no matter how troublesome and arrogant the sword cultivator was, he would think that there were actually 2 kinds of Qi cultivators in the world: the sword cultivator and the rest of the Qi cultivators. However, he had to admit that the sword cultivator was still a Qi cultivator. He also needed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When fighting, he would try to use the existing spiritual energy of heaven and earth first. After all, Pei Min was not the proudest person in the human world who had taught him a few swordsmanship. The old man had not reached the 14th level of Tao fused and could not learn from Bai. As long as he did not finish the poem in his heart, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be inexhaustible. Pei Min had always felt that it was a pity that Bai was not a real sword cultivator. He was just a sword wielder and did not nurture a natal flying sword. Otherwise, Pei Min did not think that the arrogant Wen Hai would be able to succeed in his plan. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Pingon flashed and disappeared. It was as if there were waves of pine trees between heaven and earth. A vast sword qi that seemed to condense all the ancient meanings of pine trees in the world appeared at the spot where Qin Pingon stood. Then it followed Qin Pingon, who crossed the mountains and rivers at will. Gu Chui, who was dressed in a green robe without a jade hairpin, temporarily became one of Pei Min's flying swords. It changed sides at the last minute. It appeared again and again, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. It followed Qin Pingon's ground-shrinking mountain river. There were a few times when it even predicted the future and arrived at Qin Pingon's landing spot. If it were not for Qin Pingon, who could predict the future, it would have taken the initiative to collide with the flying sword. In the end, the flying sword that turned from a pine needle into Gu Chui collided with the flying sword Chu. The flying sword Chu's body was extremely tough. Only the tip of the sword was damaged. However, the flying sword that Pei Min created casually had already collapsed. However, this was the first time that the flying sword Chu had been so seriously damaged since it followed Qin Pingon. The tip of the sword was almost broken. But the young man had seen through the truth so quickly? Did he know why he was chased by a flying sword Chui for tens of thousands of miles? Pei Min was slightly surprised. The old man suddenly turned around and casually sent out a second sword. Qin Pingon actually abandoned the long sword and used only the scabbard as a sword. He chopped down from afar. Pei Min had no choice but to narrow his eyes slightly and exchange a blow. The two's swordsmanship was simple. One of them raised his sword and the sword light came straight down. The other held his sword horizontally and the sword light was like a mountain. The sword in Pei Min's hand shattered, but his body remained motionless. This blow was not weak. It did not seem like a sword cultivator in the unpolished jade realm who could move the mountain of a small country that was connected to the qi of mountains and rivers. Pei Min was too lazy to continue condensing qi into a sword. He put 2 fingers together to form a sword and casually poked at a spot. The old man was annoyed. He was really annoyed. The young man had too many tricks up his sleeves. He was too meticulous. This made this sword-seeking competition too unpleasant. 3 blows, 3 blows. Then one of them would fall to the ground and leave his life to fate. Wouldn't that be the end of it? On the mountain behind Pei Min, a man in a green robe who had nowhere to hide was forced to reveal himself. His right hand clenched the scabbard and 2 fingers of his left hand blocked one end of the scabbard. He was hit by the sword light. The man and the scabbard slid backward. The sword light was too fast and heavy. It was like a hammer hitting a white paper drum. In the end, Qin Pingon bent his arms in front of his body. A series of crisp cracking sounds came from his wrists, arms and shoulders. The scabbard in his hand smashed hard on Qin Pingan's chest. The man in a green robe flew backward. He still reached out to grab the long sword refined from the tip of the Tai-Bai sword on the mountain peak. The sword light exploded. The man in a green robe was torn into pieces. His face, especially his hands, seeped out countless fine bloodstains. Qin Pingan finally stopped retreating. He held the scabbard in his left hand and pressed his thumb on the sword hilt. His body was bent. His right hand, which was supposed to be holding the sword, was still covering the wound on his abdomen that had stopped bleeding. Blood seeped out between his fingers. The sword heart was still as water, and the fist intent was majestic. It was a strange pattern of mountains and rivers interdependent. A sword cultivator who could integrate the fist intent of a warrior of the ultimate realm into his swordsmanship was indeed uncommon. Pei Min had no intention of pursuing the victory because it was unnecessary. He should at least give the young man a chance to breathe. He deserved to be called a warrior of the ultimate realm with an excellent foundation. His physique was abnormally tough. In addition, he was a sword cultivator who could naturally nourish his body. He liked to wear more than one robe, was good at talisman, and was proficient in a lot of fancy spells that were not completely impractical. He was also a young man who did not like to court death. No wonder he could become one of the top 10 young people in several worlds. A foreigner could serve as the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was difficult for ordinary people to kill him, and it was easy for them to fail miserably. The key was that this guy had learned his lesson after suffering once. He actually understood why it was so easy for him to find the trace. It was the long sword refined from the tip of the Tai-Bai sword that made Qin Pingan give the game away. On the one hand, the sword intent of this sword was too strong. Pei Min was an old sword cultivator who had reached the peak of the Haoran sword Tao. In addition, Pei Min was not unfamiliar with Bai Ye's swordsmanship and the sword Tai-Bai sword. Previously, the young man in white outside the meditation room of the Heavenly Palace Temple should have mentioned his identity to Qin Pingan. In order not to take advantage of the young man, Pei Min deliberately suppressed the realm of the immortal realm when he took out the flying sword Ancient Emerald. The young man made the best of his mistake. He deliberately separated the long sword and the scabbard, choosing to only hold the scabbard. He got close and slashed straight down. In the end, he turned the crisis into an opportunity that was not an opportunity. Pei Min and the young man looked at each other. The latter stepped on the ground and most of the whole mountain was crushed and flattened. He held the sword in his right hand but did not pull it out of the scabbard. He took the initiative to get close to Pei Min to take the third sword. Until now, Pei Min had not really taken out his sword. Pei Min was not the proudest person in the world. Although he was not a great cultivator of the 14th realm, the old man was a true sword cultivator and naturally had a life source flying sword. An ascendant realm sword cultivator who possessed 4 shocking life origin flying swords. Pei Min shook his head and said with a smile, "You can't be so fearless all the time because you are sure that I won't kill you, right? This habit of getting beaten up should be changed in the future." The cautious young man still chose to act separately from the sword. The long sword and scabbard holding Qin Pingan disappeared together again. However, Qin Pingan did not choose to take out the same sword as before. Instead, he spread his mind in all directions. Countless swords rose between heaven and earth. He controlled 8 long rivers of flying swords and surged toward Pei Min. Pei Min nodded. Many swords were amazing. The young man's second life source flying sword, coupled with the life source of the first flying sword, indeed looked more perfect. However, on Pei Min's side it just looked. Pei Min thought for a while and finally took out one of his life source flying swords. The whole small world turned into a snow-white thunder pool. Thousands of thunder snakes were like flying swords, blooming wantonly. It was still one-on-one flying sword against flying sword. This life source flying sword was called Divine Firmament. Pei Min slowly floated to the side of the stream. Along the way, the flying swords of the moon and well were repelled by Pei Min's sword Qi. Pei Min squatted by the stream and reached out to scoop up a handful of water. He weighed it in his hand. It was a small world in a cage. Not only did it contain the water of the stream, but all the water vapor was held in his hand. This was the innate divine power of Pei Min's other life source flying sword. The flying sword's name was Water Immortal. It allowed Pei Min to be like a water ghost in the river of time. He could wander freely at the crossings that Pei Min had intentionally set up. Apart from the natural restriction that greatly drained Pei Min's spirit qi and mind, he was most wary of small worlds like the one in a cage. However, the young man's realm was not high enough. The world was not stable enough. Although it looked flawless, it was not truly invulnerable. Of course, there were still gaps that could be exploited. When Pei Min took a step forward, his true body remained on the spot. His out-of-body spirit wandered to a crossing of time. Using 2 fingers as a sword, he gently jabbed at the back of a green-robed man at the foot of the mountain. In the real world, Qin Pingon sensed something in his body tilted. Then he staggered and a hole appeared on his back. There was no sword qi or sword intent. If not for Qin Pingon's sudden inspiration, his heart would have been pierced through by the finger sword. He would not die, but he would lose half his life. A martial artist's physique would leave behind huge repercussions. Whether a qi refinement warrior's realm would drop depended on the luck of that half-life. Then a beam of sword qi appeared in the sky and enveloped him. Holding the sword with both hands, he smashed into the flat mountaintop with his sword. Finally, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. The entire mountaintop exploded and a huge crater appeared on the ground. This was Pei Min's 3rd life source flying sword, a line of heaven. However, there was no trace of Qin Pingon in the crater. However, streaks of sword light appeared in the sky in a disorderly manner. Every time a sword light appeared, there would be a green-robed man wielding a sword in his left hand at the end of the sword light. The man kept attacking with his sword in his left hand. Pei Min's spirit at the crossing of time could not help but sigh. It seemed that he was used to the river of time. Otherwise he would not have dodged this sword. The first sword seemed to be the overlapping of the 12 swords. Pei Min's spirit sent out 12 finger swords at the 3 preset crossings of the river of time. The young sword cultivator dared to use his distraction technique in front of him. Then Pei Min followed suit and returned the favor. The young man's life source acupuncture point had the life source items of the 5 elements. Together with the qi residence of the Crown Prince's mountain, it was enough for Pei Min to knock on the door once. The old man was still an immortal. Actually, it was enough to bully a junior. This young man relied on a small world flying sword, the physique of a martial artist, and his familiarity with the river of time. Together with the sharp immortal weapon sword in his left hand, he had saved him 3 times. Just as Pei Min was about to put away the 3 life source flying swords, divine firmament, water immortal, and a line of heaven. Without any warning, a sword arrived. Furthermore, it came a little unreasonable. It was refined from the tip of a sword that no one was holding. It was different from Qin Pingon's sword scabbard slashing down. The sword technique, sword intent, and sword Dao were different. The sword came in a straight line, heading straight for Pei Min's true body beside the dry riverbed. Since he had slashed the small world in the cage, it was indomitable and unstoppable. Pei Min's spirit retreated from the river of time and returned to his true body. After some thought, he did not choose to dodge the sword. Instead, he extended a finger and blocked the sword tip. A ball of sword light bloomed. As a result, the entire small world turned snow-white. A green-robed man punched out from behind Pei Min. In the end, he collided head-on with the 3 flying swords that Pei Min had yet to put away. After dodging divine firmament, his neck was slashed by water immortal. A line of heaven's fist pierced through his entire arm and finally through his shoulder. As a martial artist, Qin Pingon's fist finally stopped a foot behind Pei Min. This was because Pei Min's 4th life source flying sword was hovering between Qin Pingon's eyebrows, just an inch away. The flying sword was still, but where the sword tip pointed, Qin Pingon's bloodied face seemed to have been washed clean by a basin of sword qi. There was no more blood, but an extremely tiny hole appeared between his eyebrows. Pei Min slowly turned around and smiled. "Do you think it's not worth it to exchange your life for an injury?" Qin Pingon retracted his fist and raised his palm to press against his eyebrows. With a thought, the sword and scabbard drew an arc at the same time, circling around Pei Min and flying towards Qin Pingon. Finally, the sword returned to its scabbard and was grasped by Qin Pingon's right hand. At the same time, the moon in the well that had transformed into countless swords finally gathered back into one sword. With a flash, it returned to the life source acupuncture point. However, the bird in the cage was still not put away. Pei Min asked, Do you know why I am here, why I attacked and why I held back? Qin Pingon nodded. Pei Min finally understood the agreement with Zhou Zi back then. The person that Lu Tai needed to kill in the future was never far away. Both times he was always right in front of him. Lu Tai had the two flying swords that had the advantage of attacking first and attacking later, but it was still not enough. He still needed to impart the sword techniques to him. And this young man in front of him had asked for the sword tonight. Other than that brainless sword attack, he probably wanted to return the favor. It was possible that he did not have the intention of practicing beforehand. In addition, Pei Min did not mind this, so he went with the flow and gave him the sword techniques of the 3 life source flying swords. As for how much he could learn, it would depend on Qin Pingon's ability. If his ability was not good enough and he died or was seriously injured, he could not blame anyone else. If Pei Min really wanted to kill him, the immortal-level white-clothed youth from the Heavenly Palace Temple could stop him, but he was destined to be unable to. Pei Min had previously told Duke Shengao Shizhen that someone would not be able to save someone from 1,000 miles away. And this someone was, of course, Qin Pingon's senior martial brother, Zhou. Qin Pingon put down the left hand that was pressing between his eyebrows and suddenly made a strange movement. Combining a finger sword technique, he imitated Pei Min's sword chi flow. He put 2 fingers together and gently poked. Pei Min shook his head. It's just a bit similar. Later, even the sword cultivator Lu Feng could not learn it, let alone other martial artists. That infatuated man with decent swordsmanship could barely be considered an unofficial disciple of Pei Min. Pei Min was unwilling to teach him more swordsmanship, so Lu Feng had specially made a trip to Lotus Blossom Blessed Land for this finger sword technique. Qin Pingon understood in his heart. The Lotus Flower Blessed Land's Mirror Heart House had this finger sword technique that was world-renowned. It seemed that the ancestor of this sword technique was Pei Min. Of course, the power of the two was worlds apart. The martial artists of the Mirror Heart House only learned a little. Pei Min raised one hand and condensed a fist-sized stream of water in his palm. He poured it back into the riverbed and then asked a question. Qin Pingon, are you a mute? Except for the gate of the Heavenly Palace Temple, the young man said a few words of courtesy. After that fight, he did not say a word from beginning to end. Qin Pingon shook his head. Pei Min smiled slightly. Qin Pingon immediately hung his sword at his waist and clasped his fist. Swordsman Qin Pingon greets Howren Pei Min first. He called himself swordsman. He also called the other's name, but it was still an honorific that carried a lot of weight. Pei Min put his hands behind his back and walked slowly by the stream. Qin Pingon silently followed, half a figure behind. His breathing was heavy and his steps were unsteady. There were too many injuries on his body and they were definitely not light. If he had suffered the same level of injuries, Pei Min might not be able to walk like him. Pei Min suddenly said, "Are you deliberately stalling for time to get some clues from Gao Shizhen through your student?" Qin Pingon asked in return, "Why would Senior be together with the leader of the Moon Supporting Mountain's 100 Sword Immortals?" Pei Min also asked in return, "Shouldn't you be curious about why Firen asked me to pass the sword to you after you read the secret letter? Since all the plans have come to light, does it make a difference whether or not Taoist Longzhou is killed? As for why Firen did this, I am really curious. What is the relationship between the two of you?" Qin Pingon let out a sigh of relief. "Nothing much. We just met face to face twice, both inside and outside the battlefield." Pei Min nodded. "So you wanted to confirm the details of my agreement with Firen. Why, are you worried that I am a spy from the wilderness?" Qin Pingon said, "I boldly asked you to confirm this matter." Pei Min said in shock, "You are confident that you can escape from my sword?" Qin Pingon did not give an answer. Saying that he was young and ignorant was not sincere enough. Saying that bragging was not against the law, but it was very likely that he would be stabbed again. He might as well not say anything. Moreover, at this moment saying anything would cause his entire body to hurt. Pei Min intentionally did not leave too much sword energy in Qin Pingon's world. Therefore Qin Pingon could still endure the pain and slowly peel off the sword energy bit by bit before storing it in his heaven and earth sleeve. Previously, outside the temple, he had instructed Cui Dongshan to pay attention to the white jade hairpin he had left behind after storing the caged sparrow world. He had to quickly store it in his bag. If the caged sparrow world was destroyed and there was no white jade hairpin, He told Cui Dongshan to ignore everything else and focus on escaping to the south as quickly as possible so that he could meet up with Jiang Shangzhen as soon as possible. Therefore, when Cui Dongshan was isolated from the world, he would immediately send a flying sword message to Jiang Shangzhen. The contents of the secret letter would definitely not be much. It would probably be something along the lines of, "Come quickly and ask Pei Min for the sword." At that time, if Qin Pingon still had the strength to fight, he could walk out of the white jade hairpin that Cui Dongshan had temporarily kept and join forces with Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen. Even though he was already seriously injured, Qin Pingon still left himself a chance of survival. In fact, the previous battle was only a dangerous process of asking for the sword. In fact, it was not really dangerous. Qin Pingon was only afraid that if Pei Min was really a chess piece that Wen Haizhou had secretly left behind in Tongye continent, or if he was a comrade of the immortal Han Yushu, Pei Min would not care and directly choose to kill him with a sword with all his strength as an ascendant realm sword cultivator. Pei Min was willing to use a section of the umbrella handle to ask for the sword in the Yellow Flower Temple. It seemed that he did not have much killing intent. However, in Qin Pingon's view, it was due to the appearance of his student Cui Dongshan that made Pei Min afraid. Cui Dongshan also exposed his opponent's identity with one sentence. He brought out the three people left and right, Lu Shirlu and Bai Yi, and put on a death-seeking posture. It was also a divine hand. Cui Dongshan was clearly telling Pei Min that he and his student had come prepared tonight. Therefore, when it came to playing chess, whether it was placing a piece outside the Heavenly Palace Temple or knowing that he was facing Pei Min, he could still calculate people's minds. In terms of chess skills, this student was his teacher's teacher. Pei Min sighed. "I know you're still skeptical. It's normal. I'm afraid of trouble. I'm not worried that you'll complain to the Confucian Temple. It's just that I haven't fulfilled my promise, so I can't just leave here casually." "I don't mind telling you something. I can be considered as one of Lu Tai's teachers. That child is a sword cultivator, but he's afraid of heights. In fact, it's not a pretense. It's because when he was young he found a sword manual that I wrote in the secret realm of the Lu clan's library. The so-called sword manual is actually the 4 essence sword essences of the 4 natal flying swords. That child foolishly asked for the sword. Besides dropping his cultivation level, his Dao heart was also damaged. Otherwise, if he was an ordinary sword cultivator with his talent and the Lu clan's wealth, he would have become a nascent soul realm sword immortal." Qin Pingon said, "I understand. Senior's whereabouts will not be spread." For a junior to be so tactful, Pei Min couldn't bear to see it. However, Qin Pingon said, "I know Lu Tai. He's the sword cultivator Lu Kai, who's also one of the 10 youths. Someone wants to target me and their methods are ingenious. They won't let me suffer. So it's fine. I can wait. I'm not waiting for Lu Kai but for the mastermind." Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's Mirror Heart Chambers finger sword technique. It was a small matter, but it was a small matter. Especially with the addition of one of Lu Tai's teachers, the clues became clearer. Finally, Qin Pingon found a complete clue. The Great Spring Dynasty, Madame Huan Sha, and the naturally seductive Empress Yao Jinji. In the central divine continent of the vast world, there was a heavenly palace temple in the dynasty where Mr. Bei and Pei Min came from. There was a story about the empress praying for rain in the heavenly palace temple. Pei Min also left behind a story in the heavenly palace temple. Back in his hometown, Qin Pingon chose to stop when he met Yao Jinji because of a falling locust tree leaf. Before mistakenly entering the lotus flower blessed land in the Tongye continent, he first explored the strange secret realms similar to the paper white blessed land. And even earlier in the Eagle Fortress, the man who used the camouflage technique had indeed shown his face. At that time he brushed shoulders with Qin Pingon. At that time, Qin Pingon only felt that it was strange, but he didn't think too deeply. But even if he did, Qin Pingon couldn't think too far ahead. It seemed like Pei Min, the existence of the Heavenly Palace Temple itself was a kind of greeting, a kind of reminder. It seemed that the man who gave Qin Pingon candied haws when he was young had foreshadowed many things in advance with him. It just depended on whether Qin Pingon was willing, whether he could think a few more steps, whether he could remember, and whether he could believe that all kinds of incredible what-ifs were really what-ifs everywhere. Back when he traveled with Lu Tai once joked that because he looked down on Qin Pingon's blade-strengthening gourd, Lu Tai personally said that he had an ancestor of the blade-strengthening gourd. So when he heard that there were 10 young people, Qin Pingon connected them to the sword cultivator Lu Kai. Lu Tai, Pei Min, Tong Yi Continent, Great Spring Dynasty not far from the entrance of the Taoist temple. Yao Jinji also successfully became an emperor after praying for rain in the Heavenly Palace Temple. They were all small and scattered clues. Just like when they were traveling, Li Huai was only interested in the thrilling fighting scenes of the heroes in a Jianghu novel. Little Treasure Bottle was more interested in the small characters who didn't even have a chance to say a word in the book, as well as the mountains and rivers that were like birds persuading guests. In fact, both were fine. But if one could be so casual in reading a book, Qin Pingon had to keep his eyes wide open for fear of missing a word. Pei Min asked for no reason, "How much swordsmanship did you learn from your senior brother?" Qin Pingon answered honestly, "Less than 10%. After Pei Min's small world of sword chi was casually broken by the teacher, and the teacher followed Pei Min to another place, Cui Dongshan first sent a message to the Mount of Divine Seal, and then returned to the outside of the meditation room. He climbed over the wall and strode forward to the old man standing at the door, the Duke of the Great Spring Dynasty. It seemed that he was so frightened by the sword light that he didn't dare to move at the door like a dumb goose. The young man in white put his hands on his hips. When he was about 10 steps away from the door, he said angrily, "What are you looking at? A son looking at his father with 2 lines of tears? Then why don't you cry?" Gao Shizhen smiled. Without old Pei to protect the door, the old man already felt a little cold in the wind and rain. The young man in white twisted his waist and jumped 5 or 6 steps away from the meditation room. With his back facing Gao Shizhen, he pointed at the place where he was standing before, raised his sleeves and scolded himself, "So what if I'm looking at you? It's natural for a father to look at his son." When the young man in white turned around and Gao Shizhen saw his face, he was in a daze and his body swayed. The old man had to reach out to hold the door. Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers and removed the camouflage on Gao Shi's face. He grinned and said, "Old Gao, you don't know this, but I'm fated to meet that Gao guy." Gao Shizhen said in a low voice, "He has a student like you? Some jokes can't be made." Cui Dongshan nodded hard and said, "Are you surprised? Old Gao, are you angry?" As he spoke, the face turned into Gao Shi's face again. Gao Shizhen narrowed his eyes. He put one hand on the door and the other hand behind his back. "If you think it's fun, then continue." That Gao Shi beat his chest and stamped his feet. "I'm already so old. I have to send my son off. I'm so unfilial. I deserve to die." Gao Shizhen said coldly, "Is it fun?" Cui Dongshan smiled and moved sideways. A young man in white walked out but left a Gao Shi in the same place. The heavy rain fell on the young man and he quickly became a drowned rat. The young man was silent and sad. He just stared at Gao Shizhen blankly. In the young man's eyes, there was guilt, resentment, nostalgia, reluctance, and pleading. The young man in white continued to move sideways step by step. He kept moving away from the young man. Gao Shizhen lowered his head and murmured, "I beg you to stop your spell." Slowly raising his head, Gao Shizhen turned his body sideways. This old and doddering duke inadvertently bent down more. With a gloomy look he said, "Immortal master, please come in and have a seat." Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to take a look? This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, you won't get another chance." Gao Shizhen shook his head and took the lead to walk into the house. Cui Dongshan let that Gao Shi move and stand by the window. Entering the room, Cui Dongshan sat in the chair that Pei Min had been sitting in. Stretching his neck, Cui Dongshan looked at the large illness written on the paper and nodded. "Old Gao, you really should come to this temple to treat your illness." Cui Dongshan put his hands on the chair and began to move the chair. According to legend, Pei Min's swordsmanship was to throw the sword into the clouds. The sword light penetrated the sky and landed on another continent. Could compete with the sun and the moon. Gao Shizhen said, "This is a peaceful place for Buddhists." Cui Dongshan smiled. "When the heart is calm, it's a peaceful place for Buddhists. It's okay if the heart is not calm. It's useful to burn incense in the temple and copy scriptures in the meditation room. But if the heart is bad, no matter how much you kowtow to the bodhisattva, The holy mountain is still far away. I'm more afraid that the heart is bad and doesn't know it. Praying for blessings won't work. Instead they will blame the bodhisattva for not helping them. Who do you think is reasonable? Gao Shizhen said, what do you want to ask? What do you want? Just say it. Cui Dongshan stopped the chair and crossed his arms. His white sleeves hung down and changed his posture. He leaned his body and put his elbow on the chair handle. He rested his chin on one hand. Just say it. Will it be your turn to say it when your old housekeeper comes back? The Duke of Shen public house is getting worse with each generation. The one outside the window is not as good as the one in the house. The one in the house is not as good as the one in the tomb. Gao Shizhen closed his eyes and became silent. Cui Dongshan laughed. Brother Gao, you're really angry. It's not worth it. The young man outside the window began to reach out and knock on the window as if he was knocking on the heart. He kept repeating the words in his heart in the rain. Don't die. Gao Shizhen couldn't help but cry. He looked up at the window. Cui Dongshan raised his eyebrows and thought, interesting. Elder Gao's acting skills are pretty good. Cui Dongshan was still worried about the battle situation of Mr. Li, so he was not in the mood to compete with Gao Shizhen in acting skills. Therefore he sighed and said, okay, don't pretend to be sad. Gao Shi's body was brought back to Mirage City that year. Therefore it's certain that Duke's Mansion secretly made a golden body for Gao Shi. You can't hide it. In the future when you deal with me more you will know how to fool me. In fact it's harder to fool a ghost. Gao Shizhen's eyes instantly turned cold. He turned his head and stared at the young man in white who was talking without thinking. When the young man in white was no longer frivolous, perhaps because of his fair skin and snow-white clothes, his pair of eyes looked particularly deep. But I'm more curious about one thing. With the Duke's Public House's foundation, why didn't you let Gao Shi see the light of day as the god of mountains and rivers? Why didn't you include him in the country's mountains and rivers? When Gao Shi's body was transported from the border to the capital, even if there were immortal masters helping to gather the soul along the way, it was inevitable that the soul would be incomplete in the end. Therefore the deity position wouldn't be too high. A second-class river god or the mountain god excellency of the Crown Prince's mountain would be good choices. Gao Shizhen actually had something to say, but he definitely couldn't say it. This was because on the rainy night on the hill, the young sword deity once said something that made Gao Shizhen extremely afraid. I hope that a person like Gao Shi won't meet me in his next life. Otherwise I'll kill him again. Just in case, Gao Shizhen didn't dare to let the remnant of Gao Shi's soul build a golden body, build a temple and enjoy the incense. However, to let Gao Shi be the god of the temple with a hidden identity, Gao Shizhen couldn't bear it. He was even more afraid that Qin Pingon would visit the old place one day and follow the clues to break Gao Shi's golden body. Then it would really be equivalent to killing him again in his next life. Cui Dongshan gently twirled his fingers and looked at Gao Shizhen with a pitiful face. The other party's mind was like flowing water, but in fact he was immersed in it like a celestial. Gao Shizhen was still in a daze and didn't realize it. However, Cui Dongshan was a little dissatisfied with his teacher. Back then he didn't even tell him about such a magnificent feat and such bold words. Why did he hide it from him? In fact, even if Cui Dongshan didn't use his divine power he could still guess a lot of things. However, it was strange that when the teacher was beside him as a student he was more lazy and didn't like to think about things. Cui Dongshan yawned, sat up and stretched. He smiled and said, the oil lamp in the secret room of the Duke Public House. When I return to the Mirage City I'll help Brother Gao add oil to the lamp. Gao Shizhen suddenly stood up. You dare. Cui Dongshan raised his hands. Okay, I don't dare. Gao Shizhen sat down dejectedly. Cui Dongshan stood up and walked to the door of the house. He leaned against the door with his back facing Gao Shizhen. The young man in white covered his sleeves with his hands and said indifferently, if teacher suffers a loss tonight and escapes for me, I'll definitely let you accompany Gao Shi. Every day you'll depend on each other. Face to face, your souls will be entangled and you won't be able to tell who's the son and who's the father. This isn't anything interesting. Occasionally you'll treat Gao Shi as your beloved concubine. Occasionally, Gao Shi will treat you as a maid or a fairy sister. That's interesting. Anyway, the Tongyi continent is such a foul place. There's no lack of such dirty things. Gao Shizhen sat on the chair in a daze, sweating profusely. He only begged the old housekeeper, Pei Wenyue, to return to the heavenly palace temple alive. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Let's go back." He slowly put away the bird in the cage. This was the teacher's unique understanding. Soon the teacher and Pei Min appeared side by side. However, the teacher stayed at the mountain gate of the heavenly palace temple, while Pei Min appeared directly in the courtyard outside the meditation room. Cui Dongshan turned his head and said with a bright smile, "Brother Gao, see you later." Cui Dongshan walked out of the meditation room and stepped outside the temple. Qin Pingan's face was pale, but he smiled and said, "I'm fine. I'm seriously injured, but I didn't hurt my foundation." Cui Dongshan nodded and said in his mind, "Jiang Shangzhen must be on his way." "As long as the three of us work together, we can give it a try." Qin Pingan shook his head. "It's not necessary. Let's go back to the Yellow Flower Temple first. I'll tell you the details on the way. However, when we enter the Mirage City's mountain and water array, you will do it." Before leaving, Qin Pingan faced the Heavenly Palace Temple, bowed his head and put his palms together. Cui Dongshan had no choice but to follow his teacher's example and pay his respects to the Dharma outside the mountain gate. The two of them rode the wind extremely slowly. Qin Pingan described in detail the process of Pei Min suppressing the immortals. Cui Dongshan listened attentively and silently remembered it in his heart. Seeing that the teacher was no longer talking, Cui Dongshan asked in a low voice, "Teacher, back then, did you feel that there was something wrong with the old housekeeper standing beside Gao Shizhen?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "I couldn't see the depth, so I didn't pay too much attention. Back then, Qin Pingan was not a sword cultivator, and his martial arts realm was not high enough. He only remembered an old man standing beside Zhou Xian with an umbrella. He had a calm aura, so he mistook him for a martial arts master who lived in seclusion." Cui Dongshan sighed. "Teacher, you still like to treat people with courtesy. If it were me, given my temper, I would have already given that old Pei a good beating. In the pugilistic world, a young man can beat an old master to death with his fists. Even if I couldn't beat him to death, I would have scared him to death." Qin Pingan couldn't help but say, "Now, even if you join me and Jiang Shangzhen to deal with Pei Min, the chance of winning is still very small. If the three of us can escape without dying, we will win. There is a way to exchange lives and there is a way to escape." Cui Dongshan nodded and then shook his head. He crossed his arms and snorted. "It's like this today, but at most in 100 years, it will still be just the three of us. If two of us join forces, one of us only needs to guard the array from afar, and we can beat Pei Min until he has nowhere to run. He can only kneel on the ground and shout, 'I am not a sword cultivator and I am not that damned Pei Min. I don't know him at all, so you must have found the wrong person.'" Qin Pingan said helplessly, "Be careful with your words." Cui Dongshan grunted and turned to clap his hands in praise. Regardless, for Pei Min to be willing to use all his flying swords in Q-sword tonight, it shows how good his sword arts are and how much more insightful he is. Especially that water immortal that is even more cunning than a water ghost. Pei Min definitely wouldn't use it easily. Although the one with the greatest lethality is still the realm breaker that Pei Min used to kill sword cultivators on the mountain, he still used water immortal the fewest times. What a far-sighted Pei Min. What a good plan. If Q-sword only used divine firmament tonight, or if he added in Q-sword, he would be too stingy. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. When teacher becomes invincible in the future, Pei Min wouldn't have the face to say that he sparred with teacher in sword arts years ago. Now that he has used all four swords, Pei Min will have the confidence to brag to others in the future. To be able to use all four swords while guiding others in sword arts? Then he must have risked half his life to fight Great Sword Immortal Qin in Q-sword. Qin Pingan looked even more dispirited. He said softly, "I'm sleepy after listening to your nonsense." Cui Dongshan immediately shut up and didn't disturb teacher's rest. In the meditation room, Gao Shizhen staggered towards the old butler and reached out to grab Pei Min's arm. She said in a trembling voice, "Old Pei, please save Shuyi." Pei Min looked at the pitiful old man. Duke Xin's residence had already chosen a river and a mountain to be next to each other. Pei Min didn't break free from Gao Shizhen's grip. He sighed, Have you ever thought that if you weren't afraid of Qin Pingan's words, Gao Shi would have died a second time once he was bestowed the title of mountain deity, established his own mansion and became the mountain deity prefect? Even if he relied on the demon army or successfully joined Firen, can he really survive now that the Yao family and the academy are digging up old scores? No matter what, we have to cherish our blessings. Gao Shizhen's face was gloomy. She gritted her teeth and said, "What Qin Pingan, he is Firen. Whether Qin Pingan is Firen or not, is it still important to you and your father? It's not important at all." He couldn't even defend a single point, yet he still wanted to ask for more. To think that he deliberately allowed Qin Pingan to not remove the small world. The two of them strolled and chatted for a long time. Pei Min sighed, took a step back and disappeared in a flash, leaving only one sentence. "Since you're already old, you should think more about those old sayings. Do your best and take care of yourself." At Yellow Flower Temple, there was a frightening heavy rain tonight. Lu Mao almost fell apart when he was pushed along with his chair. He vomited blood and stood up shakily. The chair broke into pieces. A flying sword was left in the room, hovering in midair. Lu Mao recognized Qin Pingan's intrinsic flying sword with its green sword beam. It could guard against people and protect Yao Xianji in the main room at the same time. Lu Mao glanced at the pool of blood on the wall. The outcome was already set. Qin Pingan would not act to such an extent. Otherwise, Lu Mao would feel that this sword immortal was not too smart, but too bored and had a hole in his head. If the existence of a natal flying sword was the dividing line between a sword cultivator and a chi refinement warrior, then the natal flying sword cultivator would be a natal flying sword cultivator. Then whether a land immortal could easily control the mountains and rivers was a touchstone for an earth immortal's aptitude and the level of spells. And whether they could use the heaven and earth sleeve was a more obvious difference between a Jade Realm cultivator and an earth immortal in the middle 5 realms, Golden Core and Nascent Soul. Then, except for the 3 sects and the military school, which were respectively guarding the academies, Taoist temples and battlefield ruins, and the Qi cultivators guarding the mountain and water tactical array of the ancestral hall of immortals, whether a Qi cultivator in the upper 5 states could build a complete small world with a flawless great way was not decided by the level of his realm. Some talented cultivators in the unpolished Jade state could build a small world, but some cultivators in the Ascendant state could not do it. As the prince of the Great Spring sect, Lu Mao knew some inside stories about cultivation. The first thing Lu Mao did after getting up was to go to the bookshelf and carefully adjust the subtle position of each book. After making sure that everything was back to normal, Lu Mao felt better. But when he saw the empty space on the bookshelf, Lu Mao did not feel sorry for the other books, but he really felt sorry for the few ancient books of calculation. Glancing at the pile of broken chairs, Lu Mao felt a little uncomfortable. However, the broom and dustpan were in the room of the 2 disciples. As for where they were placed, he did not pay attention to it. For no reason he remembered that Qin Pingan would pay attention to the bamboo pole to dry clothes. Lu Mao was a little disappointed by this comparison. It was reasonable to lose to this person and fall into the trap set by the other party step by step. He had schemed and worked hard to be a person full of evil tricks, but in the end he was not as smart as a good person. This kind of thing was quite helpless. Lu Mao had never been so dispirited before. This state of mind was not due to mental exhaustion. Even when his nominal father Lu Zhen, who was actually his elder brother, kicked him to the curb and banished him to a deserted Yellow Flower Temple, Lu Mao had never been so dispirited. He even thought that his elder brother would remember his usefulness one day after he secured his position on the throne. Later on, his elder brother, who had only changed his clothes for a few years, secretly emptied the national treasury and ran away. The reason why he did not take Yao Jinji with him, according to Firen, seemed to be that his elder brother and Yao Jinji were a match made in heaven, but in fact they were fated to clash. Then who was the one who tampered with and concealed the divination back then? It became very interesting. The master of the Yao family? Wuxia? Duxian Gao Shizhen? Lu Mao did not care whether the flying sword understood or not. He said, "Don't worry, I won't run." Then he pushed open the window and shouted, "Magistrate, there is wine in the main room. Bring a few jugs over and let's talk." Yao Xianji stood up and walked to the door of the main room. "Where is Mr. Qin?" Lu Mao said. "He is busy and told you to wait for him. If you are worried about your situation and think that Mr. Qin has been killed by me, you can go back first." I won't stop you. Yao Xianji sneered. It is a waste that the third prince is not setting up a stall under the bridge to tell stories. Yao Xianji hesitated, then turned to rummage through the cabinets in the side room and found wine. He carried 2 jugs of wine and quickly walked down the steps to the side room. He entered the room and glanced at the bloodstains on the wall. Without batting an eyelid, he threw a jug of wine to Lu Mao. Lu Mao took the jug and smiled. You didn't fight to the death with me, nor did you call people in. Magistrate, you're much calmer than I thought. Yao Xinji sneered. I just believe in Mr. Chen. With your brain, you can't even withstand a slap from Mr. Chen. Lu Mao opened the jug and took a sip. He had not drunk wine for too many years and only felt that it was spicy and hard to swallow. He coughed twice and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He leaned against the desk and smiled. In the magistrate's office, the old foxes are not easy to deal with. Yao Xinji only drank and did not answer. Lu Mao's brain was not good, but it was only with Mr. Chen. Yao Xinji felt that it was very useful with him who was alone. Lu Mao seemed to be chatting with an old friend at the table. He chuckled and said, When you first became the magistrate, did you also have lofty ambitions? At first everything was going smoothly, but in the end you suffered a huge loss for no reason. In the end you realized that you were not in the right. Then the atmosphere in the magistrate's office suddenly became strange. Yao Xinji, do you know what your biggest problem is? Yao Xinji made up his mind. You can talk your nonsense, I will just drink my wine. Lu Mao answered his own question. You place too much importance on your identity as a descendant of the Yao family. The more you place importance on it, the more those people from the government who have cultivated to become elites will know how to manipulate a magistrate. The more you don't want to distance yourself from the military general Yao Xinji on the battlefield, the more you won't be able to adapt to the peaceful officialdom without the flash of blades and shadows of swords. But I also know that this is only to make you feel aggrieved. What really makes you panic is the actions of some of your fellow soldiers on the battlefield. You know that they are in the wrong, but you don't know how to persuade them, how to open your mouth, or how to end the situation. Yao Xinji raised his head, his face gloomy. He said angrily, Shut up. Lu Mao smiled and said, Actually, His Majesty the Emperor can teach you how to conduct yourself in the officialdom. With his intelligence he will definitely be able to teach you. It's just that he is too busy. Plus, you are crippled and your age is similar, so he is too busy. Although this kind of magistrate who is in charge of the capital's patrol matters is not doing his job well, His Majesty the Emperor will be very assured. Don't glare at me, Yao Xinji might not think this way. She is doing this based on intuition, she doesn't need to think too much. Just like how the previous Emperor Lu Zhen died and how your grandfather was assassinated, she doesn't need to think too much about it. A long period of good luck, in addition to always having good intuition, is luck. As for that Yao Lingji, it's better not to teach you. She can still get along with the heroes of the Jianghu, but when it comes to the officialdom she is still at a loss. This woman is a good person, but she is a bit stupid. Unfortunately, her taste in men is not good. She married a scholar who is an embroidered pillow. I heard that he has good looks and he even came in third. In the end he blindly kicked up a fuss with Li Xiling and purposely targeted you. Using this as an invitation, he wants to gain a place among the officials? He's such a fool that Li Xiling doesn't even dare to put him in an important position. What Li Xiling needs is someone who can stand by Magistrate Yao's side. That way he can push away the next magistrate after you with all his might. As long as this brat can push him away, it'll be my loss. You actually didn't glare at me. Seems like you think the same. Regardless of whether you are a good person or a bad person, we have the same view. Let's toast and drink? Lu Mao raised the wine pot in his hand with a smile. Yao Xinji stopped drinking and only glanced at Taoist Long Zhou from the corner of his eyes. If your guts are not rotten, you are more than qualified to be the capital's magistrate. Lu Mao's mouth twitched. He stretched out 2 fingers and tugged at the plain Taoist robe on his body. Magistrate? How did the Mr. Qin you admire the most call me? Your Highness the Third Prince, how can you, a lower first-rank duke, compare? I have a share of civil officials, generals and Jianghu to myself. Don't forget, before I left the capital for the northern Jin Kingdom's Jin Huang Manor, who was the one who spent a full 3 years leading people to the north and south, helping our great Quan dynasty behind the scenes to compile the 400 scrolls of the Yuanzhen 12th Year Chronicle? At this point, Lu Mao raised his arm and raised the wine pot towards the window. Then he silently took a sip of wine as if he was toasting the Lu Mao of the past. The former third prince was proficient in calculations and obsessed with geomancy. In private, he even made a promise with his elder brother that in the future he would make Lu Mao, the vassal king, compile a great work that would be passed down through the ages for the great Quan dynasty. Yao Xianji was puzzled. Why are you suddenly talking to me so openly about your ancestors' graves? What are you trying to remedy? Does Mr. Qin want to kill you? That can't be right. You are now a good-for-nothing. Lu Mao clicked his tongue. I didn't know you were such a chatterbox. I haven't seen you in so many years, so my impression of you has always been that of a hothead. The unkempt man with sideburns in front of him used to be a bright-eyed youth. Lu Mao fell silent just like that. Yao Xinji suddenly said, on the way here Mr. Qin asked about your past. He said that the big thin book was compiled very well, and he also said that he didn't believe it was Lu Mao's work. Lu Mao laughed and raised his head to take a sip of wine. In this life, people who were infatuated were afraid that they would accidentally remember someone while drinking at the table. In this life, people were most afraid that they would suddenly understand something. Lu Mao said, Yao Xinji, have you ever thought that one day, whether it's you or me, we will all be characters in one of Qin Pingan's books? When the books get thicker and thicker, we will become more and more insignificant. Yao Xinji shook his head. You are almost like that. I am different from you. Mr. Qin can rush to Mirage City today for my grandfather. When I am old in the future, no matter how busy Mr. Qin is, he will still come to find me and drink with me for the last time. If I ask Mr. Qin to bring any immortal wine in the letter, Mr. Qin will definitely help me bring some wine. How can you compare? What do you know? Lu Mao smiled and nodded. After a moment of silence, he asked, do you feel better after talking like this? Yao Xinji held back for a long time before cursing. Lu Mao was about to laugh when he saw the flying sword flash and disappear without a trace. He turned his head and saw a white cloth hanging upside down by the window. There was also a head hanging there. Lu Mao was stunned for a long time. Qin Pingan crossed the threshold with his hands in his sleeves. I didn't expect Taoist Long Zhou to be so good at talking. Lu Mao was relieved and bowed. You are making a fool of yourself. Cui Dongshan climbed through the window and entered the house. Qin Pingan nodded. Cui Dongshan flicked his sleeves to disperse the camouflage spell, revealing the extremely valuable and extremely hot book collection seal. Cui Dongshan was in high spirits as he stared at the private seal. He carefully used his flying sword to draw a dozen golden lightning pools, layer by layer, and finally formed a sword array. Only then did he put the seal of the old bookworm, that had once collected 3 million books, into his sleeve. Cui Dongshan said in his mind, Mister, I may need to go to the Merit Forest. Zhou Fei just happened to come, so I will let him accompany Master back home. Qin Pingan asked, why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you go back to Luopa Mountain first? Cui Dongshan nodded. It is urgent. But don't worry, mister. I will hurry to Luopa Mountain as soon as possible. Before that, I can accompany Mr. to Yao Mansion. Then Mr. can go and pick up eldest senior sister and the others. I will help Mr. clean up the mess in Mirage City before leaving. In any case, it can be easily settled in half a day at most. It's just Taoist Long Zhou Lu Tsong from the water prison, and Dukshan Mansion without Pei Min. Lu Mao was originally relieved, but for some reason after seeing this strange white-clothed youth, his heartstrings tightened again. It was just like when he saw Qin Pingan, who had just visited Yellow Flower Temple. The white-clothed youth suddenly turned his head and glared at Lu Mao. He spun his sleeve and said angrily, what are you looking at? Little stinky cow nose, do you know that I have seen the old ancestor of the stinky cow nose? He and I call each other brothers, we're good brothers of the same generation. So hurry up and call me old ancestor. Lu Mao turned his head and looked at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan actually directly brought Yao Xianji away, leaving behind a sentence. You finish this conversation first, I will follow the prefectural magistrate back to the Yao residence. You can catch up later. Cui Dongshan puffed out his chest and said loudly, got it. When the teacher walked out of Yellow Flower Temple, Cui Dongshan leaned against the window to make sure the door was closed. He pricked up his ears to make sure the teacher was far away. Only then did he turn around and listen to the slight snoring of the two beloved disciples of Taoist Long Zhou. He nodded lightly and took out a spider from his sleeve. It was emerald green in color and exuded the light of spring. With a flick of his finger, the small spider the size of a fingernail shot out like an arrow. It lay on the window and quickly weaved a large web. Lu Mao glanced at it and his forehead immediately broke out in sweat. Within the spider web, there was a vague image of a graceful woman who was over an inch tall. They wore red dresses and ribbons, and their figures were faintly discernible in the clouds. They were graceful and charming, but their eyes were blurred. In the end, they turned into wisps of green smoke and seeped through the window, entering the dreams of the two people who were sleeping soundly. The white-clothed youth grabbed Taoist Long Zhou's arm again and said with a smile, "I'll send you into the dream just like that?" Although Lu Mao didn't know what would happen once he entered the dreamland and was entangled by the spring dream spider's web, he was still covered in cold sweat. He braced himself and said, "Immortal Master, please ask. Lu Mao will tell you everything I know." Cui Dongshan's mouth twitched. With a light tug he pulled Lu Mao's soul out of the leather bag. Lu Mao said telepathically, "Don't involve them. Immortal Master, please use another method." Cui Dongshan shook his head. "Trust me, you'll only regret it more after this." Lu Mao said, "At least I won't regret it now." Cui Dongshan looked at him. Lu Mao helplessly called out, "Ancestor." Cui Dongshan laughed and scolded, "Taoist Long's wit is truly frightening." Cui Dongshan waved his sleeves and the broken chair on the ground reassembled. Cui Dongshan sat down on the chair, kicked off his boots and sat cross-legged. Then he stared at Lu Mao in a daze. Cui Dongshan first waved his hand and put away the spring dream spider. After a long silence he suddenly asked, "Do you know that I know that you don't know that I know that you don't know that I don't know that I don't know?" Lu Mao was dumbfounded. Outside Yellow Flower Temple on the way back, Xianxia borrowed 2 umbrellas from the spy hidden near Yellow Flower Temple since Mr. Qin seemed to want to take a walk back. The two of them walked side by side with umbrellas. Just as they reached the main entrance of the Yao residence, the white-clothed youth had already appeared beside Qin Pingon. He laughed in his heart, "Mister, I've finally met that Firen. There are so many details that even Lu Mao himself doesn't remember them clearly. He really has the memory of the left guardian of Riding Dragon Alley." Then I went to the water dungeon and met that Lu Kong. When I used the camouflage technique in the corridor outside the dungeon, I flirted and flirted while letting out a series of loud farts. Lu Tsong's dog eyes almost popped out of their sockets. I reckon that in the future when he meets a girl he likes, his admiration and love will be greatly reduced. What a pity. I've caused the world to lose half of its infatuated lover. Of course I didn't dare delay official business. I obtained the Imperial Jade Seal from Lu Tsong and secretly placed it somewhere in Yellow Flower Temple. Qin Pingon rubbed his forehead. Other than the pain from the wound, he also had a headache over Cui Dongshan's actions. He asked, "Are they both crazy?" Cui Dongshan giggled and said, "How is that possible? Your student cured their insanity. When Sir leaves Yao Manor, I'll go to each side and strike while the iron is hot." Yao Xinji secretly sized up the strange white-clothed youth. Cui Dongshan suddenly leaned forward, bent down and raised his head. His eyes were full of resentment as he said, "Magistrate, don't be like this. I'm a man." Yao Xinji no longer looked at the youth. After the three of them entered Yao Manor, Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Dongshan, your methods have always been more roundabout than mine. You can see immediate results. It's very difficult to learn." Cui Dongshan shook his head and said seriously, "I'm only good at destroying things and destroying people's hearts. Sir, you are the exact opposite. I should learn from you." It's actually harder to learn. Qin Pingon smiled and reached out to press down on Cui Dongshan's head, shaking it vigorously. "I'll take that as not flattery." Cui Dongshan's eyes narrowed into crescents. Although Yao Xinji didn't know what they were talking about, she was surprised that Mr. Qin had such a student. Could it be that she was the same as that cunning little girl Charcoal that Mr. Qin had picked up on the side of the road? When she thought of that little Charcoal called Pei Qian, Yao Xinji couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could there be such a clever little girl in the world? Her words and actions were all very cunning. Back then she was only a little old, but she was able to lure a few experienced constables from Wuxia town into a ditch. In reality, Xianxia had suffered quite a few losses on her journey to the north. For example, she had almost believed that Mr. Qin was her father. But because of some unspeakable reasons, the relationship between the two parties was temporarily inconvenient to be made public. That wasn't all. For example, when Little Charcoal helped Xianxia read her palm, she even said that she was a person with a hard life. Because she was born with the eye of heaven, she suffered a lot. She could always see the night patrol divine shackles parading the streets like ghosts, or something about the mountain deity getting married, or something about being able to cross the bridge of immortality at such a young age. Something about needing to carry an immortal copper coin to cross the bridge without drinking that bowl of soup. In short, everything was connected. If Mr. Qin hadn't pulled the Little Charcoal girl's ear and dragged her away, then she would have stood in the distance with her arms crossed, her eyes darting around as she was lectured. Xianxia, who had been like a little chick pecking at rice, almost wanted to take out all her savings as a reward for the little girl's fortune-telling. Now that Xianxia thought of these things again, she really couldn't bear to look back. She had actually been fooled by a little girl. She didn't know if Little Charcoal had changed a little after following Mr. Qin for so many years. Definitely had. After all, it was following Mr. Qin. When they arrived at the Yao Manor, Cui Dongshan learned about the flying sword message from the goddess of the buried river. He hesitated for a moment, then in addition to Mr. Chen's few talisman, he respectfully requested a copy of the true alchemy calligraphy from Mr. Chen. He directly flipped to the last few pages, then took out 3 golden talisman papers. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he had drawn 3 talisman papers that also required merit. One on the left and one on the right. He pasted them high above the bed railings on both sides of the sick bed, and the last one was pasted outside the door. Finally, Cui Dongshan and Xianxia went straight to the point. My and Mr. Chen's talisman can allow old General Mu to sleep for a year and a half, or at most 2 years. The Yao Manor doesn't have to worry about old General Mu falling into a deep sleep. During this period, if we can wait for a medicinal pill of sufficient quality, old General Mu will be able to extend his life for another half a year after he wakes up. At most 7 months and at least 5 months. However, whether or not this medicinal pill will be available, and when it will be delivered, Mr. Qin and I cannot guarantee. Moreover, we must agree beforehand that the Yao family will have to spend their own money to buy it, and not a single cent less. It's not that Mr. Qin and I are unwilling to spend this money, but this is the rule, and it is for old General Mu's own good. Xianxia's eyes were red. He stood in place, his lips trembling, unable to speak. He could only clench his fists and look at the white-clothed youth. The sloppy man heavily pounded his chest with his fist. Qin Pingon, who had been sitting in his chair all this time, slowly stood up and patted Xianxia's shoulder. I hope you can still be the magistrate. Xianxia, think about it carefully. If you endure for another year or 2, you really won't be able to do it. At that time, whatever decision you make, I will support you. Xianxia turned around and wiped his face. He immediately turned his head and said with a smile, actually, on the way here I've already thought about it. I won't go to the border. I'll just stay in the magistrate's position and not move. However, I must say in advance that Mr. Qin, you must save a position for me in the lower faction. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Looking at the smiling man in green, Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned red again, and his face scrunched up. The sloppy man struggled to keep a straight face and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Qin, actually, I have blamed you before. I blamed you for not staying back then. I know it is unreasonable, but I can't help but think that way. If I don't drink, I will feel terrible. But when I drink, I will think that way, and it will be even worse. Qin Pingon said softly, didn't you get through it? The more pain you can endure in the past, the more happiness you can enjoy in the future. Xianxia nodded. Qin Pingon said, I have to rush back to Jinhuang Prefecture and go north to Tianke Peak. I might not be able to come to Mirage City as I have to rush back. When Grandpa Yao wakes up, I will definitely come again. When we meet again, you should at least shave your beard. You originally looked quite decent, but because of you, you are destined to be a bachelor. Xianxia smiled and said, when I was young, my appearance was not much different from Mr. Chen's. Qin Pingon smiled and said, there is still a difference. Cui Dongshan nodded and said, just like now. At dawn. Cui Dongshan brought Mr. Qin Pingon to Qintianjian secretly. After Mr. Qin Pingon and the water god from Aquamarine Palace were done talking, they were about to leave. Mr. Qin Pingon suddenly bowed to Lu Ro, whose golden body was mostly shattered. After straightening his back, he smiled and said, "The next time I visit Aquamarine Palace, I will not forget to bring a gift." Lu Ro was shocked. She bowed and returned the greeting. She laughed and waved her hand. Then she gave Qin Pingon a look and said in a low voice, I know. We burn incense at the ancestral temple." Cui Dongshan was curious. Qin Pingon glanced at Cui Dongshan, who immediately left Mirage City with Mr. Qin Pingon. They first went south and arrived at the Cloud Boat Ferry. In the end they found that Pei Qian and the others were already waiting on it. Pei Qian had a strange expression. Seeing that the big white goose was also there, he held back and did not say anything. Cui Dongshan smiled and Pei Qian smiled. Cui Dongshan immediately stopped smiling and suddenly widened his eyes. He turned around and scolded, "Brother Zhou Fei, are you not loyal?" This guy was actually on the ferry. It was very likely that he had arrived on the cloud boat earlier than expected. After confirming that Q-Sword was not killed on that rainy night, he sneakily followed Mr. Qin Pingon and Mr. Qin Pingon and did not show himself. Cui Dongshan quickly understood the mystery. There must be an extremely hidden mountain and river array hidden in the cloud boat. Naturally, it could not allow the head of the Jiang family to directly cross half a continent. However, it could definitely allow Jiang Shangzhen to travel north faster after leaving the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. What was more famous than Jiang Shangzhen's killing of immortals with a willow leaf and the affairs of the head of the Jiang family was probably this person's ability to escape. When a Qi cultivator was in the Gold Core realm, he could escape from an enemy who was 1 or even 2 realms higher than him. In fact, this could explain a lot of things. As for this old sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, he had been able to wander through the mountains and rivers of an entire continent by himself, constantly accumulating battle merit. He had been wandering here and there, constantly striking with his sword, but he had always been safe and sound. There hadn't even been a proper battle between the various armies in the wilderness. This only served to show that Jiang Shang truly was an elusive figure, difficult to deal with to a certain level. They were both in the immortal realm, but Cui Dongshan was in the immortal realm. He was extremely powerful, but he also could not detect the whereabouts of Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen appeared on the observation deck of a house on the ferry. He leaned on the railing and said languid, "Not long after you left the Heavenly Palace Temple, I rushed to the battlefield ruins. Brother Cui, you can't guess it, right? When I saw the two of you wandering to the Mirage City, I was reassured and ran to the temple to burn incense. Then I accompanied a certain duke to copy scriptures. Good heavens, I didn't sleep the whole night." Duke Xin, Gao Shizhen had encountered Qin Pingon, Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen one after another. In fact, it was not easy for him. He was not any easier than Lu Mao. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Protect my husband well." Jiang Shangzhen tilted his head slightly and imitated Pei Qian's squinting eyes. He complained, "You are talking nonsense. You are almost not like the brother Cui I know." Pei Qian looked at the old head of the Jiang family and twitched the corner of his mouth. Cui Dongshan took a big stride and stepped on the railing. His body spun and his 2 snow-white sleeves madly drew circles in the air. Then he swam away. After returning to the Mirage City, he would take a book collection seal and go to the central divine continent that he had not set foot in for more than 100 years. At least he did not forget about the little girl with the dead fish eyes, Sun Chunwang. After Sun Chunwang left Cui Dongshan's heaven and earth sleeve, she was still expressionless. She sat cross-legged on the ground and began to nourish her flying sword. Jiang Shangzhen came to Qin Pingon's side and said seriously, "Looks like you caused quite a commotion. How are Pei Min's sword skills?" When he had received Cui Dongshan's flying sword message, Jiang Shangzhen had been shocked. "Come to the Mirage City quickly. Let's kill Pei Min together. The position of chief consecrator is set in stone." Jiang Shangzhen did not hesitate and hurried over. He thought that after this fight, even if he was determined not to become the chief consecrator of Luopa Mountain, the young mountain lord would still have the nerve to not ask him to stay. However, Jiang Shangzhen did not expect that he would have made a wasted trip. Qin Pingon thought for a while and said, extremely high. Pei Qian asked softly, Master is injured? Qin Pingon smiled and said, it's fine. By the way, why did you leave Jin Huang residence without waiting for me? Pei Qian glanced at Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen tactfully walked away and pricked up his ears, intending to eavesdrop. They were not outsiders and were family. There was no need to be polite. Feeling that the young woman was staring at his back, Jiang Shangzhen could only turn his head and say, I promise I won't listen. Qin Pingon brought Pei Qian into the house. After Pei Qian sat down, he sent a voice transmission and said, Master, guess which sword cultivator I met? Qin Pingon thought for a while and said with a smile, the one who assassinated old General Yao? His eyes are long, his lips are thin, and his looks are a little mean. As for his intrinsic flying sword, it is similar to an ordinary person's sword. It is a little strange and the sword beam is bright red. Pei Qian sighed. Master, why can't you surprise me for once? Even if you pretend that you can't guess it, it would be good. Qin Pingon rubbed his cheeks but soon laughed. You did the right thing by not punching him. Apart from that, I really want to have a proper duel with him. By the way, in a year or two I will be making a trip to the Tongye continent. I will bring you along then. Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Jiang Shangzhen nodded gently at the bow of the ship. Upon hearing this, he was greatly impressed. She was indeed the eldest senior sister of Luopa Mountain. Her skills had not diminished in the past. Pei Qian placed his arms on the table and whispered, Master, there is actually another reason why they did not fight. When His Majesty the Great Quan Dynasty's emperor arrived at Pine Needle Lake, Prefect Xing of Jin Huang residence received a flying sword message. For some reason, Prefect Xing did not care about the taboos of officialdom and took the initiative to ask if we wanted to visit the Water Manor as guests. This is because Her Majesty the Water Goddess said in the secret letter that she wished to meet us. Qin Pingon acknowledged. Actually, we did not help much back then. Prefect Sheng and Prefect Lu do not have to be so sentimental. Pei Qian thought for a while and nodded in realization. Yes, they are too polite. Let's leave that cup of wine aside for now. Jiang Shangzhen was deeply moved at the bow of the ship. Who said that? Step forward. He, Chief Zhou, would be the first to disagree when he arrived at Luopa Mountain. Then the master and disciple fell silent. Pei Qian suddenly said angrily, Shou Fei? Jiang Shangzhen ran out of the corridor in a flash and whispered, Miss Pei, what are your orders? Pei Qian suddenly heard her master's inner voice. She said to the bastard outside the door, nothing much. When we arrive at Luopa Mountain, I will definitely support you to be a consecrator. If anyone dares to go against their conscience, I will be the first to disagree. Jiang Shangzhen was dumbstruck. Qin Pingon smiled and opened the door. Jiang Shangzhen had already thought of 7 or 8 remedies in an instant, so he was confident. After sitting down, he asked with a smile, Eldest senior sister, shall we drink tea or wine? Pei Qian suddenly stood up with a sincere look in her eyes. She cupped her fists and bid farewell to Jiang Shangzhen. After Pei Qian gently closed the door, Jiang Shangzhen turned to Qin Pingon and said with emotion, Mountain Master, you have accepted a good disciple. I am so envious. Qin Pingon said helplessly, that's enough. Pei Qian doesn't buy it. Jiang Shangzhen still said to himself, but then again Pei Qian has the best taste. She can travel with you to 2 continents at such a young age. She can endure hardships and is sensible. On the other side of the corridor, Pei Qian rolled his eyes. You can forget about it. Back then in Tongyi continent you endured hardships? I ate the most chestnuts, more than 80. Forget it, I can't remember. Qin Pingon walked to the window holding back his laughter and whispered, Shou Fei, we will soon see old immortal Lu again. Jiang Shangzhen smiled knowingly, it's a small world. Old immortal Lu will definitely be happy to see us. Luopa Mountain. Today the little girl in black was in a good mood because she had a good dream last night. Therefore she ran to a stream, untied her braid and gathered some melon seed shells. She lay by the stream and stuck her head into the water. Then she stood up and imitated the steps of the big white goose and Pei Qian's fist technique. She pulled a long face and shouted. She spun and floated on the rocks. Her hair spun and the melon seed shells in her hand were thrown out like flying swords. After throwing the melon seed shells and fighting, it was another day of invincibility. The black-clothed girl ran all the way back to the shore. She carried the little golden pole and held the mountain walking staff. She swaggered to the foot of the mountain to watch the gate. Nowadays, when Xiaomi patrolled the mountain alone, other than the unshakable route and waiting for people to return home to be the first to be seen by her, Xiaomi also had another important thing to do. After watching the gate, she liked to run all the way to the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall in the middle of the night. Then she would walk backwards and return to her residence to sleep. It was not just a few days but more than half a year. Today at the foot of the mountain she sat on a small stool. After watching the gate, the black-clothed girl looked at the dark sky, put the small stool back to its original position and ran to Jisei Peak. When Xiaomi walked back to the stairs, Qin Lingjun, who was squatting there in a daze, asked curiously, "Xiaomi, what are you doing?" The black-clothed girl's cheeks puffed up. She did not speak and just walked backwards step by step. Qin Lingjun was eating melon seeds. "Right, guardian, what are you doing? Tell me." Xiaomi grinned and quickly pursed her lips. Then she continued walking backwards and said in a muffled voice, "I am thinking of reversing the flow of time. Think about it, when I was patrolling the mountain I would walk forward every day. Every day I would run forward, right? Then if I were to walk backwards every day, now that I said it, do you know why? Then you don't know how big my steps are when I was patrolling the mountain and how small my steps are now. There is a lot to pay attention to." Qin Lingjun was stunned. He smiled and asked, "Is it useful?" The black-clothed girl raised the hand that was holding the mountain walking staff and scratched her head. "I don't think I can do much by myself." Qin Lingjun kept the melon seeds and walked to Xiaomi's side. "Then I will accompany you." The black-clothed girl shook her head happily and shouted, "Jing Qing, Jing Qing, Jing Qing." In the night, Qin Lingjun accompanied Xiaomi all the way to the bamboo house. Xiaomi placed the green bamboo staff and the golden carrying pole on the table and sat cross-legged. She asked softly, "Are we still going together tomorrow?" The black-clothed girl scratched her head and laughed. She probably thought Jing Qing would not agree. Qin Lingjun nodded. "I like to sleep in. Tomorrow go to the door and wake me up. Remember to call me a few more times." Xiaomi called out Jing Qing's name repeatedly. Then she laid on the stone table and frowned. She mumbled, "Good person, is it because the mountain chieftain thinks that our right guardian is useless and embarrassing? Is that why he doesn't want to go home? I've thought about it over and over again. The good mountain chieftain likes all of you. Jing Qing, if you accompany me for a few more days and you are still useless, I will go to the mute lake. Maybe when I go home the good guardian will follow me home, right?" A gust of wind blew across Luopa Mountain. Then a warm voice sounded behind Xiaomi, "I think something is wrong." "761. Zhou merely pricked up her ears. After waiting for a while there was really no movement. She didn't even dare to turn her head. She sighed and looked at Qin Lingjun pitifully. She lowered her voice and said, "Qin Lingjun, I'm dreaming. I must have dozed off at the mountain gate." The reason why Qin Pingon didn't continue to speak was that according to the mountain and river rules recorded in the authentic alchemy book, after arriving at Luopa Mountain, he immediately took out a stick of mountain and river incense as a gift to the saint Mr. Three Mountains 9 Marquises. After Qin Pingon silently lit the incense, the green smoke curled up, but it didn't dissipate between heaven and earth. Instead, it turned into a cloud of green mist, condensing and not dissipating. It turned into a pocket-sized mountain like a mountain city manifested from Luopa Mountain. However, the small Luopa Mountain that looked like a mountain mirage only had Qin Pingon's green figure. Qin Pingon almost crossed half of the continent's mountains and rivers. It was equivalent to temporarily borrowing the magical power of an ascendant realm cultivator to quickly arrive at Luopa Mountain. He could still stay for the time it takes to burn an incense. Then he returned to the ferry and continued his journey north. At this moment, of course, Qin Pingon's real body was here, but he was dragged here by the mysterious talisman of the 3 mountains. Qin Lingjun, who still looked like a child in green, opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the master behind the black-clothed little girl. Then Qin Lingjun thought whether it was Xiao Mili's dream or his own dream. In fact, it was hard to tell. He slapped himself hard. The slap was so loud that he flipped over. Not only did his but leave the stone bench, but he also almost staggered and fell to the ground. Qin Pingon took a step forward and reached out to hold Qin Lingjuan's shoulder. Then he kicked Qin Lingjuan's butt, making this old man who had threatened, now in the northern peak territory except for Luopa Mountain, who is a match for my fist. Sit back down. The black-clothed little girl rubbed her eyes and jumped up. She didn't even dare to stretch out her hand and lightly poked the good mountain master. He was afraid that it was a dream. Then she crossed her arms and tightly knitted her thin eyebrows. She moved little by little, circling around the tall good mountain master. The little girl cried loudly, but her eyes were smiling. She carefully asked, Jingqing, if the two of us work together, will we be even more invincible? Will the long river of light really flow backwards? No, that's not right. The good mountain master used to be young, but now he looks taller and older. Did we not grow eyes at the back of our heads and accidentally take a wrong path? Qin Pingon bent down and pressed on Xiaomili's head. He smiled and said, It's not a dream. I'm really back. But after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I still have to return to a nameless mountain slightly south of the center of the Aquarius continent. But at most a month I can return home with Pei Qian and the rest. I'm not in a hurry to come see you, so I used the talisman I just learned. Xiaomili hugged Qin Pingon and cried, Bring me along, we'll go together and return together. Qin Pingon was a little helpless. He rubbed the little girl's head. He kept his waist bent and raised his head. He waved his hand and greeted them. He smiled and said, Everyone has worked hard. Chief Butler Zhou Xian, Chief Judge Chong Ming and Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai all sensed the unusual scenery of the mountains and rivers. They all rushed over to the bamboo house to check it out. Zhou Xian smiled and said, Young master is even more manly now. The fairies and heroines of the world are in for a treat. Chong Ming, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, curtsied and smiled sweetly. Chong Ming greets master. There wasn't any left at Wei Pai's side. Qin Lingjun even purposely shook his sleeves. He said apologetically, I'm really sorry, Brother Wei. Wei Pai continued to smile. He would bear with him for the time being. Qin Pingon smiled and said, The fairy is still hovering at a mountain slightly south of the center of the Aquarius continent. Other than me, there's also Pei Qian, whom I met coincidentally in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Consecrator Zhou Fei, who came back with me, and the 9 sword immortal embryos that I brought back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The children are still young. I reckon they will be placed at the sword reverence stage to practice their sword cultivation. If any of you want to take in a disciple, you can choose them yourselves. And Zhou Fei will be our Luopa Mountain's chief consecrator in the future. However, in a month's time during the meeting at Ji Mountain's ancestral hall, try to make it a little more complicated. Good things come with many setbacks. After I left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I went to Fortune Cave and Tongyi Continent first. The reason why I did not rush back to Luopa Mountain immediately and came late, I missed many things. The reason is complicated. The next time I return to the mountain, I will discuss it with you in detail. On the way to Tongyi Continent, there were some disturbances. For example, Jiang Shangzhen, in order to become the chief consecrator at Great Quan Dynasty's Mirage City, he almost asked Sword Master Pei Min together with me and Cui Dongshan. There's no need to guess. It was the Sword Master Pei Min of the Hao Ran 3 Absolutes. Therefore Jiang Shangzhen, in order to become the chief consecrator, was almost set in stone. If he was not given the chief consecrator, it would not be right. There's no mountain consecrator in the world who would give away his life and money like that. For this matter, I will inform you in advance. Just treat it as if I, the Mountain Lord, have the final say. Qin Pingon spoke quickly and casually. Finally, he did not need to use telepathy. Zhou Lian and Wei Pai looked at each other and smiled. A consecrator like Jiang Shangzhen was one of a kind in the world. Where could they find someone like him? They had to cherish him. As for whether or not he had the final say, the Mountain Lord had the final say. Elder Changming smiled and narrowed her eyes. She was indeed in a good mood to be able to see Lord Hidden Official again. Qin Pingon turned to look at old chef. Julien, summon everyone who is not busy to Luopa Mountain. We'll temporarily hold a meeting at GC Peak in a month. It's best if everyone is there. As for the specific date, you and Wei Shanjun can pick an auspicious day. Julien smiled and nodded. Young master's return to the mountain is the most important matter. What's there to be busy about? Young master is not at home, so we're all busy for nothing. Actually, no one has a place to settle down. Qin Pingon held back his laughter and gave a thumbs up. However, he said, Fox Nation's relocation was not handled well. Zhou Xian immediately nodded and said, young master is not at the mountain. It's inevitable that each of us will not hold back when we do things. We don't talk much about righteousness in the pugilistic world. Once young master returns, we can clean up everything. Qin Pingon shifted his gaze and looked at the increasingly spirited Shanjun. I'll have to trouble Shanjun to send a flying sword message to me, you of the Rainbow Sparrow Manor. Then, let our great sword immortal me erase the name Yumi from the Northern Mountains Landscape Register and join Luopa Mountain. Our Luopa Mountain is about to be promoted to a sect, so we need a sword immortal to oversee the sect. In addition to Luopa Mountain's promotion to a sect, I also plan to choose a location for a lower sect in the northern region of Tongyi continent. I personally recommend Chao Qinglang to be the sect master of the lower sect. If you have any objections, of course we can discuss it again. I will not make a decision on this important matter. Qin Pingon glanced at the cloud of incense smoke that had turned from thick to faint. He stood up and said apologetically, I have to rush back immediately. See you in a month. In the end, he realized that the three of them were somewhat playful. Qin Pingon smiled and gave the answer. Don't guess. A half-baked sword cultivator of the Jade Roar realm and a martial artist of the Qi Flourishing realm. In the face of the sword technique of that suppressing immortal, Pei Min could only parry a little. Qin Lingjun wiped away his bitter tears and said regretfully, it's low. It's lower than expected. It's outrageous, it's outrageous. Master has disappointed me. He's not as wise and mighty as before. Qin Pingon glanced at the green-robed child. Qin Lingjun immediately stopped talking and sighed. He lowered his head and said dejectedly, Master, if you want to scold me, just scold me. I know that I've let you down when I crossed the river in the North Continent. Qin Pingon reached out and pressed Qin Lingjun's head, saying with a laugh, I heard Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian talk about your trip across the river in detail. You did much better than I imagined, so I won't praise you too much, lest you get cocky. You're even taller than our Wei Shanjuan's cloud-splitting mountain. Qin Lingjun suddenly raised his head and said with a cheeky smile, Master, you're not afraid that I'll run away, so you're trying to trick me into staying on the mountain, are you? Qin Pingon faced the bamboo building and took a deep look at the second floor. With his back to the cliff, he took a few steps back. He then gently cupped his fists and said goodbye silently. With a tap of his toes, his body flew backward and fell into the white clouds outside the cliff. His whole body suddenly condensed into a mustard seed. With a flash of golden light, he shrank the mountains and rivers and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xian slowly stood up and put a hand on the stone table. He smiled knowingly and said, It feels like a lifetime ago. A dream come true. Wei Pai said, First the sect, then the sect. You'll be busy from now on. Chong Ming smiled and said, According to Hill Master's temper, he'll have to spend the money he earned. As soon as Qin Pingon left, the little boy in green immediately turned around, bent down and stretched out his hands. He quickly moved a pile of melon seeds on the table to Wei Pai. He looked up and smiled flatteringly. Wei Shanjun, sorry for the inhospitality. Eat some melon seeds. My master has a lot left. Wei Pai smiled and said, That's not good. I wouldn't dare. After all, I'm an outsider. Qin Lingjun said bitterly, Who would go against their conscience and treat Wei Shanjun as an outsider? That person is really rebellious. After about the time it took to burn 3 sticks of incense, Qin Pingon walked past the 3 mountains of inner visualization. He finally lit an incense and paid his respects to a small mountain not far from the ferry. The northernmost part of his hometown, Luopa Mountain, was the bridge between the 2 mountains. As for the first incense stick, the first mountain he paid his respects to was the small mountain that Qin Pingon had passed by during his first trip south. If Qin Pingon didn't want to return to the ferry, he didn't need to meet Pei Qian and Jiang Shangzhen again. He could directly stay at Luopa Mountain. At this moment, Qin Pingon was returning to the bow of the cloud boat from the small mountain. He staggered and stopped. He quickly put one hand on his forehead and the other hand on his abdomen. The 2 wounds were all caused by Pei Min's swordsmanship. Pei Qian immediately looked at Jiang Shangzhen. The latter smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was okay. Your master can handle it. This cloud boat ferry set off from the newly built Old Dragon City ferry. After receiving a mountain pass issued by the Ministry of Rights of Dali Dynasty, it went all the way north without any stops. It stopped at a place south of Zhongyue. This place was not far from Zhongyue's Crown Prince Mountain, so it was not too far from Tsai and Jishui countries in the middle of Baoping continent. Qin Pingon took a deep breath, closed his eyes and rested for a moment. He opened his eyes and said to Pei Qian, "When you enter the boundary, I will teach you the 3 mountains talisman." At that time at the Yao residence, Cui Dongshan put on an act. He was just short of bathing and changing his clothes, but he really did burn incense and wash his hands. He respectfully and reverently asked for the authentic alchemy calligraphy that Li Shixing had given to his teacher. In the end, Qin Pingon asked Cui Dongshan about a talisman in the book. It was on the 3rd page from the last. It was called the 3 Mountains Talisman. When a cultivator thought about it, he could casually remember the 3 mountains that he had walked past and create 3 mountains through visualization. The cultivator could then travel very quickly. The biggest feature of this talisman was the physique of the talisman holder. The holder must be able to withstand the cleansing of the long river of light. If the physique was not strong enough, the soul would be worn down and the lifespan would be shortened. If the state was not strong enough, the body would be melted and the body would be skinny. He would become a lonely ghost in a mountain. Moreover, he would be detained at a ferry in the long river of light. Even the gods could not save him, unless the sage of Confucian Temple was willing to sacrifice his merits and cultivation, and there were clues, such as knowing the exact location of the 3 mountains, or relying on a longevity lamp in the Hall of Patriarchs. The remnant soul could only be retrieved from the long river of light. Therefore, Li Shixing wrote a detailed note on the blank space beside the talisman. If one was not a martial artist of the 9th realm or a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, this talisman should not be used. Martial artists of the upper realms and sword cultivators of the immortal realms should use this talisman 3 times. It was beneficial to the body and spirit. 3 times was the best. It was not advisable to use it more than 3 times. It was not advisable to cross continents. After that, using the talisman to travel far away would only exhaust one's fate energy. If this talisman was used improperly, there would be disasters every time one neared a mountain. Other than the high threshold of using the talisman did not have high requirements for the material of the talisman. The only return gift was to visit the 3 mountains and burn incense to Mr. 9 Marquises of the 3 mountains. Li Shixing wrote more and more notes towards the end of the authentic alchemy works. The intricacies and taboos of the mountains and rivers were explained very clearly and thoroughly. After Cui Dongshan posted the 3 talismans in the Yao residence, he mentioned that the pages of the authentic alchemy works were excellent talisman papers. In the end, he was reprimanded by his teacher. Cui Dongshan took a step back and said that his teacher could refine the words. The words to be refined were, of course, Li Shixing's personal notes. When Cui Dongshan flipped through the pages, he saw that there were more than 1,200 words. It was enough to support a heavenly grand ritual that worshipped 1,200 deities. Qin Pingon did not comment on this. He would ask Li Shixing about this in the future. If the 1,200 words were to create a mountain protecting array for Luopa Mountain out of thin air, Qin Pingon had no reason to hesitate. However, Qin Pingon had an idea. He hoped that when Taiping Mountain was rebuilt in the future, there would be such a mountain formation. This involved the inheritance of the orthodoxy. The old heavenly monarch of Taiping Mountain, the female Taoist Huang Ting and Li Shixing. Qin Pingon was just a matchmaker. Therefore Qin Pingon had to ask Li Shixing first. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Then I'll hurry up and try not to let my teacher wait too long." Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it, there was no point in chatting. 4 ordinary martial artists, if they wanted to break through from the peak realm to the end realm, would it be useful to hurry up? Just like Qin Pingon himself. After wandering around the Great Wall of Sword Qi for so many years, he still did not feel that he could reach the 10th realm in this lifetime. In fact, this was indeed the case. He had reached the 9th realm early on. When he left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and found his footing in the Tongye continent, he relied on his true name and luckily reached the 10th realm. It had been too many years. This was also the longest time that Qin Pingon had stagnated in a certain realm of the martial way. When he was at Yunding Peak, Cui Dongshan had a private chat with his teacher, Qin Pingon. Teacher, senior sister has created her own fist technique. It is very imposing and is even more famous. Good. 3 moves at the Lei Gong Temple in the Jadeite continent. Lu Suiyu comprehended 1 move at the 8th realm and the 9th realm. He is very imposing. In the battlefield near the capital of the Aquarius continent, his second move is very lethal. He killed a nascent soul realm soldier cultivator with 1 punch. After practicing the One Fist with Chao Xi, he comprehended another move. The fist theory is very high. These are all recognized on the mountain. Especially those cultivators of the upper 5 realms and earth immortals of the Gold Armor continent who fought side by side with senior sister. Now they are all speaking up for senior sister, saying that Chao Xi had a huge advantage because she learned the fist technique early and was older. Otherwise, our Miss Sheng Wen Fist Chao Xi would have won 4 rounds consecutively. Okay. It was hard for outsiders to imagine that Zhou Xian was someone's first disciple. But in fact, as the master, Qin Pingon had never seriously taught Zhou Xian the real fist technique. He had never really taught his disciple the fist technique, the fist stance and the theory of the fist. Not even once. Jiang Shangzhen said softly, there are only 3 chances in total. It is too rare. The mountain master is too anxious this time. No matter what, it is best to use the remaining 2 chances to escape in the future. Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled. You are not a pure martial artist. You don't know the real mystery of this. It would be a waste to use this talisman after the mountains and rivers in the small world of my human body have stabilized. The benefits would be small. But the remaining 2 chances must be cherished. Of course, Cui Dongshan had learned the 3 mountains talisman. Qin Pingon had also taught it to Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen, who was in the immortal realm and also a sword cultivator, immediately applied what he had learned. In the Green Tiger Palace, he immediately drew 3 golden talismans. He went to Taiping Mountain, Zhaoping Peak and Tianke Peak. He felt refreshed and said that there was actually a talisman in the world that could warm and nourish the spirit. At Tianke Peak, old immortal Lu, who had returned home in glory, saw his old friends Child Qin and Lord Jiang. His eyes were filled with tears from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yong was very emotional. He said that if he could live and meet again, there would be no obstacles in the world that could not be overcome in the future. The Green Tiger Palace on Tianke Peak could be considered half a ruin. Only an empty frame was left. All the valuable belongings were taken away. Fortunately, Lu Yong's escape to the Aquarius continent was a blessing in disguise. He earned everything. The reputation on the mountain, the real immortal money, the merit recorded in the Confucian temple, and the incense with the Dali cavalry. It could be said that old immortal Lu had returned home late. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would be the monarch of the mountain in the alliance of peach leaves in the Great Spring Dynasty. When Lu Yong heard that Child Qin needed a cauldron of forgetfulness elixirs to deliver to Yi Yun Yun of the Cloud Cottage in Mount Pu, old immortal immediately patted his chest and promised that it was not a big deal. In fact, a letter to the Green Tiger Palace would be enough. He would flip through the almanac and pick a date to refine the elixirs immediately. There was still some spiritual qi unique to Mount Qingjing. Jiang Shangzhen crossed his legs and drank tea. He said, Brother Lu, don't forget that it's a cauldron of elixirs. Old immortal Lu blinked and immediately complained, What? Just a cauldron of forgetfulness elixirs? That's not good. Good things come in pairs. If I don't refine 2 cauldrons, I won't be able to stretch my muscles and bones. Since Huang Yiyun is a friend of Child Qin and Lord Jiang, she's a first-class guest of the Green Tiger Palace. I'll send 2 cauldrons of elixirs to Huang Yiyun personally. I won't let her make an extra trip. You want to spend money to buy elixirs in Mount Pu? What a joke. You really don't treat me, Lu Yong, as a friend of Child Qin and Lord Jiang. In the meantime, Qin Pingon took out the seal that he had prepared earlier and gave it to Old Immortal as a thank you gift. Lu Yong took the seal with both hands. He held the seal in one palm and twisted it gently with 2 fingers on the other hand. He sighed and said, The gift is too heavy, but the affection is even heavier. Then he turned to complain to Qin Pingon. Child Qin, next time you come to Heavenly Fault Peak, don't be like this. The gift is good, but in this way it's really like you're a guest. Child Qin is clearly returning to his own mountain. Pei Qian sat on the side and listened in a daze. Old Immortal Lu was really good at chatting. He was still as elegant as before. In the end, Lu Yong seemed to have realized something. He looked at the young girl with her hair tied into a bun. He could vaguely see some of her features when she was young. Old Immortal Lu remembered very clearly that in the past, Qin Pingon was accompanied by a charcoal girl. At that time, Lu Yong felt that it was very strange. The protective formation of Heavenly Fault Peak at the foot of the mountain was a sea of clouds. When one climbed high, unless one was a nascent soul like Lu Yong, one would be trapped in the clouds and unable to see anything clearly, even if one was a golden elixir expert. However, the charcoal girl always held a walking stick. When she climbed up the steps, she would knock on the steps and constantly look around. Sometimes she would secretly size up Lu Yong. Every time Lu Yong turned his head or was about to turn his head, the girl would immediately turn her head. At that time, Lu Yong was sure that the mischievous girl was a good seedling for cultivation. The problem was not only this. The more Lu Yong looked at her, the more familiar she looked. However, he did not dare to believe that she was the legendary female grandmaster, Xianxia. Their names were both Qian, but after all their surnames were different. Therefore Lu Yong did not dare to admit it. What more, a 30-year-old ninth realm martial artist. A female grandmaster who fought Chao Ci 4 times in a row in the central divine continent? Lu Yong did not dare to believe it. Unfortunately, in the Aquarius continent, whether it was Old Dragon City or the central continent, Lu Yong did not need to rush to the battlefield to fight. He only needed to focus on refining pills. Therefore, when he caught a glimpse of Xianxia rushing to the battlefield, he felt that the side of her face was somewhat familiar. Qin Pingon smiled. Brother Lu, to tell you the truth, this disciple of mine will always use the alias Xianxia whenever he goes out. Lu Yong hurriedly stood up and solemnly bowed. My bad eyes, it's my bad eyes. Greetings, Grandmaster Xing. Grandmaster Pei. Pei Qian could only stand up and return the greeting. Old Immortal Lu is too polite. At that time, Xianxia looked at the young mountain lord who was full of smiles after revealing the secrets of heaven. At that moment, Qin Pingon was like an elder in a scholarly family. After an imperial examination ended, he met up with a good friend who had not seen him for a long time. He could not help but laugh and say something. Therefore he said, the younger generation in the family is unbearably naughty. He only got second place in the imperial examination. And these things, whether it was Qin Pingon the master or Xianxia the outsider, it did not matter if she told Pei Qian or not. Pei Qian would definitely understand, but it would not be as good as her understanding in the future. Because in Luopa Mountain and the lower sects, it was time for a large group of children to grow up, and the rapid rise of some young people. Before leaving the Heavenly Fault Peak, Xianxia pulled the uneasy old Immortal Lu alone and chatted with him for a while. Among them, Xianxia said, there is Lu Yong in the Tongye continent, which means that there will be an indestructible sect in the hearts of the cultivators in the world. Xianxia's seemingly polite words made the old nascent soul stage cultivator, who almost died in a foreign land, burst into tears as if he had drunk a big mouthful of strong wine when he was young. According to the agreement, the cloud boat ferry slowly went to the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Xianxia gave Qin Pingon a seal of the ferry array hub. Previously, Xianxia relied on this seal to reach the Mirage City very quickly. However, this move required a lot of Guyu money, so Qin Pingon did not intend to accept it. Xianxia threw the ferry to Qin Pingon and let Xianxia and Pei Qian protect the ferry and all the children. Qin Pingon put on a bamboo hat, carried a sword on his back and tied the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist. He took a deep breath and flew to the colorful robe country alone. Revisiting an old place. The first time it was filled with a fiendish aura, like a ghost town with few people. The second time it was beautiful without the slightest bit of fiendish aura. This time the spiritual qi of the mountains and rivers seemed to be much thinner. Fortunately, the familiar old house was still there. There were still 2 stone lions guarding the door, and there were still spring couplets hanging on the door as well as 2 painted door gods. In this dusk, Qin Pingon adjusted his bamboo hat and raised his hand. After pausing for a long time, he gently knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was not the familiar old granny, but Yang Huang with his wife beside him. Qin Pingon raised his hand and pressed down on his bamboo hat. Yang Huang was about to speak, but his wife immediately grabbed his sleeve, so Yang Huang did not speak. Qin Pingon quickly took off his bamboo hat and smiled. "Brother Yang, sister-in-law, it's been a long time." After entering the house, Qin Pingon naturally closed the door, turned around and said softly, "I went on a long trip these years, very far, and just returned." Yang Huang sighed and nodded. No wonder. The ghostly wife, Ying, stepped heavily on the back of her husband's foot, who might as well shut up. Ying smiled. "I'll go get some wine. You guys drink first and then I'll cook a few dishes to go with the wine." Qin Pingon smiled. "If you don't mind, I'll cook. My culinary skills are not bad." Yang Huang laughed. "What kind of logic is that? You don't trust your sister-in-law's culinary skills?" Ying quietly kicked again, and this time she even used the tip of her foot to twist it. Yang Huang knew that he had said something wrong again. A foreigner, a servant ghost and a female ghost, the three of them, the host and the guest, went to the kitchen together. Qin Pingon was familiar with the place and began to make a fire. He used a familiar stool and a familiar bamboo tube to blow on the fire. Ying went to get a few bottles of homemade wine that had been stored for years. Yang Huang didn't want to drink it himself. Since he had nothing to do, he stood by the kitchen door. After being kicked twice by his wife, he didn't know what to say. Qin Pingon sat on the stool holding the bamboo tube in his hand. He turned his head and asked, "Brother Yang, when did the old granny leave?" Yang Huang said, "It's been many years, but it's fine. Other than thinking about why you didn't come, there's nothing else to worry about. Before she left, she told me and Ying to not forget to make wine every year. She was afraid that if you came one day it wouldn't be enough." Qin Pingon said, "Then when I go back I'll bring more wine." Yang Huang hesitated. "Don't think too much, everything's fine." Qin Pingon nodded, then suddenly stood up and said apologetically, "I'll let sister-in-law cook. I'll go burn incense at the old granny's grave." The small grave mound wasn't far from the house, but it wasn't close either. The old granny had said that it was too far away and she couldn't bear to. It was a taboo to be too close. Qin Pingon burned 3 incense sticks at the lonely grave mound. It wasn't until today that he saw the tombstone that he learned the old granny's name. It was neither good nor bad. Yang Huang was originally worried about Qin Pingon, but from beginning to end, as Yang Huang had said, everything was fine. When they returned to the house, there were still white bowls on the table and no wine cups. Qin Pingon still didn't drink quickly. He and Yang Huang weren't the kind of people who liked to persuade people to drink, but both sides drank a lot. Ying, who usually didn't drink, also sat to the side and drank a bowl with them. Qin Pingon sipped his wine as he chatted with Yang Huang, asking about Governor Lu and Lu Gaohua in the past. It turned out that Lord Lu, who was the provincial governor of Qing province, had a meteoric rise in the officialdom. He had previously become the Minister of Revenue of the colorful dress country, and now he had retired. Lu Gaohua had worked hard and obtained a Jinshi background, but his career didn't go well, so he simply resigned and continued to travel. When the war came, he took the initiative to become an official and worked in the Ministry of War of the colorful dress country. Later on, he worked in the 6 ministries of the capital of Dali. His position wasn't high, but according to convention, a 6th-grade official in the Dali imperial court was equivalent to a 3rd-grade official in a vassal state. Old Minister Lu had always wanted Lu Gaohua to return to the colorful dress country and work as an assistant minister in the Ministry of Revenue. He didn't say that he wanted to serve his homeland, but he could at least get the reputation of being a father and son minister. However, Lu Gaohua was unwilling, which made Old Minister Lu very angry. As for Old Minister Lu's eldest daughter, she was an old lady who married a poor scholar. As for his youngest daughter, Lu Gaoxin, her luck was a little worse. Back then she became a direct disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. Unfortunately, in the war her longevity bridge was almost broken and she was severely injured. Because of her military exploits, she was able to retain her status as a direct disciple of the sect. After recovering from her injuries, she went down the mountain and returned home. Although her cultivation dropped greatly and she had a head of white hair at a young age, she still had the title of a consecrator in the colorful dress country. Qin Pingon remembered all of this. For some reason when they talked about Lu Gaoxin they talked about Yang Huang, who was also born in the Divine Grandeur sect, and then inadvertently talked about the appearance of the old nanny when she was young. Qin Pingon thought for a while, but he was in a trance and couldn't imagine it. They drank for 2 whole hours. Qin Pingon did not get drunk. Actually, Yang Huang, who had not drunk as much as him, was completely drunk instead. That night, Qin Pingon rested for a few hours in the room he was familiar with. After midnight he got out of bed and put on his boots. He arrived at a railing and sat down with his hands in his sleeves. He raised his head and stared at the courtyard in a daze. The clouds gathered and dispersed, and he would look back at the corridor from time to time. It was as if a lantern would fly towards him if he was careless. Early in the morning, Qin Pingon returned to his room. He wore a bamboo hat and a sword on his back. The blade nurturing gourd had already been filled with alcohol, as well as many jugs of alcohol. Qin Pingon bid farewell to the couple, saying that he needed to visit the Sword Water Manor in the Xianxia kingdom. He invited them to his hometown as guests, a place called Luopa Mountain in the Dragon province of Dali. Yang Huang agreed, saying that he would definitely go. At the table yesterday, no matter how much Yang Huang drank, he still did not mention that he had once been to the battlefield in Old Dragon City, almost losing his mind. It was just like how Qin Pingon never mentioned that he came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, almost being unable to return home. It was probably exactly because of this that the two of them would drink at the table time and time again. They would even agree to drink again next time. Qin Pingon did not directly go to the Sword Water Manor, as according to what he had said in the past, the entire manor would be moved away. It would be located in a lush landscape bordering the ancient Yu Kingdom. The original location of the manor would become a mountain god estate second only to the 5 peaks of the Xianxia kingdom. Song Fingshan's wife, Zhou Xian, would be promoted to the mountain goddess of that mountain on the spot. Her status as a god would not be particularly high, but she would be a legitimate official of the Xianxia kingdom, included in the Ministry of Rights records. And from what Yang Huang had said, Song Fingshan's swordsmanship had improved tremendously in the past few years. He had already become the chief of the Jianghu, second only to the green bamboo sword immortal of the Pine Stream Kingdom. However, the old manor lord Song Yu had already shut himself off from worldly affairs for many years, as the Sword Water Manor no longer existed. If it were not for the fact that Yang Huang still had some connections with the Divine Grandeur sect, he would not have known where Song Yu had retired to, let alone know that the granddaughter-in-law of the old sword saint of the Xianxia kingdom had actually turned into a god who watched over the fate of a region. Before going to the mountain god temple in the northern border of the Xianxia kingdom, Qin Pingon first rode the wind and hurried on his journey. He quietly landed on the ground, adjusted his bamboo hat, wore a green robe and carried a sword on his back. He walked on a mountain path that connected the Tsai kingdom and the Xianxia kingdom. However, he did not expect that the originally dilapidated ancient temple had already become a brand new mountain god temple. Qin Pingon restrained his breath and walked into the mountain god temple that had few pilgrims and worshippers. He felt a little helpless. The golden statue enshrined in the main hall was 70 to 80% similar to that of Wei Wei, but her appearance was a little more mature, and she no longer had the childishness of a young girl. Beside the mountain god-goddess, there were 2 shorter statues of serving goddesses. Qin Pingon did not find them unfamiliar. He could not help but rub the space between his eyebrows. It was not easy for Wei Wei to get to where she was now. She could be considered to have truly stepped into the path of an official and had been promoted in the officialdom. Qin Pingon had traveled through countless mountains and ridges. No matter how much he respected the gods of the mountains and rivers, he really did not want to burn incense for Wei Wei, who he knew everything about. He planned to turn around and leave and then go straight to the other mountain god temple in the north. He remembered that the female ghost Wei Wei had once complained about the ways of the world. It was difficult for humans to live and it was difficult for ghosts to live. He wondered if she would feel more relaxed now that she had become the mountain god-goddess, who enjoyed the incense of the mortal world. Qin Pingon could roughly tell whether the landscape was upright or not, so he did not have the intention to reminisce. However, this mountain god-goddess was not good at business. There were few incense offerings. If this continued, he would probably have to go to the city god temple to buy on credit. Qin Pingon did not walk into the main hall. He only took a glance outside the door before leaving the mountain god temple. However, just as Qin Pingon walked out of the main door of the ancestral temple, there were waves of ripples. A goddess of the ancestral temple appeared out of thin air. Her hair was combed into a high bun and she had a tall figure. She wore a gorgeous dress with clouds and mist rising around her. If she were to be seen by those down-and-out scholars who were passing by, this would probably be the so-called goddess's favor. Qin Pingon stopped in his tracks and smiled. Congratulations. The lady who turned from a mountain ghost into a mountain god maid was even more certain of the other party's identity. It was the young sword celestial who liked to reason. She hurriedly bowed and said in a trembling voice, "Greetings to Sword Celestial. My master has gone out to the governor's city god temple for some matters. He will be here very soon. I'm worried that Sword Celestial will continue on his way. I've specially come to meet you and disturb you. I hope that you can let me pass on a message to the mountain god goddess so that my master can hurry back to the ancestral temple and meet Sword Celestial earlier." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm just passing by. I won't disturb your mountain god Wei's peaceful cultivation." Wei must have borrowed something from the county god temple. The county god temple had begged many times, but he was rejected. He had no choice but to beg the governor's city god temple of the underworld. The tall lady was about to cry. "If Sword Celestial Senior leaves just like this and does not ask us to stay, my sister and I will definitely be punished by my master." Qin Pingon asked, "How did you deal with the statue left behind in the temple?" She was stunned and said, "Sword Celestial, my goddess has carefully collected it. She said that it would be easy to swindle in the future. She requested a big pilgrim in her own mountain god temple to spend money to renovate a new temple." Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your kindness." Swindle? Qin Pingon could tell that this was Wei's style of doing things. Therefore, the matter of collecting the broken Buddha statue was most likely true. Qin Pingon walked slowly. He walked to a long stone bench under a pine tree outside the temple and sat down. He took off his bamboo hat and sat on one end of the green stone bench. He smiled and said, "Let's sit down and talk." The tall lady hurriedly bowed. "I don't dare. Sword Celestial, please take a rest." Beautiful and whatnot. She and her master had suffered twice at the hands of this Sword Celestial. It was fortunate that Her Highness would flip through that travel book every now and then. Every time she would be overjoyed. In any case, she and the other goddess who served in the ancestral temple did not even dare to look at the travel book. The two of them always felt a chill. If they were not careful, a flying sword would sweep out from the book. With a flash of the sword, their heads would roll. Qin Pingon did not plan to wait for Wei to rush back to the temple. He thought for a while and said slowly, "I think the two people who burned incense earlier were scholars from Shui country who passed by here. Your place is the border between the two countries. The official road is in the temple's boundary. Many merchants pass by. The scenery of the mountains and rivers is also beautiful. There are also many strange stories of mountains and rivers. Now that the world is peaceful, logically speaking, there should be many people in the martial arts world and tourists with bulging money bags. The incense at the temple should not be so bad. Fame in the imperial examinations, literary luck in the officialdom, martial luck in Jianghu, rolling in money, beautiful marriage, praying for blessings and peace, dispelling illness and disaster, having a continuous line of descendants, having a land full of mountains and rivers, deities and manifesting spirits. There were no more than these few things. The woman had an awkward expression on her face. She carefully considered her words before replying in a trembling voice. "My lady has secretly nurtured a few young heroes of the Jianghu. Many of them have lost their martial arts manuals, but none of them have been able to make a name for themselves. As for literary luck, marriage and so on, our Xianxia temple doesn't seem to have many of them. That's why my lady always says that even the cleverest housewives can't cook without rice. As for those merchants, my goddess despises them for being stingy with money. Most importantly, every time they enter the temple to burn incense, those men's eyes. Anyway, my goddess does not care about them." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then I have a small suggestion. Rather than asking those city gods to temporarily borrow incense to stabilize the destiny of the mountains and rivers, in the end, it's just treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. It's not a long-term solution. It'll only gradually wear down your goddess' golden body and the destiny of this mountain shrine year after year. As long as God Wei still has some incense in the imperial court of the Shui country, it will be fine. Then carefully choose a scholar from the Han clan who will enter the capital for the imperial examination. Of course, this person's talent, literary luck, and imperial examination skills must not be too bad. It would be best if he has the chance to become a Xianxia. After he burns incense and makes a wish, you can secretly hang the lantern of your temple behind him. You don't have to be too frugal. Just take it as a gamble. Gather all the literary luck in the land into that lantern and help him enter the capital at night. At the same time, let God Wei go to the capital and discuss with a certain important official in the imperial court. If he is a Xianxia, he will be promoted to a Xianxia. If he is a Xianxia, try your best to get closer to the top 2. If he is already in the top 2, he will grit his teeth and send the scholar directly to the top 3. When he makes his wish, he will be very sincere. When the time comes, the literary luck will be returned to the temple. It will be a matter of time. Of course, if you are worried that he will not follow the path, you can send a message to the scholar in his dream in advance. The woman listened in high spirits and her eyes shone. The sword immortal's words were closely linked, and the temple could just follow suit. Suddenly she pulled a long face and stomped her feet anxiously. She said, "Senior Sword Immortal, I am afraid that such a talented scholar will not come to our temple to burn incense." Qin Pingon was a little helpless. "You and your mountain goddess were born in the first place. Don't you know? If you can't find a suitable scholar in the county or prefectural city under the jurisdiction of the mountains and rivers, it is a matter of course for the temple's goddess to travel the land at night. You will be waiting at the big and small relay stations ready to snatch people halfway. Moreover, you are not killing people now. It is obvious that you are doing a great job of delivering literary luck to people. In the past you did it so smoothly. When you came to the ancient temple, it was like coming to the roll call. Every time you came you would meet the 2 of you. Now you are not even familiar with this special skill. The temple's lack of incense, it can't be blamed on anyone else." Qin Pingon had no choice but to tell her some tips in a more tactful way that didn't sound like Jianghu slander. The woman nodded as she listened. She understood and was enlightened. This sword immortal senior was indeed a learned man. Other than not being protective of women, he was good in every aspect. Qin Pingon stood up and said, "I have a few last words. Please help me pass them to Mountain God Wei. This kind of shortcut in the mountains and rivers officialdom can only be done once or twice but not thrice. Let Mountain God Wei think about it." If he really wants to bring blessings to the people and complete his merit with a flawless golden body, he still needs to work hard on the 4 words of pure and clean. Many transactions that seem to be at a loss are sincerely done by the mountain god ancestral temple. For example, those families in the marketplace have no extra money. Even if they don't come to the ancestral temple to burn incense for the rest of their lives, you still have to protect them. Heaven has its time, the earth has its talent, and people have their governance. The mountains and rivers deities, where the spirit is in the sincerity of the people. How can you not know the teachings of the sages? She curtsied and said gratefully, "I will remember the Sword Immortal Senior's teachings." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, but he could not hold it in and corrected her. "Sincere teachings, sincere and diligent. Read more books in the future." She suddenly blushed. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Fortunately, the young sword immortal put on his bamboo hat again and disappeared in a flash. Qin Pingon met Song Fengshan and Zhou Xian in the northern border of Shui country. However, Senior Song had gone on a trip. He did not know where he was going or when he would return. After Qin Pingon learned that Senior Song was still in good health, he felt a little regretful that he could not meet him this time. He left a letter in the mountain god residence and was about to leave. He did not expect Song Fengshan to insist on drinking with him. Qin Pingon could not refuse him, so he sat down and drank. In the end, Qin Pingon drank until his eyes became brighter and brighter. Song Fengshan, who had white hair on his temples, fell unconscious on the table. Qin Pingon felt a little guilty. The former spy of Dali, Zhou Xian, who was now the goddess of the mountain god, gave him the answer with a smile. It turned out that Song Fengshan had once boasted to his grandfather that he could not compare to him in other aspects, but in terms of drinking capacity, even Qin Pingon could not compare to him. Qin Pingon stood up and said with a smile, "Don't tell Senior Song about this wine so that he won't hide from me next time." Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, why don't I tell Grandpa that you two tied?" Qin Pingon waved his hand. "No, brothers should settle accounts at the table." Zhou Xian suddenly said, "Young Master Qin, as long as Grandpa returns home, we will definitely immediately send a message to Luopa Mountain." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I will immediately rush over." Zhou Xian said softly, "Grandpa has gone out several times in the past few years without a sword. Seems that he just went out to relax." Qin Pingon was a little puzzled. Zhou Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Pingon said, "There's nothing that can't be said." Zhou Xian said telepathically, "Grandpa never believed that young Master Qin would disappear from the beginning and end of the battle, so Grandpa was very worried that you had an accident." Qin Pingon was stunned and said with a smile, I know. Senior Song must be worried about me and scolding me a lot." Qin Pingon touched his bamboo hat and said telepathically, "When Senior Song returns home, tell him that swordsman Qin Pingon is the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Zhou Xian was speechless. Even her husband Song Fengshan had only heard of the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but did not know what the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi meant. And because she was a Dali loyalist, she knew about this. And because of her identity, she could not easily say this. Zhou Xian asked, "Young Master Qin, then, hidden official Qin Shi?" Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. "The one at the bottom." Zhou Xian thought and asked, "I'll wake Fengshan up. How many pots do you want to drink?" Fortunately, his master and a few other martial uncles were good at martial arts. In the Jianghu, their martial arts were not fierce, but they were good at taking hits. Therefore, they were able to establish the name of the martial arts school. In recent years, the business of the martial arts school was good. However, their schoolmaster's martial arts were not good at martial arts, and his disciples were also average. Only his ability to boast was unique. He said that when he was still in the prime of his life, he met two friends in the Jianghu. Only then could he be considered to have inherited his boxing skills. One's fist was fast and the other's fist was slow. In the Jianghu here, they could fight from the foot of the mountain to the top. Even the flying immortals on the mountain could not stop them. After all, he was their master, their schoolmaster, and the schoolmaster who was in charge of the money bag. They listened to whatever the old man said. What else could they do? A stooped old man with a head full of white hair looked cold in the middle of the night. He was old and did not sleep well. The old man put on a thick coat and stood at the martial arts practice field. He stared at the gate in a daze. After the old man opened his eyes wide, he murmured, "Qin Pingon." Qin Pingon raised his hand, stood on tiptoe and waved hard. In a flash, he crossed the threshold from the side door, leaving behind a young martial artist who disappeared in a blink of an eye. Qin Pingon walked quickly towards Xianxia. The old man laughed and walked toward the young swordsman. He turned around and put his arm around Qin Pingon's neck. He laughed angrily and said, "Boy, you just came?" Qin Pingon's body was slightly tilted. He raised his hand and wanted to pat the old man's back. However, he hesitated and just put it on the shoulder of the old man with the big beard. Outside the martial arts school, Pei Qian, Jiang Shangzhen, and the shameless Bai Xian had all snuck in and didn't go in. The young martial artist who was guarding the gate didn't dare to make any noise after taking a look at the middle-aged man who looked like a rich man. Then he looked at the beautiful woman who had her hair tied into a bun and didn't dare to say anything. Bai Xian asked softly, "Sister Pei, who is this guy? He dares to be so rude to Master Chow." Master Chow does not seem to be angry. That he is timid. He is not like Master Chow at all. Pei Qian said softly, "He is a friend of my master's that he respects very much." Bai Xian was puzzled. Someone that even Master Chow respects very much? Then his martial arts must be very high. But I don't think this martial arts school is very big. Pei Qian smiled and did not say anything. Jiang Shangzhen was already leaning against the door with her hands in her sleeves. She asked with a smile, "Little brother, do you have any senior or junior sisters?" That young man sighed and shook his head. Probably because he was reminded of something sad, he accidentally revealed the truth. "My master will go crazy when he drinks. As long as he sees a woman, he will cry. It's very scary. That's why he had 2 senior sisters in the past, but they were both scared away. Even the ancestor could not do anything about it." Jiang Shangzhen nodded in realization. "Then your master and I are the same kind of people." The young man was puzzled. "Both like to go crazy when drunk?" Jiang Shangzhen laughed. "You are quite good at chatting." The young man glanced at the woman outside the door from the corner of his eye and said loudly, "I'm educated." Bai Xian whispered, "Sister Pei, this guy is interested in you. Good fellow, his taste is very good." Pei Qian lowered her head and smiled. "Bai Xian, why don't you practice martial arts?" Bai Xian put his hands behind his back and shook his head. "There's no rush. We'll talk about it when we get to Luopa Mountain." Master Chao said that if I learn martial arts, I'll be able to spar with Sister Pei in 2 or 3 years. He also said that there was someone with the same surname Bai who was also a sword cultivator. Master Chao told me not to waste this good surname and to work harder. Pei Qian nodded. "You're quite similar to that Bai Xian." Bai Xian sneered. "He is more like me." Pei Qian smiled. "You're almost the same." Bai Xian felt that Pei Qian was implying something. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at Bai Xian. He was young but was indeed a man. In the martial arts school at the table, Qin Pingon, who had never gotten drunk in his life except for that one time in the inverted mountain Huang Liang Blessed Land, was drunk tonight. He was so drunk that the old man opposite him thought that he was the younger one who could not hold his liquor. Xianxia thought that many years ago she was still a heroic swordsman and the drunkard opposite her was still a young man. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.